absolutely disgusting. If he even needed it, the last card was Forged in Flame as well, which is like the next best card if he didn't literally have like 15 over lethal.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu.
I can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory, and Habu Gabu is your summer champion.
Welcome everyone to the Hearthstone Fall Championship, one of 2 seasonal championships this year, to find out who will be going through to the World Championship. And boy, oh boy, Lorinda, I know Worlds is looking stacked already, something very much to look forward to, but based on this tournament alone, it's going to get even more stacked because the caliber of player that we have qualified through from the Masters Tour system to this Fall Championships is something the likes of which Hearthstone has not seen for quite a long time.
Yeah, and it's a product of the system, right? The system says, hey, if you win things, we'll give you more things to win. So it spirals into this situation where we get better and better players, filtering out the mediocre players as we go. Obviously filter out some good players along the way as well, as is the nature of Hearthstone. But yeah, we have got the situation now where we could have a player win both championships and the World Championship is a possibility. We could also have a situation where players who we didn't see much of, but who did it consistently well get to Worlds. And either way, I think that's a win for all of us. Here is, as you see on the screen though, how we're going to do it. 4 groups of 4 great players, 16 players, knock them down to 8, knock them down to 4, those 4 go to the World Championships.
That's right, yeah. Starting with 16, ending with 4 going to Worlds. And we will, of course, still crown a Masters Fall champion at the end of it all in order to have a victor. The previous seasonal championship in the Summer Championship was won, of course, by Habu Gabu. Got himself a huge amount of fame and recognition because, you know, up until this year, he was a very well-known, well-respected community as a streamer and a deck builder. But as a competitive player, not quite so much. But after this year, winning that Summer Championships, he is very much regarded as one of the best players in the world. And with a potential to get another win at this seasonal championship with Habu Gabu having qualified again, it's going to be very, very cool to see how he can perform or whether one of our other competitors can take this down and get themselves a little bit more respect as well as that spot at the World Championships. But I mean, we'll get into it a little bit later on, but for Habu Gabu, he may have a bit of a hard time because he has a little bit of a wacky lineup, even by his standards. And he is, of course, going to have to win with every single one of his decks because we are playing Conquest Lorinda, where you bring 4 decks and you ban each 1 deck from your opponent, and then you have to win 1 match with all of your 3 remaining decks.
Pretty much the evergreen format now. Even when we move away from it, we tend to come back to it. Last Hero Standing gets a look in, but as I think TJ usually says, if you've watched any Hearthstone at all in the last sort of 3 or 4 years, you have seen Conquest played, and it's the format that makes the most logical sense. You bring sort of 3 decks, and you have to win with them all. It kind of works, really. I know you bring 4 and ban 1, but yeah. So you can't bring anything bad, which does allow for strategies where people will target one of your decks if they can guess what you're going to bring. And I've been lucky enough to hang out in one of the playtest groups this time around, as is always the case. Of course, everybody loves casters so much. And this time around in particular, the talk was line up, even more than usual. It wasn't playtest, learn the matchups, because people kind of know the matchups. The matchups haven't changed that much. There's some new tech, there's some bits and bobs, there's 1 or 2 new decks. It was line up, and can we get the lineup absolutely right? Because it's going to make a huge difference, even more than usual, the players believe in this tournament.
Taking a look at the prize pool breakdown, though, we can see that everyone, just for having qualified through to the Full Championship, is going to walk away with $2,000. Not bad, even if you do bottom out 0-2 out of your respective group. But where things really start rising up is, of course, those top 4 spots with the handy mana crystal beside it to demonstrate that all of these players will be going through to the World Championship and will therefore substantially boost the amount of prize money that they are getting their hands on. And again, as I said, that first place spot really does just get you so much fame and recognition, which for some of our players is, you know, really cementing themselves as a player who's still got what it takes to win a tournament, I suppose, because there's a couple of players in here who I have a huge amount of respect for, but haven't necessarily been taking down tournaments as of late. Whereas on the other hand, there's some players who are, you know, really trying to make a name for themselves now. They do not have a huge amount of tournament experience, tournament wins, any of that good stuff, whereas a win here could put any qualms, any questions that we may have about their Hearthstone capabilities to rest, if it hasn't been done so already just by qualifying here.
Yeah, it is nice to have more tournaments for players to win in strong fields other than the Six Masters Tour and Worlds. Back when we were sort of doing the tour, or even before that, when there were invitationals, lots of third-party invitationals, you could say, oh, the so-and-so's won 3 tournaments this year, or this player's won 3 tournaments in a row, or whatever. And with Six Masters Tours of 400 players, that's not quite been possible. But we are getting these repeat winners of Masters Tours, and they're sprinkling it in with some wins in these 16-player championship events. And we are going to kick off with group number A as usual, and look at this group, Derek. What an absolutely stacked lineup to start off the tournament.
Yeah, it's a real a barn burner of a Group A, as one might say, with Fury Hunter and Habu Gabu, I think, standing out for me as 2 of the most dominant players we've seen over the Masters Tour system, and of course the seasonal championships as well this whole year. Plastic is very much the player that comes in as an unknown entity, very little social media presence, not much experience at the top level of play, and even though he's just tweeted out, I think I saw, he's coming in feeling not too favored. I'm assuming he's basing that on lineup rather than play necessarily. But, you know, those questions have to be asked as well. He is up against Habu Gabu. He has an incredibly high bar to pass in terms of his play capability if he wants to win. We'll see if he can get it done. But for that first match again, Xiaobai up against Fury Hunter, a player who has had a decent qualification period. You know, he went 8-0 in the last Masters Tour. Very impressive indeed. But his other results this year and leading up to it have been, I will say, nothing stand out so far from Xiaobai, as he firmly fits into that camp of player who we know he's got what it takes. He is a Masters Tour winner, but it's from quite a while back now. We need to see if he's got what it takes in the current metagame as well to reaffirm himself as a top-tier Hearthstone player.
Yeah, and Fury Hunter is the player to beat at the moment for me if you are going to do that, if you're going to get your name out there, because really, Fury Hunter is absolutely on fire right now. He's got confidence, which he didn't usually have much of, and one of the very best players and confident, that's going to be scary. Moving on to Group B, which we'll see later in the day. Standout players all around once again. Glory, obviously, former world champion. Tansoko, recent Masters Tour winner. Pocket Train, recent Masters Tour winner. Gaboom, absolutely solid performances all the way through the last several events, not just the last 3, I believe. Another tough group. I'm looking forward to seeing how Pocket Train does in this one, because he's British.
He is. I'm not sure if you're implying that means you want him to do well, or it's a massive handicap in terms of his play.
Good point, yeah.
Both can be true, you know. It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. But I agree. Obviously, I'm rooting for Pocket Train as well. He is our fellow countryman and has just been playing some fantastic Hearthstone as well. Like, he's getting the recognition I think he deserves, but, you know, to an extent, he is still falling behind the extreme prowess that we've seen from Fury Hunter and Habu Gabu, being a long-term practice partner of both. Having won a Masters Tour puts some of that to rest, and I do like that he's getting the praise he gets, especially on the Boar Priest, which we know him for as a signature deck. I believe he's bringing it to this to this seasonal championship as well, which will be fantastic to see as always. But for me, the main one is just that Glory Tansoku rematch, the finals of a Masters Tour, and it's the first game that they are playing, both of them, in this seasonal championship, which is super cool to see. But then moving on over to Group C, right up there at the top, Bunny Hopper, in my opinion, some of the best form of his Hearthstone career at the moment.
How is he not qualified for the World Championships? Why is this man not there? Again, it's hard when we watch these players week after week not to be slightly biased after a while, but if Bunny Hopper doesn't make it to World Championships this year, it's going to be sad for everybody concerned, apart from maybe his opponents, because he is somebody that has just done so well, not just in the Masters tours that we've seen, but in the Chinese tournaments as well. And yeah, it would be a travesty if he doesn't get to another World Championships. But it's going to be another tough group. Maybe not quite the big names we saw in the first two groups, but Lovestorm has done incredibly well in Masters tours, and apparently made a bit of a cheeky comment about us as well, Derek. Not about me and you, but about the tournaments and the Masters tours.
Really? I didn't.
Was it not Lovestorm that did that? Saying that he has to play against Chinese
yes,
players?
sorry.
His form in China wasn't so good as his form over here.
Right, you're
So, he was asked why that was, and he said, well, he doesn't have to play against Chinese players when he plays in Masters tours.
not quite so many of them, at least. And I mean, you can see what he's talking about. They've been on an incredible form recently, dominating top 16s of Masters tours, and then losing every single game in the top 16, leading up to another Fury Hunter win. But Group D, to close us out, definitely I think the group that has the least household names, at least in the Western Hearthstone scene, as I'm sure Spring and XMG are in their own right very well known in the Chinese Hearthstone scene, but a little bit less so here on the English broadcast. And Gregoriosil and Ustia CMD, two names that we're going to have to quickly come up with some shortened versions for. I don't know what we'll do with Greg Oriosil.
Yeah, I can't call him Oriosil all day. That's just going to get so weird.
But yeah, Ustia, a player who we've had a couple of pointers as to who he is as a Hearthstone player. Definitely behind the scenes of the some of the Eastern European practice groups that we've seen, but yet to come into the forefront of his own tournament prowess, it's fair to say. But we'll see what he's got. Probably, for me, the least known player, and with the most to prove coming into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you could say they've got nothing to prove, because just by getting here, they've proved they're in the top 16 of the last 3 Masters tours, which is a pretty good result. I haven't checked the numbers this morning. I'm sorry, because it's stupid o'clock in the morning, but either 17 or 18 wins required over 3 tournaments to get in here. So you're averaging basically 6 wins per Masters Tour for 3. So just by getting here, you have done well. But yep, let's get into some action. It's going to be Xiaobai versus Fury Hunter kicking it off. How we mean to go on with top-level players. And I don't know, it's a great one, but Fury Hunter also somehow not qualified yet.
Yeah, I mean, that was the real story for me of the last Summer Championship, is even though we were very happy for all the players who did qualify through in the previous Summer Championship, Dead Draw, Habu Gabu, all these really, really great wins that they played really well to get. Levick as well being the surprise. The fact that Fury did not qualify, coming 1 match away from doing so, was the real upset, because everyone expected him to do so. But unable to do so in the end. We'll see if he can right that wrong here up against Xiaobai, who, as I said, had a pretty good year last year, all things considered, with getting a win at Ironforge, top 8 in the World Championship as well. A very impressive resume. But again, this year, I just want to see him continue, build on that success. And a top 4 here, getting through to Worlds, would more than silence any qualms I may have.
Yeah, and 58% is a fantastic win rate. But when you look through how this is going to look compared to some of the other players in this tournament, it's going to suddenly look like a small number. It is not. 58% against the top 300, top 400 is really, really good. But as you'll see later, maybe he's still got Derek's doubts in mind a little bit. Because he is going to have to boost numbers if he's going to keep up with the other players around. Starting off with the Naga Priest, a very popular bring. In fact, all of his lineup is a very popular bring to this tournament. It turns out that when you go through the matchups, things like Druid kind of drop out unless you're willing to bring a full Paladin, Druid, of a lineup.
Yeah, Druid is in a very, very interesting spot right now, because before the last Masters Tour, I was very much saying that it feels like the deck right now. It's still, even with the Guff nerf, I felt doing very consistent mana ramp. The comeback mechanisms felt more than strong enough. Quite clearly, that's proven to not be the case. What do you know? My opinion being wrong, as per usual. As a lot of these decks that fight for the early game board are just a little bit too explosive now, as we're seeing the rise of Coin Rogue? Is that what we're going to call it?
Which one?
The miracle kind of version of the deck? Well,
So there's the Mailbox Dancer Rogue, and then there's the Shark Rogue. I'm going to use those names to split because coins appear in
fair
both.
enough. That's true. Okay, we'll go with Mailbox Dancer Rogue. That deck can just get on the board way too quickly for Druid to have any chance of answering whatsoever. And even if you're going for the Maestra version as well, sorry, that Xiao Bai has gone for, still a lot of explosive potential, which I'm sure we shall see in the end. But here for Fury Hunter, you know, he has been undeniably the player of the year so far. Maybe Habu Gabu can hold a candle to that, but with his second win in a Masters Tour just this year as well, I think Fury is undeniably the best player in the world right now.
Yep, and he was one of those players I was talking about, sort of really struggling to get a lineup together for this tournament. He just changed his mind over and over again, but did settle on this Demon Hunter in the end. It was a fairly late decision, I believe, to play this, but it's just a good deck. It's one of those decks that the top players hate to play because you either draw the stuff or you don't. There is obviously a lot of skill involved, as with any deck, but really it's about those relic cards and the location. And if it's got the word relic on it, you want it early in your hand. If it hasn't, you don't, and that is what the stats say. And it is that straightforward.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is a fair criticism, but to me, it kind of feels like a Hearthstone deck that wants one more expansion in order to really work. Because there's a few cards in here that I'm like, Venomous Scorpid, School Teacher, like I get that they're good with Bran and you can discount them with the Relic of Dimensions, but are these really the cards we want to be playing in our deck? And,
I agree.
no, again, the relics work very well with School Teacher because you can get the Extinction and Phantasms off of the Battle Cry effect. But I just feel like there's a chance to purify this deck a little bit more, get down to what in its essence it does best, which is huge amounts of burst damage with all the Fell spells plus Jace, and popping off with these relic combos as well.
Yeah, some massive boards to be made. And I mean, you highlighted the card that I listened to a conversation where somebody said, so we want a second Scorpid then? And I'm like, oh my, what is this deck? And that was the moment of revelation that this is it. We're putting more Scorpids in because the other cards are worse. Okay.
All right, out the gate for Xiao Bai on the Naga Priest. Handmaiden, a pretty obvious keep in any deck that runs it, as pretty much every version of Priest right now, be it Boar, Buff, or Boon Priest, I guess as you would call it, or the Naga version as the three premier decks that run Handmaiden in terms of Priest. They all just want to corral a lot of cards in hand at once, then go for one big pop-off turn. I think that's been the real big revelation for me when playing this deck a little bit more, is that while Naga Priest could be very much a curve deck, it does feel like with the most recent list, it's transitioned over to more of a combo-based deck.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me because it's a deck I've struggled with mightily, even though everybody around me says how easy it is to play. But planning the pop-off is something that's kind of awkward. And with that in mind, Fury Hunter there had a long dwell-up on keeping this Relic of Phantasms or not, because it is the one that it barely makes an impact other than buffing your other relics early on. Summoning 2 3/3s or 4 2/2s and 1/1s, like 4 between them, isn't going to make that much difference. But if you don't start playing your relics early, then you're not going to get your other relics doing things and get your board clears. So he had a long think about keeping this. It is the worst one early on.
I think that's fair, yeah. But it does lead up into the potential still for him to go activate your location and Relic of Dimensions on turn 5. He needs to draw it, first of all, of course, but he's got that mechanism set up to discount by 3 and then 4 if he should draw it. And he's got a couple of turns to do so as well, with a potential Sigil plus second Relic of Phantasms next turn. It's a lot of pressure, the kind of board that really does demand a Samuro, honestly, for Xiao Bai to be able to answer.
Yeah, but you obviously don't want to Samuro this board, because what if the next board comes along? So first of all, just making a thing. And the problem is also, if you do answer the second Relic of Phantasms, of course they're so small, this deck doesn't have much else until turn 8. It has a lot of clear, a lot of ways of not dying, but the Phantasms are kind of your win condition to some degree.
Yeah, an interesting decision there actually for Xiaobai. I think he made the right call of going for the Shadower Devour before he played the Amalgam, but it does mean that whatever Naga he discovers won't have its spell being played while in hand. But of course, it means he has no 2 health minions on the board, which is probably worth it, forcing your opponent to play the hero power as well in order to kill anything off. But as you emoted to there, that is a fantastic draw for Fury Hunter.
Right, this is where the deck isn't completely straightforward. He has choices here for a School Teacher Predation into Dimensions, into Phantasms, or he can just go Phantasms, Dimensions, which doesn't feel to me to necessarily get there, but Fury disagrees. He wants that huge Relic of Dimensions next turn with the location. I understand this. Makes sense.
Yeah, I fully agree with this play. Like, School Teacher plus Predation kills off the same amount of stuff as this play because you can't fit in the hero power with that line, and the 2 attack minion wouldn't have killed off anything by itself. So with this way, it's the same amount of power off the board, more or less, and you get an upgraded, the maximum possible Relic of Dimensions next turn. And that is the winning play. This is where this deck truly comes into its own, and we will start to see what makes it such a meta breaker right now.
Yep, the only thing against that play would have been the possibility of now your Phantasms aren't there, so you have got to draw another way to win the game. But like you say, you're going to draw so many cards here, they're going to be so cheap, you should get there very easily. Let's have a look. Scorpid. Much maligned by the casters already.
Okay, well, all playable. Not necessarily the amount of discount you would be looking for. Like, having got a Zymox down to 3 or 4 mana would be a little bit better. But we'll take this. It's not bad.
Yeah, he's going to have to survive for a couple of turns. But that's kind of what all the other cards in your deck do that don't have the word Relic on them. It's just stop you from dying. That's why the Scorpid ends up in here, right? It's just a way to kill something and keep a bit of cards going on. Like, yeah. That's what it says on the tin. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Spectator seems to be not quite working right now as to see the Discover option. But after that, it should be a pretty simple turn.
Yeah, I'm just staring at it thinking, what's happening? Why isn't he doing the things? Yeah, I forgot that there's a Discover in progress. Okay, that explains a lot.
All right, Keen Reflex. I believe that says, you deal 1 damage. Yeah, deal 1 damage to all minions, honorable kill, gain +1 attack this turn. So, there's some potential there that he could get a little bit of an attack buff, but for the most part, that is a pretty big whiff on the old spell front.
Xiaobai now the one having to plan ahead. He knows that he doesn't have much time. Obviously, would dearly like to hang on to this for a bit longer, draw some more cards, because there's not much else going on in this hand. But he knows now that Fury Hunter's next play, which won't cost him much mana, is going to be pretty devastating. As it happens, it might not be, but he doesn't know that.
Oh, it's so difficult to deal with this Scorpid. Like, having to go for this line where you just play an essentially useless Shadower Devour really does hurt, because that can be one of your major health buffing mechanisms, as opposed to a removal spell in this matchup, where your opponent goes wide with a bunch of the Relic of Phantasms, or, School Teacher Bran, whatever, all that nonsense. And you can just suck up all the health, play a Bless, and get a surprise lethal. That's looking like less and less of a possibility now, as all Fury Hunter needs to do is lock down this board one final time. And I think this game will just be slipping away from Xiaobai.
Yeah, with Relic of Extinction in hand, it's already been buffed 3 times? 4 times?
Yeah. 5 times.
With location in hand, just in case that isn't enough. So it can clear a board at will. Obviously, discovering right now, but also deciding whether this is the board he needs to clear.
Another predation in the Nogling, okay.
Right, and that means he doesn't have to use his Extinction, which he would love to. If an accident happens, because next turn he hasn't got much to do, he can just clear basically anything next turn and then go into the Artificer turn on turn 8, and he should be in a good spot.
I guess the one thing to say for Fury Hunter for the next few turns is he has all the pieces, but not necessarily the fuel to make them work right now because he has a Zymox in hand, but it's not infused. He has a Jace in hand, but not that many Fell spells played. He has very little card draw. And, you know, you don't want to play Finley to get rid of Zymox and Jace because those are your game-winning cards. You're going to want to play those sometime in the future. So arguably as a way back in for Xiaobai into this game, Fury Hunter does have a couple of pretty weak turns in terms of proactive development, which maybe gives him that window to draw into the Radiant Elemental, the Serpent Wigs, the tools he needs to pop off in a major way.
Yeah, this sort of goes back to what I was trying to say about the early play of the Relic of Phantasms. It definitely was okay. But that's why Fury Hunter spent so long on A, keeping it, and B, playing it early, because now the Phantasms is kind of your win condition, or your earlier win condition, not your only win condition. The one where you just go, here's a load of 5/5s, good luck. So yeah, he's going to have to stall it out a little bit now. Is the consequence of those actions. Which he can do for some time.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of trying to stall out this Relic of Extinctions as long as possible. And, you know, even though I said you don't want to play Finley, you can still play it. You don't have to hold onto this hand because you could very well win without the Zymox and the Jace. Like, just locking down this board, getting Bran plus Scorpid plus School Teacher. That's kind of a win condition on its own when you're when it's looking this good in the matchup. But I do still think, even though this ends up an incredibly high amount of mana floated on this turn, it's still just about worth it for Fury Hunter to hold onto this hand because the power spike in, you know, 2-3 turns time is so high.
Yeah, interesting there, like, Lesser Mortal would launch the barrage in case you want to Jace next turn, but Fury is very low on removal, so he's kept as much on the board as possible. He's kept the Fell Barrage in hand, as much damage for one last push in his hand as possible, so he doesn't have to use that Zymox if he can get away with it.
Oh man, but for Xiaobai, it's just a disaster of a hand, right? Still no Radiant, still no Serpent Wig, none of these pop-off mechanisms that you need. He's just playing Arena right now with no spells to go alongside it. It's just a, you know, an 11-win Arena deck.
11-win Arena. I love that. It's like, yep, you're not getting 12 with this, son. Yeah, just 11.
It's good, you know.
But not quite good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 10 cards left and hasn't drawn any of the stuff you're talking about. It's quite bizarre.
Yikes.
Also, Benich is always filling us in on the players. Xiaobai has been known to sort of struggle with tilt occasionally if things go wrong, and this is game 1 of the day where things aren't going his way. So he's going to have to control that if he doesn't end up getting the win in this one because of his bad draw as well. This is a matchup he would expect to win early on.
Okay, well, while you could definitely look at the uninfused Zymox on this turn, low-key, I'm kind of looking at just like Bell Barrage, Fury, maybe even a Keen Reflex tossed in there just for +1 damage. Like, you just kill them next turn with the Jace.
The difference is he's probably going to do that, but he's going to count it first to make sure it's lethal, whereas me and you are just like, that looks like a lot of damage.
Yeah, just play it. Okay, yeah, he does end on the Zymox. Fair enough.
It did look like a lot of damage. I was absolutely on board with you there. You know what else is a lot of damage though? Is an 8/8.
It is.
And a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, that's the juice. That is the juice right there. 0 mana Zillag. Obviously no board space right now. Or limited, I will say. You could still play it technically, but...
Now there's an 8/8 that needs dealing with, otherwise the game will end in the Jace fashion to which we were talking about, with 4 Furies and a barrage in the same turn. Yeah, he should have traded the wrong one in, which is why he's
it's just
irritated.
Damage, but whatever. Good, I like it. It's very appropriate for Fury Hunter playing from within an elevator, you know, and Zillag having an impression of someone squeezed in into an elevator, only being able to fit in 2 tentacles.
That's because there's this stupid person who should have got off at the previous floor.
Yeah, exactly. The
He's just
Nargling
stood there with you.
pressing all the buttons.
It's just somebody's child, let
Yeah,
loose.
exactly.
Is lethal next turn for Fury in the situation where there's no heal here for Xiaobai, though, with the Fury Jace is a lot of damage. There's a Fell Barrage in that Jace as well.
Yeah, I think there's a Chaos Strike too, right?
There is, yeah, from very early on.
Yeah, yeah. Which is just, you know, straight up 12 damage guaranteed. And if anything goes face from the Fell Barrage, lethal.
Yeah.
But Xiaobai obviously finding the clear with the Bless as well should give him full clearage very easily. Doesn't even have to tank the Zymox. However, I think that just gives you guaranteed lethal because you go Fury,
Yes.
Fury, Jace, and then the Fell Barrage will hit the 3-2, and then...
And then the face? Oh, it depends on the order, maybe.
Oh no, yeah, because you'd have to
There's the
swing
Chaos
first.
Strike as well, so I think it's 14 anyway.
All right, well, let's see. Fury Hunter's figured it out. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, well, yeah, I think it was just lethal anyway. He's figured it out, of course, right from the get-go. Congratulations to Fury Hunter on that well-deserved win. Very, you know, cleanly played. I think his early turns were thought through very well. It was pretty simple. He got dealt a very, very good hand, but he, again, doubled down on what this deck does best, which in this instance was the Relic half of it. Whereas for Xiaobai, very little he could have done. He just missed out on all the good cards.
Both of the good cards. That's usually my joke, but in this deck it is just the two cards that you really need to make it work just weren't there. So given that the rest of the stuff is just stuff to use those cards on, he'll have to queue that again. Doesn't have to queue it immediately, of course. But Fury Hunter now down to two very powerful decks. If you thought Demon Hunter was good, the Warlock is so solid right now. It's so hard to really destroy that Warlock deck with anything. And the Mailbox Rogue, which personally had some disasters with it, but a lot of good players are saying very good things about this deck, and you can see why. It can just pop off in the most spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it just doubles down on what we saw in some way had to be broken as soon as the most recent expansion came out, right? In that you have Sinstone Graveyard, you have Necrolord Draka. These are both objectively busted cards. You just have to build the right framework to allow them to reach their true potential. And this is taking that to an almost absurd degree with the amount of cards you can play in a single turn with the Frostwolf Warmaster, the Stenographer as well, which is just such a gorgeous addition to this deck, I find. So much synergy with the Shadow Step in this deck, whether you play it on the Mailbox Dancer for huge amounts of extra cards played, the Stenographer for incredible amounts of board clear as well. It's a deck that I think has lots and lots of potential. However, Lorinda, when I am playing this 30-card mage, which I have been jamming quite a bit on ladder ever since Fury Hunter's dominance with this deck at the previous Masters Tour, not bringing it this time though, instead by his opponent. Whenever I'm queuing this on ladder, I'm very happy to see this particular build of Rogue on the other side, because I think it just plays into exactly what this mage is teched to deal with. Freezing as an archetype generally is good against few very big creatures rather than lots of small creatures. And the Rogue on the other side specializes in exactly that, with just these huge minions coming down off of the locations. You have ways to freeze the face to prepare to counteract the weapon that can come from Draka as well. You have solid alibi, so many annoying tools. The frost mechanics in general, in my opinion, just kind of hard countering this Rogue deck.
Yeah, and it's sneaky fast as well, isn't it? When you look at the list of this mage deck, it's like, oh, it's got some 8 drops and stuff in it. It's going to take a while to kill you, but it can just kill you pretty quickly if you're not responding to it while it's freezing your board, it will just get you killed. So let's see if Fury can find a way to work around it. This is definitely the bad matchup for the deck. I agree entirely with you here. I don't like this. I've agreed with you way too much today.
Shroud, I do agree, being kept as the sole keep in this deck, while Prep is nice, of course. It's one of the most classic combo activators or pop-off turn activators in Rogue. You need more specific tools with this deck. You want to be finding the location, obviously. Draka, Mailbox Dancer as well, climbs very high up the priority list too.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the mailbox dancer is, of course, when to use it. Giving your opponent a coin is pretty catastrophic at times, especially against a deck, again, that can counter everything you do.
Stick to the shadow.
Also,
And so far, he's just building towards a sprint because nothing else is going well here at all for Fury.
it's very slow. I got to say as well, I did not think I'd live to see the day where Chef Scabs would be outclassed in the kitchen, but Reno, currently, the top dog in the kitchen. Look at that skin.
He's really nice. Does he light the fire by just like breathing on it with his dragon breath, or?
Oh yeah. But overall,
Sweet.
just a really nice start for Xiao Bai, right? With spending his mana every single turn so far, no sign of that slowing down at all whatsoever, and holding on to that 0 mana ping like it's gold dust, which in this matchup it basically is, in order to stop a swing from the Draco weapon.
Right, time to start counting. Graveyard potential, prep potential.
I mean, like, the pick is obviously Graveyard,
Hold on.
but
I'm getting inspiration.
there's no way to start this combo right now.
Right.
You need a Shadow Step to go with this Mailbox Dancer. It's close. Like, as I said, one Shadow Step, if you pick Graveyard and top deck Shadow Step, you're just going to explode on the next turn. But that's too much of a risk, and therefore I fully understand him going for the prep here, because that widens up his draw potential so heavily to just get that pop-off next turn.
Yeah, and he's going to have to, because this is the sneaky, cheeky damage I was talking about starting to accumulate on the other side. It is now time. You don't have that much removal in this rogue. It is time to just go. One more turn. You can push it one more turn.
But then what are you doing
What are
this
you
turn?
doing? Yeah.
Play Edwin. You need to play another card lest you overdraw. It could be Prep Door, obviously the best card off of that being Shadow Step, but I don't know, Gone Fishing could work as well. I think it's worth giving it a go on this turn.
That's right.
Okay, Dancer, Coin. Yeah, it feels like you're reaching the necessary amount of cards being played here, right? And the Draco as well. There we go.
Please slow it down.
Yeah, not ideal, but it's okay. Given the spot he was in.
And that means the race begins in earnest now. Fury Hunter making his first real play of the game, and he has the damage he needs to close this out. You know, 27 from the weapon alone is usually more than enough against a 30 health opponent. But here come in these tricksy plays that we were talking about, all these frost spells with the solid alibi being so big, the 4 health from the cold case, huge. This freeze to face on the ping is enormous as well. All Xiao Bai needs to do is make sure that while he's delaying, he's also getting that damage face in order to get some counter lethal at the same time.
Yeah, because he is going to run out of stuff eventually. It doesn't feel like it when you're playing against it sometime, but he is eventually going to run out of that stuff. So, like you say, just needs to make sure he finds a way to keep some tempo of his own on the board. The rogue will keep coming at you. You've seen Fury Hunter have a bit of a weird turn, right? You're not quite sure what this means. It's obviously a very strong turn, but it's not got a location is the main thing going on here.
And I mean, I think you have a pretty obvious play as what would be my first thinking, which is just Apprentice. You get yourself a coin, and then you go coin, location, freeze both the minions, and then ping face, skeleton face, start killing them.
Yeah.
Wow, Varden on this turn, really? That is not what I expected.
There's the full freeze. Alibi coming up soon as well. So Fury's plan, the obvious looking plan is to immediately sprint, yeah. And just set up for an Edwin next turn.
It gets a nice, easy clear here as well. And I don't know, it just means that by comparison, Xiao Bai has 4 less power on the board this turn, with 2 less skeletons surviving the turn or having been created at all. And this is just the problem, because you put it perfectly. He can't go forever with this plan of stalling out. It's a stall. It's not a solution. That's what these mage spells do, which generally in this matchup, as I said, is good enough because you get the damage face as you go. But he needs to make sure that damage is actually going face along the way.
And look how much damage is presented here. 19 Fury has available. Obviously, that can be dealt with, but the more cards you deal with, and again, you've got to get rid of them. Got to get rid of them at some point as well. There's more coming. That Edwin is ready to go. The sprint's ready to go at some point if he wants to set it up for one more turn. And with the lack of pressure being presented by Xiaobai, Fury might just be able to sprint again next turn.
Wow, he plays the AI. Man, this is greedy.
Yeah, he's saying, you can't kill me. I don't care about your sprints and Edwins and your 19 damage on the board. You can't kill me, let alone me not killing you. I'll kill you over time, is his strategy, what he's saying.
Yeah. And I get what he's going for now. With the top deck of Dawngrasp, the game plan does have to be reevaluated pretty heavily, of course. And so playing the Alibi on this turn makes sense. You've then played 2 Frost spells, I believe, in Cold Case and Solid Alibi. And then on the following turn with Dawngrasp, you have a 50-50 to either play Alibi or the Cold Case. And if you miss on the Alibi, you can go coin Alibi afterwards. But then Xiaobai disagrees with that once again with coin Apprentice after the Wildfire is top deck. Man,
Here we go.
Different to how I would have approached this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, for the 3rd time today already, I'm on Team Derek for this one. But here we go for Fury.
What is this chain? This Edwin's popping off. You can just play it again. Backstab Bone Spike, perfect. Keep the draw train going.
Down to only 5 cards left in deck, though.
That's true. Oh, the Dancer too. Oh my goodness. You can go Dancer, draw another card, coin Graveyard.
Yeah, I think he needs to do that, right? Because the problem isn't making the big minion to win the game with. It's making enough things that you can actually get one of them through. So getting the graveyard down does make sense. Yeah.
So now for Xiaobai, Dawngrasp is just not an option on this turn. Without Solid Alibi having been played, even with the Cold Case that comes alongside it, you cannot tank this 9 damage and expect to win the game. I don't think. Okay, no, sorry, I'll take that back. As long as you survive the turn because you have Solid Alibi, you can consider it. But I feel like that's way too risky of an approach.
I mean, you know what damage maximum there is available, so you can work it out.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to go Alibi to get it in the pool for Dawngrasp. And then you play Dawngrasp next turn and hope to get another Solid Alibi. But the problem, of course, is you're not doing anything. You're still not killing them. You know, you don't have Mordresh in hand. You don't have Frozen Touches in hand. Your hero power is going to be dealing 5 a turn after that point, which is good, you know, but it's not killing them in 1 burst turn.
There's an intellect in the pool, right?
There is, yeah.
I mean, great, who cares? But yeah, it's helpful. Okay.
Yeah, just hoping to get some chip damage phase.
Yes, surprising amount of damage, like we was talking about earlier, coming through here.
And at the end of it all, Fury just left without a way to answer this. It's a really big problem.
Yeah, and that's it for the deck as well. I don't know what the last card is, if I'm honest, but it's not a huge one, I don't think. Because there aren't any huge ones. The huge ones are all in play.
Well, he doesn't actually currently have any way to answer this Edwin. It's only a 50-50 for Solid Alibi.
There it is.
Hits it though.
Yeah.
Oy, oy, oy. That is so big. This coming down to a 50-50 in the end for kind of the game, actually, right? You could have the 9-3, but the weapon and the Edwin would have just closed this one out. So Xiaobai
pings.
Yeah. Really getting away with something here.
My pantry is bare.
Yeah.
And that will just be game with 5 damage ping, frozen touch, plus the 1 from the fatigue. Xiaobai can take this one.
What a game. Xiaobai navigating it with confidence, to be fair. Worth pointing out as well that the players didn't have much time to practice. Normally you know your lineups and your opponents early in the week. They knew the opponents this time around, but the decks were not announced until half an hour before call time. So they had like an hour and a half to look at the lineups. So you can't just sort of practice this matchup all week and go, hey, yeah, I know everything about Mage versus the Mailbox Rogue. He did have to some degree, have put in the prep before this happened. Not an impossible prediction to know, hey, this deck's coming out. He'll have tried his own Mailbox Rogue, of course, and known that how Mage beats it. But even so, nice to see how he navigated that. Did come down to that 50-50, but he did have a plan for the matchup and gets the win because of it.
He does, yeah. I will say my spidey senses are very much tingling in the fact that I don't think that had to come down to a 50-50. I think there were some pretty strong ways that Xiaobai could have lowered that chance earlier on in the game. Like his use of coins was very liberal in those turns leading up to it, and he, like I said, the turn where he played Varden earlier on could have just been a clear on most of the board, freeze the rest of it, get some damage, get some chip damage, and then at that point you're really cooking. If you're using solid alibi while your minions are going face, that's when you're locking out the game 100%. But you know, his line of play still gave him a chance, and that chance got the win for him.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like a massively favoured matchup coming down to a 50-50 is kind of scary. So yeah,
agreed.
But it is out of the way. So Fury still with those 2 powerful decks we talked about. Xiaobai with, I guess, 2 powerful decks of his own, because the Priest, the Warlock, also very strong. We are going to see a lot of Priest, Warlock and Rogue. I've only checked today's groups, but I assume that is repeated in groups C and D as well.
Yes, yeah. I think Warlock, we're seeing a tremendous amount, with pretty much everyone just going with the Curse Imp hybrid, as has just proven to be the best version without really much of a shadow of a doubt. But this does come down to, I think, for Xiaobai, I criticized him on his play, but I think overall the main thing is that I really like his choice to bring Mage overall. I think it's a fantastic deck, given the way that this tournament has shaped up. In my opinion, the decks it has really struggled against on ladder is Paladin, number 1, is a disastrous matchup for the Mage, which there's very little of in the tournament. Warlock being ubiquitous, we can argue as a reason to not bring the Mage, as the curses just work so horribly against the Mage deck. But I don't think the matchup is that bad. It's very winnable from the Mage, both as an aggro and control standpoint you can take. And so for Xiaobai, that instant win he gets on the Mage, even with some play that I think could be shaped up slightly, is going to be a recurring theme, in my opinion, as the tournament progresses, given just how well I believe it to be suited in this metagame.
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of Rogue, but the reason we didn't put that in there necessarily in that discussion is there's so many different Rogues you can bring right now, and my argument for this particular deck not being the one to bring on a personal level is I think there's better Rogue decks out there. I think the Shark Rogue and just straight up Tempo Rogue both sort of do the job but better. I'm not saying this is a bad deck, I just think it's limited in its options. And talking of limited its options, any Rogue deck would be limited by this starting play from Xiaobai. He's in a great spot on turn 1.
Just go directly to jail, Xiaobai. This is the most illegal hand I have ever seen for Naga Priest. And by the looks of it, it's pretty much the most illegal hand that Fury Hunter has seen it as well. You could not construct a better starting hand than this one if you could pick the pieces yourself.
Wait till you see the next turn, Fury. It's not stopping.
Just dying. He needs like Mailbox Dancer next card for there to be any chance of him taking this game down, I think.
Yeah, and even then, like with the double taunts that'll be in play by then,
yeah,
like the rest of the deck might just get there. Even the taunts are irritating for this deck, so. We're trying to concoct some sort of plan.
Wow, playing the location here. Okay, this is very, very spicy.
So in the world where he gets the stenographer to do something next turn, he's got 5 damage because of it.
Right. And he's got like trade plus bone spike. This does open up a lot of clear potentials, doesn't it? Unfortunately.
A lot of at least killing something. Yeah, full clears.
Yeah.
Not so much, but yeah, killing some stuff.
Exactly. It potentially activates the bone spike, which is the main thing that was not happening with this line. That keeps that possibility alive, as there is now backstab, trade, bone spike, Frostwolf.
Yeah, backstab.
What should
Frostwolf,
I
Shadow Step,
order?
Frostwolf.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where you're at.
You get to the stenographer in the end.
Sure. Yeah. It wasn't quite working, was it? You need to save the pop-off turn for next turn. And so even though using Bone Spike here sucks big time, because that is one of your big combo tools, I agree it's worth it to get the Edwin down, as Fury Hunter is just purely on damage control right now. And he's doing an admittedly good job of that, given how terrible the situation is.
Suppression. My blood boils for war.
Yeah, he's miscounted that, I think. I think he thought he was going to get the stenographer down.
Perhaps, yeah.
Whereas if he plays the Frostwolf and Shadow Steps that instead of the Edwin, he gets it down. But then he doesn't have a play, which is what you pointed out. Then he doesn't have an Edwin anymore, so... Or an Edwin turn, so...
Yeah, I mean, it could not matter less.
Yeah, you're right.
He just got
Look at this.
priested. Yeah.
Numbers go up.
I'm gonna save the criticism, if there was any to be made, until it matters, because yeah, this one is just over. Xiaobai showing us how you play priest, not unlike that first game of the series where he was, you know, drawing the wig and the radiant at the bottom of the deck. He's just flipped it upside down, put them on the top instead, and wins the game because of it.
He's drawn the 20 cards for the first game, just left them on the side and left the 10 cards that were left on the table, just used those for his deck in the next game. That's almost exactly what's gone on there. So, 2-1, and down to his own Warlock, which we haven't seen played yet, right? But
That's right, yeah.
very powerful deck. It started off as not particularly powerful, I think, because of how the meta was when it was first made. It was a bit of an ambitious deck, but the way the meta has since gone, the fact you can play so many different ways with this deck, it's so versatile now, has led it to be possibly the best deck in the whole meta now.
Yeah, I do agree that this is the meta-defining deck at the moment. I think at the start, yes, the meta was less conducive to this deck, but I think, you know, I wasn't alone in misunderstanding what this deck is supposed to do, because as I've said, my journey with this deck, going from hating it to begrudgingly accepting it, was seeing it as a zoo deck with curses to a curse deck with zoo elements. Like,
right,
the heart of this deck is you get off to a decent start, you deal like, you know, ideally 10 chip damage, somewhere in that range, a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on how well or poorly the game goes. You draw 1,000,000 cards with Impending Catastrophe, and then you do what the deck really does, which is just curse, 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 and it's brutally powerful. This Lady Dark Vein combo with Abyssal Wave, Dark Vein, kill off one of the shadows, or the shades, sorry, that are created by it. There are very few decks in the metagame that can stand up to all that damage, which is why, again, as I said, I do believe this to just be the meta-defining deck right now.
Yeah, the thing I missed when I had the same definition as you is that if you don't get that early chip damage start, your imps sort of double up as a bad card draw engine. Like,
Yes,
if you draw it all in the wrong order and everything's gone horribly, just not where you want to be, a turn 11 circle catastrophe, sure, it's not perfect, but hey, fill my hand back up and just get more curses to do the 10 damage I missed early is a way you can still make it work. So these mishmash decks tend not to work, but the fact that your early damage does double up as doing something when it misses is key to this deck being strong, I think.
However, if we want to look at its defensive capabilities in terms of taunt, more crucially, but also life gain, it's pretty limited, actually, against the likes of Rogue, which I believe is what he's going to be facing. Fury Hunter trying this Mailbox Dancer Rogue for the 3rd time in a row. because, you know, yes, there is Touch of the Nathrazim, but there's not necessarily too many ways that you can activate it consistently. Yes, there's Zakul to heal up, but are you going to be spending 5 mana on a card that heals you for like 2 or 3? That's really not enough to be able to stand up against all the damage from a huge Draka weapon. And then once the huge minions come down off of the location, there's no way for this deck to deal with a 9/9 in stealth whatsoever. So I do think for Xiaobai, we're going to need to see an incredibly aggressive start, definitely leaning into the zoo portion of this deck, because I just don't think there's really the time, mostly, to be able to get these big curse combos online around turn 6 or 7.
Yep, agree entirely. Of course, it can just do that. I mean, circling your opening hand can do a lot of damage, especially if your opponent, something that Rogue always struggles with, and this version of Rogue struggles with even more. If you've got 6 minions on the board, it's picking them off one at a time, and either it becomes a race, does their 14/14 beat your 6/2/2s, or the Rogue ends up flailing around if you've got the location, and the Rogue has to trade their big thing into your one big imp and then slows them down. But let's see how it pans out. Flame Imp, obviously a crucial part of the opener for Xiaobai, but the circle's the bit I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think just any way to proactively spend your mana in the first few turns, we will happily gobble up as Xiaobai. But for Fury, again, the mulligan with this deck is something I'm still very much unsure on, because I know the key power cards you're looking for, like Cutlass, you're keeping to reduce the cost of your spells, obviously Shroud, obviously Location, all these big ones. But all these combo enablers, like Mailbox Dancer plus Shadow Step, is kind of the biggest combo enabler you have. That gives you so many extra cards played for Draka plus the location. But with neither Draka nor the location in hand, are you allowed to keep it, or do you just have to full toss everything bar the Cutlass to try and find, as I said, the actual combo cards themselves? Fury Hunter's taken the risk on holding the Dancer plus the Shadow Step, and he could get quite the boogie going on here, but he needs to find those combo cards to go with it.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. It's like, this either wins really easily or dies in horrible flames. And you hear what Darek thinks of that draw.
It's such a sick draw. I mean, I was anticipating that he'd trade the weapon and play the Shroud on 2, because that's what my my rogue brain has been conditioned into doing as the nuts play. But he takes an objective look at it, and I think very correctly comes away with the plan of going for killing the imp. As now, despite having played this weapon on 2, he can get rid of it with a Draka weapon here, right?
How big would it be, right? It'd be huge.
It would be enormous.
Like 10?
He's double checking. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 coins. You can play it.
I don't think he can Shroud as well, though. That's what he's checking, right? I think.
Oh, no, you definitely can't Shroud as well. No.
And it's not far off. When you say definitely, I think it is only like 1 coin off. Incredibly.
Okay, holding off 1 extra turn. I respect this, because if you can find the Stenographer, the Frost Wolf as well, then you can really start popping off in a major way.
Oh my.
Dancer. Oh, can you do it on this turn? Oh my god, you can. Wow!
Yep.
It's so much mana.
Just pressing buttons. There's things flying around everywhere. Everyone's had plenty of practice, of course, with loads of coins and Edwins, because, yeah, Sharkrogue exists as well. Oh, look at it.
And the Spectator is so far behind where Fury's at. He finished this turn about 5 minutes ago. Look at that. That is a Warlock killer right there.
Bam. Do you hear that sizzle? As he hits him for 10. Because of the rope.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he's hearing anything.
I think Xiaobai heard the sizzle. Oh my goodness, straight to the face. That'll definitely make your brain sizzle.
That's just lethal, man. This last couple of games, it's just both players drawing the nuts back to back like this. It's fun to watch, of course, but there's not really much you can say on either side. Like, we can talk about Fury Hunter's mulligan and the fact that it was a very, very risky gamble, and it paid off. you know, drastically in this instance. But for Xiaobai on the other side, you can't say anything at all. He just got rogued.
He's just looking at this. I think quite probably just working out what he's going to do next game, getting himself in the right frame of mind for it. So
it's always a trade-off for me, Lorinda, because the one half of my brain is thinking, oh, this is quite difficult to cast and make this seem like there were interesting decisions for both players. The other half of my brain is saying, oh, this is going to be a nice, easy top 5, just juicy plays, back to back to back. Don't have to think about a thing.
You just show this match and that is it. That's your top 5 plays.
Yeah. Look at this.
2-2.
Yeah, that'll do it. Absolutely nothing for Xiaobai to be doing in that one as we move to game 5. Once again, the loser of this match will not be knocked out of the tournament. These are double elimination groups of 4 that we are playing. So the loser will be going on to face the loser of Habu Gabu versus Plastic as the other 2 players in the group. But honestly, you know, if you're losing this match and say by, you know, an upset you face Habu Gabu in the losers bracket match, I'm kind of seeing that as a death sentence anyway in terms of your tournament likelihood of winning.
Yeah, absolutely. Curse Warlock versus Curse Warlock coming in. We're probably going to see quite a lot of this. And this is quite a delicate matchup, right? You quite often have to make sure your counting is absolutely on point. I know that counting shouldn't be difficult for grown adults who are playing a card game, but you've got to definitely at all times be aware of which curses have been and haven't been removed from your opponent's hand and that sort of thing, because it can just come down to knowing exactly how much damage you can do with your curses and exactly how much they're taking.
That is true, yeah, absolutely, if it does come down to the curse portion of the deck. As is always the case, you know, you are trying to go for draw the imp portion first, then the curse portion afterwards of the deck. But I do think in this particular deck, it's much more important to get that early chip damage with the imps. If you can pull ahead at the start and your opponent just whiffs on any of these early draws, getting in that 10 chip damage at the start is just makes such a difference. Because, again, that's what you need to constantly reorganize in your mind. Like, review how you look at the deck. It's not the imp portion or the curse portion in a game. It's kind of both or neither you usually end up seeing, because if you hit the powerful imp start and play Impending Catastrophe, that doesn't weaken the curse portion of your deck because you've drawn all the imp half. It bolsters it because you've drawn so many cards off the Impending Catastrophe that you end up with more curse cards afterwards. Whereas if you miss on the imp portion of the deck, you know, you have less curse cards overall. So again, it's a cop-out answer because it's the same in most matchups, but hitting that early start is so important in this deck, because while there are catch-up mechanisms in the form of Abyssal Wave and Tamsin, turn 6 is pretty late in this.
Yeah. I was going to say, sometimes the chip thing isn't 10, it's 30 as well. Like, sometimes in the mirror, you play a Flame Imp and they remove it with a touch, and then you play a location and your opponent draws a card, and then you just go circle, make a 5/5 imp, and they don't do much, and then eventually they kill it, and you play 3 mischievous imps, and they just never catch up, and you just keep hitting them with wave after wave of minions. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens often enough to be... We're going to see somebody do it this weekend for sure. Where they just cannot get ahead in the mirror. Or cannot catch up in the mirror sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think I see any differences in lists either. Like, it is a pretty solidified 30 cards at this point, but just trying to catch any tech cards. You know, we have seen some tech cards making their way back into the metagame. A sparse amount of Rustrot Viper kind of creeping its way back in, mainly in the mages, in order to fight back against the rogues and the paladins. But it's just interesting to see, because it feels like for a while now, tech cards have just been kind of non-existent in Hearthstone. Like, Rustrot Viper's not there, with the nerf to Starfish, that's fallen by the wayside. Spammy Arcanists losing popularity as well, but it's starting to come back in a small way.
I'm laughing because both players have got the same look on their face of, oh, this is kind of good, but what do I keep?
Yeah.
Because they've both got hands with decisions to make. It's like, am I going for it this way, really?
Yeah, I think the only card I would consider for Fury is the Vial Library, and even then, that one's, well, probably correct, a tough one, because you're going first, you really want that one drop, and thankfully for him, he does find it.
Yeah, Xiaobai took a little bit of a chance there, keeping him a farm. If he draws any sort of imps to back this imp up, he is absolutely flying. later on.
Yeah, that's what Fury did not want to see, however, because with the nerf to Vile Library, it only gives +1/+1 for imps you have on the board. So you cannot just give +1/+1 to take a value trade here. However, as disastrous as this start is in terms of the VT that Flame Imp is getting, the backup is very strong for Fury.
Yeah, during that circle, that's why I was laughing, because halfway through you were talking about how his hand isn't going anywhere, blah, 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 quite correctly as well. And then the Fiendish Circle just appears to make everything you said still make sense. But like suddenly there's just this 5-5 and a bunch of 1-1s coming next turn. Xiaobai will fear the circle, thinking he may be in hand already. Fury's hand, if he can fill out turn 4, could be absolutely crazy, by the way. That Refarm ready to go.
And with the Refarm on the other side, we do kind of need to think how it looks in the context of this game for Xiaobai. Do we start tapping to try and find specifically Fiendish Circle as far and away the best card to play on turn 3? Or do you just keep playing for tempo? Try and just drip feed your way through the game until you can get a big Lady Darkvein, perhaps?
Yes. At the moment, I think he has to tap, but Fury's keeping enough pressure on that he's stopping Xiaobai from being able to tap. This is kind of trying to generate the situation I was talking about in the intro, where Fury there had a chance to play the Cultist, which would have allowed for much better imps into Darkvein, into Refarm. But it would have allowed Xiaobai the time to do the tapping, which you were talking about there. Whereas doing it this way around, now Xiaobai sort of, if he trades into the 5-5, loses his board and taps, he could be in a world of trouble next turn, facing a mischievous imp or something.
Yeah, I guess trade, touch, tap is the cleanest way you have, with the Flame Imp plus the touch taking out the 5-5. What the other alternative we could look at is, even though it's terribly inefficient, dragged below, just because it sets up for Coin Darkvein on the following turn, which, while I know it's not as strong as the Abyssal Wave with Lady Darkvein, it's still potentially a lot of curses and actually quite a lot of board clear, because even though Drag Below doesn't necessarily target opponents' minions, if there are a lot more of their minions than yours, then it could still get the job done with Lady Darkvein.
Yeah, there's that route.
And rough turns for both players, hey?
Yeah, this turn 4, they've both got very, very similar hands, obviously. This turn 4, it was going to be an issue for both of them for some turn off, and now I think Fury's plan was just to play the Cultist this turn. But then he's stuck into playing a Darkvein early, which you don't really want to do on 5. In fact, you just don't want to do on 5.
You don't, yeah, and I think Fury Hunter would do most anything except playing Darkvein on turn 5, especially when you have an Abyssal Wave in the hand. Imp King Refarm will be infused anyway, I think, just with the number of imps that have died after he trades them away.
Yeah, by the time he gets there, for sure, yeah.
But a very, very interesting top deck there for Xiaobai.
Okay.
And even holding back on the coin location. It looks like both players are just all in on an Imp King Refarm game plan.
Yeah, and in which case it's who does it first. That's the one that's going to be happiest. As with most things in Hearthstone, I guess.
Right. So currently 1 minion has died for Xiaobai. Just the Flame Imp, right?
Just the Flame Imp. Yes.
In which case, if he trades away here, that's 2. And, well, basically what I'm getting at is, as long as Fury doesn't play any minions or remove anything from the board, the opposing Imp King Refarm will not be infused. I don't know how much of a read you can make on that necessarily, but it's definitely something to bear in mind.
Yeah, he's got the wave as backup, I guess, for most Refarm situations here anyway. Does put you a long way behind tempo-wise, but...
Oh, man. You have to play that, right? You can't not play it.
Yeah, he started hovering over the Darkvein. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, no. Still have to play it, but...
Yeah. Like, even if you knew your opponent's hand was a farm, you'd still very possibly make this play.
Yeah, I think so. And this is where the game... I mean, you can see already that there's quite a lot of intricate play here. This has been quite straightforward, but you can see what's coming is going to be pretty tasty.
No, I mean, yeah, like I said, even if you could see, you'd still make this play, and I think that does hold true, because Fury Hunter, say we get the obvious play of all the 1/1 imps trade into each other on this turn, and it's coin refarm. You get most likely a bunch of 3/3s on the other side. Fury does not have to play his Imp King refarm. He could just go Abyssal Wave, and then he's got Dark Vein the turn after with the Abyssal Wave, with some chip damage as well. I think Fury Hunter just has the initiative a little bit too heavily in this game. That one turn where he hit the location and then the Fiendish Circle gave him just that little bit tick too much tempo.
I mean, I agree with you for the next 2 or 3 turns, and I think that's probably going to be enough. I think there's 6 goes to face at some point here for Fury Hunter, which is huge.
Exactly.
But after the wave, the reload for Xiaobai is there with the Mischievous Imp and the Library, and Fury is going to have to deal with that. I think he can just play his own farm and not die, but he's going to have to just make sure, do some counting. But I imagine that Fury Hunter gets there.
Yeah, I agree. 7 goes face. You give him curse number 2 with Abyssal Wave.
8 if he doesn't get rid of it. Whatever he does, you're on 23. And then you've got your own farm they have to clear up. Yeah, Fury should be okay. He can definitely go wrong. He can definitely lose this game. Like, this is not a foregone conclusion, but he is in a very strong situation here.
He, of course, currently needs some way to actually kill off the Lady Darkvein Shades. However, if he wants to go for the clear on the same turn, which is a very big difference, because if Xiaobai was to load up the board again with, say, Mischievous Imp or Darkvein or whatever, Fury Hunter would ideally like to get a clear on the same turn.
So this was quite brave from Fury, because there's a lot of ways for Xiaobai to do 2 damage in this deck to the Imp. Not a lot of ways, but enough ways with all the card draw to do 2 damage and keep his own farm up. So I keep on about counting, which sounds really basic, but Fury Hunter making sure he gets there here, because he's going to take 6 extra damage doing it this way. And he's just relying that Xiaobai can't afford not to trade into it if he has no way to remove it. Yeah, so he got the 6 damage there nicely.
Okay, still no answer to actually kill off this Lady Darkvein, which means that if he wants to just go Imp King refarm, he's going to tank 12 at minimum on the other side.
I think he probably allowed for this in his calculations last time. It's going to be more than 12, because there's the location as well. Ready to... Oh, it's already buffed. Sorry. Yeah, it's closed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which means that there are outs for his opponent, I think, but they're pretty limited.
Yeah, it's one of those that's really hard to cast sometimes, because it's obvious you jam a farm here. But that's because we can see both hands. He hasn't got that advantage. He has to work out how he can go wrong.
Well, having said that, are there actually outs? Like,
can you get Dark Vein cursed to death for 11?
Well, there's only 1 curse that's been played so far for Xiaobai, so 2 curses are going to deal 2 and then 3. He needs to deal 11 extra damage. I don't actually think there are outs. The question for Fury Hunter is less like how do you not die this turn, it's how do we kill them next turn, which obviously at first glance appears to be refarm, but we need to start thinking whether it was some kind of card draw play was the correct way to go about it, because you could have got an impending catastrophe and basically tried to draw through to either touch the Nathrazim or ideally drag below in order to kill off this Lady Darkvein Shade.
Yeah, there was also, do I play my Flame Imp or not? But I think the worlds where it goes wrong are the worlds where he gets waved anyway, so you don't play the Flame Imp. But he was just making sure that if you play the Flame Imp, it wasn't going to cost him a lethal opportunity.
have for Xiaobai is a fantastic top deck as well. Being able to trade in one of the 3/3s into a farm, you Abyssal Wave, everything else goes face. And he's homing in on lethal. Like, Fury Hunter needs a big draw here to kill off the Dark Vein.
Really does.
That's not it. You can tap for Touch of the Nathrazim and still hit lethal.
He can imp Catastrophe if he wants to. That won't be lethal. That would just keep him alive, but give him a lot of cards.
But it wouldn't actually be lethal even then. It would be 3 and then 4, I think, for Fury Hunter.
Yeah, I think he's looking to not die here and win the turn after, honestly.
Right.
Or he can just go Brand Dark Vein now and close his eyes.
Oh! That would be very, very bold. Which means we now do have an out for Xiaobai. If he can find a way to kill off his Lady Dark Vein on this turn, he could win the game here with just a face attack, Dark Vein, and then kill off one of the Shades for 3 and then 4. But it's not there. Both players have this ultimate combo with Brand plus Lady Dark Vein, but no one has a way to kill off the Shades. This is so tense.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, and Xiaobai does have the luxury of being in so much trouble that he might as well Brand Dark Vein here.
Let the ritual of absolution commence.
Furies can't believe it.
Oh my goodness, this was unbelievably close. Oh no, wait, but oh, you trade and then it, oh, this is such a sick play.
I missed it. Yeah.
Oh, and Fury dies first. Oh, what a sick spot from Xiaobai.
Yeah, I'd missed that. That's another one for your plays, though. That was a fantastic play.
That is so clever. Oh, what a heartbreaker for Fury. Like, who knew that the line for Xiaobai was to accept the curses, but obviously to do it on his turn, so that it waits until the start of his next turn in order for the curse to actually activate. It's just one of those things you don't often see, because curses are, you know, usually added during your opponent's turn to your hand rather than your own turn. But such a clever line by Xiaobai to find the lethal out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've covered every other option, but that one was slipped through, and Xiaobai didn't slip through. Showing something you said at the very, very start of the show. He's going to have to show us sort of that he's here, get his name out there, and show us that he's still got what it takes. Despite having an 8-0 in the previous Masters Tour, so we've been a little bit harsh there. But yeah, showing absolutely, with the way he wrapped this up, how to get through there. Fury seemed to think he'd won there for a moment as well. And yeah, Xiaobai working it out, getting it done, and going through to the upper bracket final. One win away from going to those quarterfinals.
Yeah, and when I say Xiaobai still has something to prove, I am judging him on the level of full championship.
Yeah.
One of the toughest tournaments in Hearthstone history, not on the level of average Hearthstone pleb. He's obviously cleared that bar. But I agree. I think after that potential shaky game we saw at the start on the Mage, which I did disagree with, moving on from that, I think he's just been playing some very, very strong Hearthstone. Like, you know, those couple in the middle with the Priest on one side, the Rogue on the other, both players just got dumpstered one way and then the other, very little decision making there. But that was just a nice way to close out the series for Xiaobai, who does now go up to the winners match of Group A, waiting to face either Habu Gabu or Plastic, which, you know, if we want to look at it in terms of notoriety, in terms of the skill we know these players have, is one of the most one-sided matchups in the tournament. But Plastic, again, I would have said that Fury Hunter was the favorite going into that match, and Xiaobai taking the win. So who knows? Plastic could be going up to the winners bracket match. And then in the first elimination match of the tournament, we could have Fury versus Habu Gabu, which just seems absurd right out the gate.
Yeah, that would be, just a way to start the tournament, just kick out one of the players we've been talking about all year. But there's a long way to go before that happens. So let's get those players set up. Back to you in about 3 minutes with more action here from the Fall Championships.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven and joining me is Soto, and we'll be bringing you the next match from Group A. And what a way we've just seen, kicking off the whole tournament. Sort of a very close series, pretty much coming down to the wire. And honestly, a really good display of what the meta looks in like prime condition, right? Some of those decks were really popping off in that previous series. So definitely probably a look at what's to come this weekend.
Yes, the meta game that we have is incredibly explosive. I referred to it in the previous meta tour as a pressure meta game, which for me is the best way to describe it. You do have, decks with slow scaling win conditions. You do have combo decks. You do have some board-based aggro decks, but they're all trying to pressure the opponent in one way or the other, right? Either it's board and tempo and constant pressure in the way that's more conventional and people will understand, or there's the pressure of that ticking clock that your deck has, right? Whether that is a skeleton mage or whatever else, where damage adds up over time, hero powers add up over time, or whether that's a deck like Boar Priest with a true conventional combo win condition. There is a ridiculous amount of pressure both on the board and on the players individually because of what's at stake here. And I really liked the way that Derek ended that off as saying, we have to hold these players to high standards now, because it's important to look at, and it's sometimes difficult to get the point across when we're doing these events. We're all sat here in our offices, in our bedrooms, the players are playing from home. It's sometimes hard to communicate the scale, the increasing intensity that these tournaments are having throughout the year, the standard of player that we now have here, and the stakes that are involved in this tournament are enormous. So what we're seeing is a very tricky, very explosive metagame trying to be handled by some of the very, very best players in the world. And we are staring at one of those people right now, looking into those beautiful eyes, Raven. Habu Gabu has been perhaps the player of 2022.
Yeah, I agree. And just one of the best just players of Hearthstone in every form, right? Done well in Battlegrounds, done very well in Mercenaries, and is not only good at playing the game, but also the creative side of Habu Gabu really kicks in. And we can see that in this lineup, as you can see. Aggro Demon Hunter, Enrage Warrior, and then of course Tempo Rogue and Naga Priest, definitely decks we are a little bit more familiar with. But Habu Gabu not afraid to do his own thing, and honestly, right now, Sol, as you can see, if anyone should be confident, I think Habu Gabu is one of those people, right, in terms of just going with what they think is good, almost regardless of what the general meta says. But talked about this Enrage Warrior, not a deck we've seen too often in competitive play, or even high on ladder for that matter.
Well, as always, Raven, as going on, 7 years of experience will give you at this point, the question is perfectly synergistic, because what you were talking about before, Habu Gabu's off-the-wall deck building, his innovation, and how he should feel confident, ties exactly in, from his perspective at the very least, to this deck, because he tweeted this morning saying, "Yup, nailed it. I predicted what my group was going to do, and my lineup is great." And looking at the way the lineups have panned out, I think there are a couple of decks in particular, but that ubiquitous Curse Imp Warlock that Derek and Lorinda were talking about in the previous series, I think is one of those decks that is causing Habu to want to go with this Warrior. It does have a reasonable matchup against it on ladder, one of the few decks that really stands toe-to-toe with Curse Imp. And I do think Habu Gabu's lineup in general, this is something that he does, not to the degree that, let's say, like a Super Fake or Fled was doing in Grandmasters, where it was hard counters every week, but Habu always looks for that little edge in deck building, and that has been the cornerstone of his success throughout this year, which has been incredible for him. But on the other side, we do have the person that we have to fairly describe as the underdog in this matchup, and perhaps one of the underdogs and dark horses of the tournament. But Plastic has had a fantastic record himself this year in particular. That last stat at the bottom is the one that we really need to focus in on here. 18-6 record in Masters Tours throughout the year, which got him here. That is a 5-3, a 6-2, and a 7-1 in the last 3 Masters Tours to get to this point. So that shows that he is a player that is comfortable in I say this meta because they can all roughly be grounded in this meta that we have now. Those last 3 Masters Tours have been played to some degree with existing decks that we are still seeing in the current meta game. So Plastic is showing that he is very, very comfortable at the moment, on top of his game as far as Hearthstone is concerned, and peaking at the right time, right? If you want to get into form, this is the time you want to do it.
100%. And regardless of whether you think Plastic's the underdog in the tournament, I would say he is pretty rightly the underdog in this group at least. But we've seen Fury Hunter fall already in his initial match. Take a look at this matchup though. It's going to be the Warrior versus the Jackpot Rogue. And I've actually been sat jamming Jackpot Rogue since the early hours of this morning because I got up extra early like an idiot. But the deck's kind of interesting, right? Because it has 2 halves to it. There's of course all the generation that you use. You know, how well Jackpot can, you know, give you some answers to the puzzles the game gives you. But also the secret package, actually, I feel is much more, of course, reliable and not powerful because, of course, you can high roll the Jackpot, but just like consistent parts of the deck, right? The secrets draw you cards, generate secrets, and the cards you use to activate those secrets are pretty solid as well. So from what I've had from, you know, putting some games in on this list, it's definitely tricky. You are reliant on having a way to actually end the game, which I think is the hardest bit. But I do think it's one of the decks that Plastic has that does have game versus the likes of this Warrior and the aggro Demon Hunter and such that Habu Gabu has, because it has pretty solid early game tools. Actually, you can actually be quite defensive if you need to.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I did personally expect to see more of the Miracle-style rogues, if you want to describe them that way. You know, the Draco location, lots of coins, whatever method you're going with to make that happen. I expected that to be a more popular strategy overall, but I would also have expected to see at least a couple of Jackpot Rogues in the tournament overall, and that's kind of exactly where we panned out. And obviously, that speaks to different strategies in your lineup as a whole and what you're going to end up being targeting. But Jackpot Rogue in general is, you know, some people would say inconsistent, some people would say flexible, right? You do open...
depends if you're winning or not.
Exactly, yeah. You do open a lot of boxes via the deck, which can, you know, to some people reduce the feeling of agency, make it a frustrating experience. A lot of people want to play more straightforward, consistent decks where you control everything, which is generally what like combo style decks like the other form of Rogue are, right? It's very few RNG effects in the deck overall. It's very straightforward. You can argue draw RNG or whatever else. But to some people, they find a lot of skill expression, they find a lot of edge in the ability to open those boxes and then adapt to the game plan that's being presented to them. And that is really the difference between someone who's playing Jackpot Rogue for fun on ladder and someone who is bringing it to a high level like this.
Well, let's get into it. Game 1, it's the second match of the day. Still an initial match from Group A, of course. It's going to be this Enraged Warrior from Habu Gabu on the top, going up against Plastic on this Jackpot Rogue. And again, just already, and this is one of the fears as well that you have when playing Jackpot Rogue, is your opening hand really dictates the pace of the game. Because right now, looking extremely slow here for Plastic, which is normally okay in a lot of matchups, but not necessarily against this Enraged Warrior, because outside of the Bone Spike, there's not a lot of answers available in the deck, or at least consistent ones. You really do need those secrets to start drawing through the deck and giving you other secrets to actually sort of fight back versus aggro.
Yes, indeed. Cutlass found, Cutlass traded. Obviously, in some situations, we saw it in the previous series, actually, in aggro-based matchups, you will just go ahead and use that Cutlass to be able to attack the board state directly. Plastic doing no such rubbish here, trading it away and actually choosing to hold on to the Bone Spike. You always had the option, right? That the weapon was never going to be equipped because you had the almost guaranteed situation of being able to discount the Bone Spike with the trade anyway, and then be able to deal with the Trog if you really want to. But Plastic just says, no, not interested at all. Just going to leave it hanging around.
So full of sin.
Yeah, this the Ghastly Gravedigger that's in hand now for Plastic is one of the more powerful cards in the deck, and again, part of that reliable package I was talking about. 3 mana 4/3 that basically just puts a card from your opponent's hand back in the deck, if you have a secret active, of course. is super powerful because it just removes a card. There's no trade-off like Theotar where you swap cards or anything like that, right? You do just reduce your opponent's hand size down by 1, which is pretty powerful. Unfortunately, though, for Plastic, as I said, without those early game secret proc effects, not really a great plan for it. But my question is, Sol, is this just a drop the Gravedigger anyway kind of play? Because it does challenge the 1/4, and that is actually a very powerful card in Gabu's deck. Arguably one of the most powerful cards in this Enrage Warrior.
Yeah, sometimes it is as simple as just play your arena numbers, right? Like, get the Serrated Bone Spike out there, deal with the minion, but 4-3 against 1/4, yeah, you will absolutely take that every day of the week. But this curve from Habu Gabu is very aggressive early on, had location, had early curve, and you see just, again, it seems like a while since we've seen Rakara doing Rakara things in Hearthstone, but there you have it. You know, that is a very mid Rakara in general, right? Like 1 minion on the board and the Rakara trades itself off immediately. But it's just such a massive tempo swing immediately. Solves the problem of the bad arena trade on the other side, and then just gets to consolidate the Anima Extractor. Really smooth opening so far for Habu.
And like I said, I am sure Plastic is worried now, because not only was his next draw Contraband Stash, and obviously not good right now because his whole hand achieves nothing, but like I said, the one card you don't want to just sit around on your opponent's side of the board is that Anima Extractor, because it's just going to get value all of the time. The location's there for Habu as well. He can build the board up now. Again, Habu's hand looks relatively weak, but with Finley and playable cards, I think the big question now is, Sol, yeah, Habu has cards and his opponent does not. Is that just enough?
Yeah, you've spotted it, Raven. Playable cards.
I've heard that's pretty good.
Can I interest you in playing some cards this turn?
Yeah. And Habu's one like live tap away from a good time right now. Oh, okay. Oh! We go the other way. Yep, that's fine as well.
That's a bingo.
Oh, Tooth is gonna have to do work, but he can't actually get anything low enough, right?
Yeah, breakpoints just
Can I interest
really
you
are not there.
in another arena card, Sol, by the name of Queen Ashara?
Well, see, you know, it's been a while since I played a lot of arena, but you know, 4-3 into 1-4, oh yeah, that tickles my fancy. 5-5 into a 6-6, significantly less good.
I think what's even worse is 5-5 into just ignore the 5-5.
Yes,
and just
correct.
kill them seems reasonable too.
You are absolutely right. Going back to Habu Gabu's previous turn, though, he was quite deliberate in the order of which he damaged his minions and played his cards, which could have ended up playing into that Tooth of Nefarian breakpoint that we were talking about following. So, you know, Habu Gabu, even though he is miles ahead in this situation, is just making sure he's taking care of the little things where appropriate. And those little things are adding up very quickly into one huge early win as it is looking right now. And I'm staring at Plastic's hand trying to make something happen. It does not look particularly likely.
Yeah, and it is a drawback of this deck, right? You are running so many cards that rely on other good things happening first. That you can get stuck. Whereas, like I said, as you've seen, like, none of this is the early, you know, the secret package part of the deck, which is the part of the deck I enjoy. So, yeah, Plastic's just been sat around, not really had the best options given to him here. Does have tiny toys with this Trickster. I'm trying to think if there's anything, like, truly mind-blowing that can come out of this.
It's the only out for sure out of those options. The other option was just to take Altar of Fire and just burn some cards to make yourself feel better and then concede, but this is the one that theoretically could have had at least a small chance of an out in this situation, but thanks to that Hunter hero power, or with the location waking up anyway, Habu Gabu, there is that smile. Like, it's always Enrage Warrior. You idiots, what are you doing? Why do you not have Enrage Warrior in your lineup?
Yeah, imagine not bringing a deck that you see maybe once every 2 weeks on ladder.
It's just Habu Gabu 101 is that he has this ability to show. So you compare him to like Jambray, right? I think that's a fairly obvious comparison for people who are familiar with Jambray, where it seems for a while with both of them that they're the only one capable of playing their own decks, right? Like when Naga Mage first appeared, no one else was winning with Naga Mage except Habu Gabu.
Right.
The difference, and this is, you know, not trying to be cruel to Jambray. Jambray has created some meta decks, but with Habu Gabu, everyone else then catches up and goes, oh, Habu was actually right. Now that I've learned to play this deck to the level that Habu Gabu has, this is actually the best deck in the game. But Habu just seems to consistently be that 1 or 2 steps ahead of everyone else with deck building. In this year in particular, he just has seemed to be able to see the matrix when it comes to both ladder decks and tournament decks in this instance. Obviously, very small sample size at this point. And he doesn't always get it right. Habu Gabu brought Pirate Warrior a few tournaments ago.
Yeah.
That would, like, I know, I'm still not on board with that one by any regards, but generally a lot more hits than misses in Habu Gabu's case.
Yeah, next up we are going to have this aggro Demon Hunter again. You generally see the Relic version we saw in the previous series a lot more often in the meta in general. But this aggro Demon Hunter, again, it's not like a completely random deck, right? I would argue it's more common than you see something along these lines than you'd see in Rage Warrior. And it just still has the good tools, right? It still has those good early game cards with the addition of some of the newer ones to help out with just going even more aggressive. Not really going for that it's an aggro deck, but here's my late game stuff as well. It's just, no, I just kill them quick. And again, looking at the lineup, the Warlock can fall to that. The Rogue, as we've seen, can easily fall to that kind of aggression. And honestly, because it's so many early game minions and so much pressure, the Warlock can trip over too. So it's going to be the Warlock matchup we see, Sottle, but where would you put this, at least for Plastic, in terms of, is it a good, is it not good, but better matchup against the Demon Hunter, or is it one of his lesser matchups that he's got?
It's not great, I would say, overall. I think in general, like, as I said, Habu Gabu's strategy was just, yeah, you're all being really obvious. You're going to bring Curse Warlock, and I'm going to beat Curse Warlock a bunch. And actually, you know, I was talking about how the Warrior has a decent matchup against the Warlock and kind of highlighting that, A, because it's the deck we were dealing with, and B, because it's the weirdest deck in the lineup to talk about. This one, I think, even has a stronger matchup against the Warlock overall than the Warrior does. So I do think the Imp Warlock is going to be a problem for Plastic. I think the Imp Warlock is going to be a problem for most of Habu Gabu's opponents throughout this tournament, which, you know, overall puts Habu in a pretty good position when you look at the amount of Warlock that we are seeing from his potential opponents.
Yeah, and it is interesting just looking at a lot of these decks where, at least the aggro decks that Habu's chosen to bring, there's none of that. Like, so many decks right now are saying, oh, I'll play aggro, but I'll chuck like Denathrius and a couple of late game cards in the deck, right, just to try and play out that kind of scenario.
Yep.
But with Habu, he's like, nope, Kurtrus is as high as I'm going to go here because Kurtrus is nearest damn it an aggro card anyway. So, and that's it. So even this full mulligan he's had to commit to, the likelihood of him getting just a decent curve is so high with this deck. I think even the full mulligan, he was like, yeah, it's probably going to be okay. And as we can see, it's looking okay.
Foe vanquished.
That Dispose, by the way, monstrous draw off the top. He had both of the killer 2-drops in hand. You generally, when playing aggro Demon Hunter, really, really, really want to hit one of those 2-drops, either as the play we saw from Habu Gabu or the Bibliomite. Habu had both, but because, again, I feel like we've been talking about arena trades a lot already, because there was 3-2 against 1-3 on board, you didn't want to pass your turn without playing a spell because it gave your opponent too much tempo in terms of trades going back the other way. So, yeah, 0 mana 3 attack off the top for a card away, that works out pretty perfectly from Habu's perspective on that turn.
Plastic with the coin and Fiendish Circle gonna have to hold off because he can just see his whole all the imps would just get farmed anyway. Normally a very strong option for this Warlock deck to be able to coin out those imps and take control. It's just going downhill. Now he does have Fiendish Circle, Coin and Grimoire, but that still puts him, you know, I wouldn't say behind, but doesn't put him ahead.
I think behind is a very fair assessment of the situation he finds himself in, on the board at least. Obviously, these draws are going to have to hit here for Habu Gabu. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Clears the board, pushes another 7 to face, limiting the life taps from the opponent, making life just a little bit difficult. But he is going to need some gas off the top over the next couple of turns, or just even the armor from Dreadlich Tamsin might be able to drag Plastic back into the equation at this point.
Yeah, let's see what Habu draws, but I do think this is suddenly a race, you know, to kill him in turn 5. Oh my goodness, there's Plastic with the thumbs up, well played. What a draw.
My blood boils for
Absolutely revolting in the prediction as well.
Pushing extra damage with that Naga, even if it's just 1. But now we're looking at Chaos Strike, Fell Barrage, and like I said, Plastic has to get to turn 6 safely, and he simply cannot. And in the blink of an eye and a double thumbs up from Habu, that's going to be 2 games to 0, Sol. Oh. Is Habu just a genius?
Sometimes you roll out of bed in the morning, you play some Hearthstone, and you're just Habu Gabu. And in Habu's perspective, you don't even have far to go. Look how he barely has to travel after rolling out of bed, being Habu Gabu,
roll out of bed,
and then playing some Hearthstone. Absolutely ridiculous. I said he was gonna need some heat off the top. There aren't so much dead draws in a outright aggro deck like this. It's kind of finely tuned for most cards that you draw to be useful, because that's how aggro decks work. You're sometimes quite limited on card draw. As you see, you spend your hand. You have mechanics that reduce the size of your hand overall. So you do tune your deck in this way where most draws off the top are useful. But there are a lot of cards in the deck that weren't useful in that specific situation. Any minion that's just stats on the board, I think, would start to get over-contested and dealt with by Plastic. He needed to draw damage specifically, or just an enormous amount of resources in one turn, which then gives him all the damage that he needed, which is exactly what happened in that situation. This could not be going better for Habu Gabu at this point. This is the absolute dream start so far. For the player, of course, in this tournament, who is already qualified for the World Championship. This isn't even necessary. Habu's just flexing on fools at this point.
Yeah, and that does add to the confidence we were talking about earlier. Habu would have probably done something like this anyway, even if he was fighting for a world spot. But the fact that he's already got it locked up, like, this is just a joy for him. He is now going to be going on a, Tempo/Draco Rogue. This isn't the one with, like, all the crazy coins and everything. This is close enough to, like, the previous metas one, like pre-mini set, right? The one that a lot of players were jumping into just right at the end there. And he's just said, you know what, this is good enough. And he's going to be lining up against this Rogue from Plastic, which once again is, of course, that jackpot. And again, so I just asked the question, yeah, yes, the secrets are good. And Plastic actually has Null and secrets available, or at least a secret available for now. But if Habu just makes a board, or, the big push in one way or another, it's not that great ways to answer it, honestly. So Plastic has to just find something that will actually stop Habu getting away with this.
Okay, Plastic has picked up visually a little bit here, but I feel like Plastic has gone through like the last 4 years of my life, just in terms of in a few camera cuts back and forth to us and back to here. He started off, he was youthful, he was optimistic, he was excited about the future, and then fast forward 4 years, you're jaded, miserable. just honestly, it's been a tough few minutes, really, because that's all we can describe the period of time that's passed as for Plastic at this point. But yeah, he is still capable of winning this series, and even if this series will continue to be completely cursed for him, he can still get a spot at Worlds due to the format of the tournament. This will not be over here by any regard, no matter what the outcome.
Yep, the winner does go on to play Xiao Bai, and the loser goes on to play Fury Hunter in the elimination match. So we're going to be going through all that Group A and Group B today, so make sure to stay tuned throughout the day to see all the results. But for now, really is on Plastic to try and fight back, get something done. One of the very powerful things that you can get is actually when you get to discover and activate a secret from a different class, like Objection for me seems to be by far the most powerful one to get, because you just say no to a minion or set that up on the turn you're playing on actually going wide on board anyway. So
Step.
see if that comes
Prep.
into play.
I saw the
Is it
reaction
subtle?
from Habu, and I knew it had to be good. I was assuming 0 mana spell. I just guessed the wrong one. Preparation ending up being the draw that comes out here for Habu. This is, again, a revolting looking hand.
Yeah, this is pretty filthy. Like, Habu can do whatever he wants. He's going to pop the library early, of course, so he can Bone Spike and gets to play pretty much all the cards in his hand.
Can I interest you, Raven, in playable cards?
You know what, Sol? You can always interest me in playable cards. They're my favorite kind of cards. And even though it's only, I say only, a 7 damage weapon, it's the pressure on board. There is the snake there for Plastic, and I believe that is Oasis, right?
Oasis ally.
So something. He does get to kill off the Draco with the snake, but
Cool.
that's about it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, honestly, real talk, this just start with Jackpot and see what you're offered, because I feel like that's what Plastic will need.
Yeah, I mean, attacking that from the other side is, where's your mana going otherwise if you don't end up doing that this turn? You may just feel pressured into using the null here instead, which is, I think, what's going to happen, because then you can drop the dagger and take care of a little bit more of the board. Fully respect this as well. And Habu now really in a very similar position to where we saw him in the previous game. He's miles ahead, but he just needs a little bit of gas to get himself over the line here.
Oh, now he's got a choice of 3. Actually kind of interesting, right? Like, I'm not sure what his numbers are on Shroud to get Van Cleef. High.
Stenographer's 1 null and the Edwin, I think, are remaining.
Yeah, okay.
Maestro, of course.
Maestro,
The forgotten minion always.
Yeah, the minion that's, no one really wants there, but you have to invite them.
Sounds like you are speaking from experience, Raven.
Yep. Yes, I am.
Oh, that's so disarming. You should have tried that years ago, like sounding genuinely upset about things that I say to you.
I didn't think it would last long, though. That's the problem.
It won't, no.
Like, I feel sorry for you. One Habu Gabu game of Hearthstone later. Yeah.
So many options.
You can't always trust what you see.
For the prep here, is this to be just looking at prep poly here if something big comes out as a potential answer, and still having sprint available if Plastic needs it next turn?
It could end up just being for the sprint itself as well, right? Just recognizing that he needs to draw options and draw them cheaply so that he still has mana to spend. But yeah, I think the fear of the board that's coming down on the other side will dictate that a polymorph will be required here, but it's still just not necessarily going to be good enough, right? It's a chunk of damage left on the board.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Prep, mass polymorph, kill 2 of them. There's still 2 very dangerous looking sheep on that board, and Plastic cannot ignore it at all. But this is the problem, right? What's the draw even looking for at this point? There is now Stranger, so he could actually get hold of an Ice Barrier, which would help out a lot.
Where you followed?
That's the Shadow Step if he... Oh, okay, gets the barrier. Could actually Shadow Step and still go for a Paladin secret?
Or, I mean, it's defensive. Yes, it can prevent some damage. It might stop lethal this turn, but it's not addressing the board state, is it? That's the real problem here.
No,
on the
but
side.
I think for this turn, there's nothing else left to do, right? The other options to use with this hand don't really exist. Avenge, not really the one you were looking for, but okay. would imagine now Habu's got a reasonable, or at least rough idea of what these secrets are.
Oh, Plastic, I'm so sorry. This is not how anyone wanted it to go. I'm sure least of all you, but that is going to be a disgusting, a rapid, a blink and you will miss it 3-0. And my heart goes out, honestly. Like, I was already a Habu Gabu fan going into this, but I think it's impossible after seeing that from Plastic. Like, basically a zero agency loss in that situation, right? Like, very little that you can do about that. I now find myself being a Plastic fan as well. Like every Man City fan in the country, I am now a Plastic fan. So I really, really hope and look forward to seeing the redemption arc begin now for Plastic as we progress through this tournament.
Yeah, and I think the big deal here, at least for specifically Plastic, from maybe even a mental point, but he must really hope Habu wins his next match, right? Because he will not want to play if he does win, right? You just would not want to play that match again. Really impressive performance from Habu. And of course, you know, his decks did him some favors in that series, but also he was looking good regardless, right? Like, as you said, the lineup did its job to an extreme level, of course, but
yes,
you can see why Habu brought what he brought, even without the, I guess, sort of, you know, fortunate draws at certain points in the game. Well, that's what the deck does. Like we talked about the Demon Hunter is, well, yeah, he drew probably the best card he could have drawn, but any of the draws in his deck would have progressed his plan, right? Would have dealt damage in that matchup, would have pressured, and then guess what? His next draw would have probably dealt damage and put some pressure on. So really heads-up play there from Habu Gabu. Again, unfortunate for Plastic, but what a series, Sol. Blink of an eye.
And I do think that is an important point to look at, because when you said he'll be hoping Habu Gabu, he doesn't have to play Habu Gabu again, I sort of thought, like, personal mentality, I would almost quite like to play Habu again, because I feel like if you got that revenge, got over that hump, and then progressed through the tournament, mentally that sets you up the best, right? To have slain that demon immediately. The problem is, yes, that is, you know, a top 1% outcome for Habu Gabu overall, but just lineup-wise, in a vacuum, I don't think you want to face that matchup again if you're Plastic in general. So yes, that was bad luck, but you do also have to focus on the deck building from Habu. You do literally have to. It's impossible to ignore. He'll tell you about it if nothing else. You know, like he'll get you there. So I think, you know, fantastic performance from Habu, but once again, commiserations. That's not how anyone wants to see this tournament go for one of the players that very much deserves to be here. So, you know, fingers crossed for Plastic going forward.
Yeah, of course, Plastic not out. He'll face Fury Hunter in the lower bracket match. But we are going to go to a quick break. Just like that was a whole series, and you might have missed it. But we are going to go to a break while we set up the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
everybody, and welcome back to the Fall Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Neil, a.k.a. Lorinda, a.k.a. Bond. And we have the pleasure of bringing you the winners match for Group A, which is going to be Xiao Bai versus Habu Gabu, who he won in like 20 minutes, Neil.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I have both sort of the match in progress and the feed, the slightly delayed feed on. The delayed feed was still going when Habu Gabu had won this. So, yeah, spoilers to those of you who are in the future of to what would happen in the past or something. Yeah, absolutely flew through with that warrior deck. Once again, Habu just being tempted to bring the deck that nobody else would bring, and this time so far going really well with it.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, and the one thing that I do want to know, I don't want to note this because it just happened. Like I was going to talk about like Habu Gabu and how he's had a heck of a year, but he just won. Like the intro to the previous match where Sottle and Raven talked about this was like literally 25 minutes ago, and then
no one listens to them, so do it again.
I don't want to, though. It was too recent. Just know this. He's had a heck of a Hearthstone.
He has had a year.
Just put it that way.
An absolute Hearthstone.
Yeah, whereas Xiao Bai coming off a barn burner against Fury Hunter to start things off and was barely able to take the win in that Warlock matchup. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to stand up to what's a little bit more of an aggressive lineup from Habu Gabu, and Xiao Bai going to be opening with the Temple Rogue.
Yep, Xiao Bai, we understand he's a confidence player, plays a lot better when things are going his way, and spotting that lethal in the first match will definitely have done a lot for his confidence. And of course, playing the whole group in the day will also help that. If you're in a good mood, you're playing the whole group in the day. I think last time around we had a cut-off at sort of halfway through the day, and they played it again, one of the groups 2 days later or something. And today, you just get it all done nice and clean. And Xiao Bai, he's going to stand up to it, is my point. Whether his lineup can stand up to it, I think Habu is very happy with the lineup he has brought. Different matter, but Xiao Bai is definitely showing that he personally is going to stand up very well today.
Yeah, and you saw the bans on your screen. Pretty expected, right? The priest banned away from Habu Gabu, and the mage banned away from Xiao Bai. The mage does seem like the deck that is just the hardest to kill with anything that relies on board, right?
Yep.
Or even, just combo-centric stuff, because they have so many ways to disrupt, to freeze boards, to gain life. So makes sense to get that out of the way. So we're going to see the Rogue versus the Aggro Demon Hunter to start things off. Bibliomite MVP. I'm ashamed that it's not in the key cards.
I mean, it should have been, but there were things happening. TJ,
there's a lot of good
key cards up
stuff here. These are some pretty good key cards, especially the Sightless Magistrate. It's a meta call card, right? If you're playing against these kind of slow, more control-oriented decks, Sightless Magistrate is just absolutely nuts. It's a good body for a great effect against other decks that tend to hold cards in their hand.
And also has synergy with Bibliomite, as you can see there in those key cards, because it gets back the cards that you get rid of. Yeah, so, we were close. I don't know whether to go with misclick, tired, or stupid as my excuse, but it's one of those three things as to why these key cards just make no sense.
I mean, Metamorphin is pretty important, right, for the overall game plan. Because sometimes it's only a 1/2, sometimes it's 3/4. So I feel like that's a big deal, something that we can't ignore. Speaking
Thank you, TJ.
Magistrate,
you've always had my back. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, Xiao Bai does have the Shroud in the opening hand. Good. Serrated Bone Spike, also good. Null, probably good also. Maybe a tradable to look for, just to have a turn 1 play. But other than that, I'm happy. Against the tempo deck, especially Serrated Bone Spike. Shroud is almost always a keep. Null, depending on whether you keep Shroud or not, but it would guarantee that with the Shroud, you could play the Null for tempo. Looks like a 3 keep from my perspective.
Yeah, the Null's going to be annoying into the Bibliomite should that come up, because obviously it doesn't really do anything. Which goes back to a point I made earlier in the day about the submission for this tournament. Normally, these 16-player tournaments, they have a day or two to look over their opponents. Oh, here he comes!
Oh,
Bang!
it's unkillable.
Know that. But today, Xiaobai may not even have had a chance to ever test this matchup. Like, they learned their matchups 30 minutes or an hour before the tournament started. And, I mean, lots of people would have tested against Relic Demon Hunter. I don't know how many would have tested against pure aggro, though. What do you think?
Well, purely from making out of the group standpoint, the call that Habu Gabu made is actually incredible, right? Knowing that, deck submission is so close to actual playtime, knowing that your opponents can't really test against what you're going to bring something that, you're specifically targeting a certain kind of lineup that's also goes against the grain a little bit, right? It's a good call. Once we move into Sunday, if Habu Gabu does make it out of this group, it's going to be a little bit of a different story because players will have a chance to test against the lineup and see it in action. But for now, Habu Gabu deals 5.
Just trusting himself, which is the thing. If you're Habu Gabu, it's a bit easier to do, but it's the thing that he does best, I think, is just go, okay, well, I think this is the answer, therefore this is the answer, therefore I'm just going to do it. And he's done that time and time again.
This is so much damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh my gosh.
Do I need this multi-strike for anything, or can I just wedge it into the face?
I just like multi-strike and glaive. I guess you could go multi-strike.
Just wedge it.
Yeah, there we go. And
Take some more.
This is the... No, I don't know. I want to say it's the right way to do it, right? Because you sacrifice 1 damage to face to hold on to an extra charge of Dread Prison Glaive, which is not that big of a deal because you're going to get that 1 damage anyway. Xiaobai already down to 15.
He's role-playing. When he takes damage in the game, he's taking the damage in real life. Like, he's visibly moving backwards every time he gets hit for these 5s.
Literally can't kill the Bibliomite. It's dealt 10 points of damage. It's going to deal 15 points of damage.
Yeah.
I can't even count that high. That's how much damage this is. Shaking.
It's a lot of numbers, TJ. I don't know how many numbers there are between 1 and 15, but there are a lot of them.
At this point, okay, finds the backstab. So that's good. However, a lot of resources expended. That's going to be resources that could have been a Draka. And rogues don't really have a way to defend themselves. Their way to defend themselves is to be more aggressive, right? Is to outrace their opponent. Is to get those big weapons, those big ghosts, and the burn, and throw it at the face faster than their opponent can throw stuff at their face. So
yeah,
it's a little bit scary.
Yeah, stuff's just getting thrown right at the face here from all directions by Habu.
Yeah.
Not the best curve for this particular turn of Hearthstone.
Nope. And I just like shipping this face. I don't think there's any reason to kill off Maestra. Got Magnifying Glaive plus Dispose of Evidence in hand for a nice little chonky 6. Going into the next turn. Seems pretty good.
Why does this game look so stupidly easy when good players play it?
Wait. We got a step. Step null. That's going to be pushing 3. Sinister Strike's going to be another 3. Draka weapon as well. Will Xiaobai win the race?
I mean, he's in the race now. There is a race.
Yep. That's another 5. So we got 14, 17 on board / hand.
What? How's that even happened?
This is lethal represented for Xiaobai.
Oh my, what a turnaround. You said that's how they defend themselves.
Ooh, hero powered. Oh no, hero powered. Ooh.
He can predation though.
Oh, yep, predation. That'll be 11, 14 points of damage. I mean, Xiaobai needs 3 from the board. You got to kill something. Yep, there's going to be the predation. There's whether or not Xiaobai can find 2 points of damage. 2 damage, any damage.
And Habu's actually annoyed at himself for making that decision. Not annoyed, but he's like, yeah, I had to do it just in case. He doesn't really think his opponent's got the Sinister Strike. He was like shaking his head because he wants to put Xiaobai down to 1 just to be sure. But yeah, this is fine. Yeah. GG.
Xiaobai is going to say, this is what I got.
I did.
And that'll do it. knows that just the weapon is enough, and that was actually surprisingly close based on how that early game went. Bibliamite dealt 15 damage, and that was turned out to be a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I mean, when a minion just comes down and just starts smacking you for 5 and you can't deal with it, I'd say it's a big deal. Deal half your opponent's damage. That's a really big deal, TJ.
That's pretty big.
Actually, this is correct. It's a pretty big deal because this is day 1. We're very early in the day, and if you set the bar too high and then a bigger deal comes along, we will run out of ways to describe the deal. So yeah, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Yeah, this has happened on Sunday. That'd be a huge deal. But
the deal. Yeah.
We want to temper expectations here, right? Because we know that there's huger deals in the works for these players. So this is just game 1 also. Even just in this series, there's more deals to be had. So Abu Gabu picks up a win with the aggro Demon Hunter. It was going to be next. Could be the Enraged Warrior. Fun deck. Kind of difficult to play, honestly.
I mean, draw the cards that say damage on them. And hope.
That's most of
them
the
in the
cards
right order.
deck. It's most of the cards in the deck, to be honest.
It is actually. Yeah, it's just play card, draw card, and when a good player does that, and when you get the right draw, it looks really easy. It's just like hit you, play a card, draw a card, hit you. When it goes the other way, though, I don't know if it even has a plan B. I think that might be why it's hard to play. I think sometimes it just doesn't do the thing, and it feels like it's hard to play, but actually it isn't hard to play. It's just not playable. First, he's going with the Rogue. A more normal-looking Rogue deck you could not hope to see.
18 out of 30 cards in the deck. Abu Gabu have the word damage on them in the Enraged Warrior. It's over half the deck. Literally say damage on the card.
That's just filtered by damage. Okay.
I counted.
You counted, didn't you? Of course you did. That's why you were quiet for 30 seconds, doesn't it? You just let me waffle away while you're doing the hard yards behind the scenes.
I counted them, but we're not going to see it yet.
Hang on, you said you couldn't count to 15 a minute ago. Now you're counting to 18. What's going on?
Yeah, so that should tell you that you shouldn't trust my math.
I definitely shouldn't trust something. All right, we've got the graveyard. We've got the Draka. Here we go. Surprised
Got the
nobody's
Scribbler.
brought Sharks. That's what I'm surprised by so far. Or at least in the groups I've looked at, I haven't seen a Sharky Rogue.
This is being what server? This is being played on a Europe server.
Yes.
Yeah, latency does make a difference when you're playing Shark Rogue if you're playing on a server that's not your home server. That makes sense for the players that aren't playing on Europe.
Okay, that's fair. I think
You
that's
got to
fair.
make actions.
Yeah.
A lot of actions. Yeah, I'm gonna go Shroud. Shroud uses the coin for this, so we're gonna. But this matchup's like about going fast, right? It's about getting one step ahead of your opponent.
Mm-hmm.
You want to get the damage in before they get the damage in. You want to force them to react to you in certain circumstances, right? Sometimes you forcing your opponent to react to you gives them targets for like spells that they otherwise wouldn't be able to use that beef up their graveyards and their Draka. So it's a fine line, you know?
I know.
Very, very small deal, fine line.
A small deal. We're going to be measuring the deals as we go. Nobody's got the best deals anywhere yet, though. That's what I want to see.
Nope. Oh, another one.
So much stuff.
More meat.
Time to fight back, Haru. Which is, of course, what Rogue does.
But it's like that great of a fight back, you know?
It's a small fight back for now. He's setting up the big Shadow Step fight back.
Yeah, but Tooth has to get something like good and cheap. Ooh, Snap Freeze. Ooh, Immortalized in Stone. Nah, it's too expensive.
Is it though?
Very, very cool card, though, because it does well against what Rogue wants to do himself. Right? Because it have large, singular sources of damage. Bunch of medium-sized deals going on.
Medium-sized deals. All right, Habu ready to go next turn with the Edwin Shadow Step potential. Shabai, I feel like he's gone fishing away from having a good turn this turn.
Let's have it gone fishing.
That's what I mean, yeah. That's a good gone fishing away. If he gets a good gone fishing, this is a turn, but he might just choose to wait.
A tempo Draka.
Yeah, the waiting turns aren't great here, right? Like play your 2-drop, play a gone fishing, see what happens. Kind of feel you want to draw that card, that extra card right now, though, one way or another, just to find your second thing to do alongside your Draka. Because a whole bunch of preps and backstabs just to make one big Draka isn't getting there yet.
Ship it. Yeah. Graveyard? No. Step? No. Yeah, but it's probably still step. Yeah. Okay.
Hold or minion, yeah. This is the turn I had in mind. Didn't trust myself, but this is the turn I had in mind. Oh.
Okay. And then you hold the null. Oof.
Well, how are you going to set up here?
Stone by
Gotta be
Let's step and chill.
wind shall
Yeah, depending on what this Edwin draws. Eesh.
Bless you.
I know all the steps.
All right, he's good to go next turn, most likely.
That frees to just block damage.
Yeah.
All right. That Edwin's got to be big though, but a lot of like the expensive cards have already been drawn. Like all the one cost preps.
Didn't want that frozen minion anywhere, I'm sorry.
Get this out of here. But this is straight up damage, right? This is going to be the whole
Yeah.
hand expended.
Yeah.
10 damage pushed with the null this turn, plus however much the weapon is, was going to be 5. And
in death. I've mastered the
7.
art of
Oh, wow. Okay. That was bad guess. Oh, yeah, because he's... Yeah, because he... I don't even know where the 7th one came from, but whatever.
That 3 damage, though, that Habu stopped last turn with the freeze could come in handy here.
shall
He's
Oh,
on 8,
yeah.
the weapon's on 7. He's going to have a turn.
always trust what you see.
It's unlikely to
Both
matter,
of
but...
these minions can do it from hand, actually. Keep making this Edwin as big as possible.
Yep.
Stenographer would not be cheap enough, right? That's 1, 2, 3. Null would be 4.
I think so. I'm very bad at counting up to 5, but I think you're right.
Oh, prep!
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Fishing! Unless you want to stab.
Yeah, just keep him going. Got to win next turn, if there is a next turn. And time's a ticking.
Oh, yeah, there's the Stenographer. And then, boom, giant minion. All right, Xiaobai needs to draw damage or this game is over.
Yep, and it's down to that freeze that Habu made. The random looking... I may have saved that to keep the 1-drop in my hand for the sake
it
of 3
damage?
damage.
Oh, God, the suspense.
It's not yet. Try
Oh,
again.
God, the suspense. Oh, no, it's a shadow step. Oh, disaster.
I go.
That's 2 games in a row.
Oh,
That was nutty. I'm not surprised. What was that game?
yeah. I mean, that was like the difference in both players' hands, right? Like, Xiaobai had the I go all in Madraka hand, and Habugabu had the wait and make a giant Edwin hand. That's a bummer for Xiaobai, but still a chance in this series. Maybe I'm incorrect in my evaluation here, but I do feel like the Enraged Warrior is probably the easiest deck to sweep in the lineup.
I agree, yeah.
It doesn't have quite as high of a high roll potential as the Demon Hunter or the Rogue. And there's a little bit more room for air. But
Yeah, there's a reason it's not in every lineup, right?
yeah.
So we'll probably see that at some point, but he's only going to get that 1 win with it. And what happens, like Sottle talks about, you know, you're Habu Gabu, you wake out of bed, and sometimes you roll out of bed, you play some Hearthstone, and you're Habu Gabu, and that's what he's doing. What happens when you've Habu Gabu'd everybody in an hour, and you've got a whole day to fill? Do you watch the rest of the Hearthstone? Do you roll back into bed? What do you do if you're Habu Gabu?
Watch the rest of the Hearthstone, then you roll back into bed. Maybe you queue up a couple ladder games, you know, play something that's not in your lineup just to keep your mind refreshed.
I mean, he could just play normal decks then, because his lineup is not normal decks. He could just queue up, you know, some good old-fashioned Curse Warlock, play that for 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, I feel like you just walk around and just Habu Gabu down the street.
Yeah, sign a few
All the
autographs.
Yep.
Because he's a medium. He's a pretty big deal in his street, apparently.
Yeah, maybe get a sandwich.
What sort of sandwiches would you eat if you were Habu Gabu?
I don't know, probably a hoagie. Just another name for a sandwich.
I was going to say, be right back Googling Americanisms. For not that I don't know them all, of course, myself being, obviously, a fellow American.
Well, it's a sandwich that's made with like a roll.
Oh, like a batch.
Yeah, a hoagie. Here's what the exact definition of a hoagie is. A bread roll sandwich.
Bread roll sandwich. Okay.
Piled high with deli meats, cheese, fixing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
dressing.
That's not a batch. That's
It's usually at least 6 inches long. Usually. Not always. You can have a mini hoagie.
Mm-hmm.
They're delicious. As are most sandwiches.
Enraged Warrior, TJ. God, derailing our cast as always. I don't know. Can't bring him anywhere.
Yeah.
Never my fault. All right, here's
To derail the cast, to be honest.
all 3 of those cards in the key cards have the word damage in them somewhere. As do
Yeah.
15 other cards.
Warsong Envoy, same with Dab's Cool Taskmaster, Crazed Wretch, Anima Extractor, Crooked Cook, Injured Tolvir, Imbued Axe. All have the word damage in them. Olgra has damage in it. Whirling Combatant has the word damage in it.
In inevitability.
And most of these like own goals.
All these cards have the word damage written on them.
Imagine
Only
cruelty.
one of Xiao Bai's cards had it.
Yeah, but
And now 2 have it.
that's not how it works. It's the synergy of all the damagings that makes it work, right?
Yeah. All right.
This card doesn't have the word damage on it, and he throws it out there on turn 1. So that's my entire plan for this cast out of the window.
Looks all ruined.
Don't know where to go now.
Ooh, yeah.
Cruel Taskmaster in 2022.
Actually, has to think about this one, though. Yeah, I think it's still cruel. Oh, wow. Okay. Cook, just to have a more resilient minion on the board. Honestly, if Xiao Bai doesn't have just a straight up minion imp, then the Trog could still be more difficult to clear, right?
Right.
Because a lot of the imps are summoned from spells, whether it's Fiendish Circle, Wicked Shipment.
Also, if these live, then next turn, let's just card draws begin.
Yeah. And Habu Gabu made that read because Flame Imp, theoretically, could have been a better play on turn 1 to just play into that Trog. Would need to come off the top because Librarian obviously would have been traded over with one of the other minions on board.
Ruined.
But now Xiao Bai is just going in.
It's like, what? I'm the 1-drop deck. How come you have all this stuff? Yeah, this is going to be awkward. Not impossible, but definitely awkward. Got to pew-pew some things from around here. Wait.
Oh yeah, draw a card.
Okay. I love how smug he looks every time he does anything. It's like, yeah, I drew a card. You didn't know that card did that.
All right, looking for a Whirling Combatant here would be ideal for Habu Gabu. That's assuming that Xiao Bai value trades, but he's going to think about this because Whirling Combatant would be a pretty big swing here if it did come out, because then the Battle Cry would take out the 2 minions, and then you wouldn't have a good way to get rid of like the Frenzy, and your other 2 minions would be at 1 health as well. So because of that, it's 30 card deck. Oh man.
Yeah, people can actually draw the cards they want, but they don't have any health. It's weird.
How brave.
So weird they introduced this mechanic where you only have 30 cards and 30 health. It's such a interesting change in recent times.
How brave do you feel?
The game's so much faster than the original 40 card version of the game. Yeah.
Yeah. So much faster. Oh, risky, risky. Let's see it. Nope.
That's not it.
It's got to be just like what, weapons expert plus beaming
Not for my fault.
sidekick.
I guess.
Hey,
Yeah.
you friend.
All right.
Like normally I'd be saying that's the problem with this sort of deck. That's when it doesn't work, or this specific deck. But there's not a whole lot going on the other side of the board at the moment, so he's okay for a bit.
Oh no. Slow turn here.
Yeah.
But a lot of damage being pushed and double Abyssal Wave in hand, so the curses have a chance to kind of ramp up here. But this will be an opportunity for Habu Gabu to take back the board, which is the bigger of deals.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't know how good an opportunity it is, but obviously he's going to populate the board as big as he can anyway, so it doesn't matter that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
These are the sort of turns where I struggle with this deck. You're saying it's a hard deck to play, and I was sort of jokingly saying, no, it's not. But yeah, these turns are tough.
It's probably just Craze Wretch, location it,
is that
trade,
inevitable
imbued
doom?
axe.
The hard part is knowing which words to ignore. If that makes any sense. Like, do I want to give my minions my hand +1 health? Yes, but do I have the time? Not so sure, and so on. And you have to ignore the text on one of your cards to play optimally with this deck, which is kind of weird.
Oh, actually, it's just going for straight up power on the board. Yeah. See, I would have messed that turn up. However, this is scary because a Fiendish Circle kills you.
Yeah. But you lose to that anyway. But yeah, you're right.
Ooh.
Obviously, it's terrifying.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still going to be very difficult for Habu Gabu to come out on top of. This is a damage curse, and then we have a 3 and a 4 in hand for the Abyssal Wave. So
Yeah. Can't really get weave in either.
no, he can weave. Double trade into this librarian armor up, and then imbued. Oh, okay. Never mind.
He's weaving.
Playing around the Abyssal Wave because of the taps. No, that makes sense. Oh no, it would have played around the Abyssal Wave anyway because it would have gotten the imbued axe on the Crazy Wretch. So
This is weird because your Abyssal Wave feels like it does precisely nothing here because of the armor, but yeah, you've got to chip away somehow. You kill 1 minion off.
Yeah,
so he's
and-
taking his time to see if there's anything better.
and you damage the Crazed Wretch. Are you worried about it too much? Because it's going to be 3. So Habu Gabu has to get rid of the curse and has to hero power every turn.
Yeah, it's a lot of mana.
And you have the Zakul, so... All right, well, that's a good pickup, because now you can damage it with the location, swing with Imbued Axe, get the curse out, and armor up with an Imbued Axe in hand. A lot of damage.
It is. It is.
Oh, are we really going to be...
by 1 again?
That's 4 damage? Oh, we're really in this spot again. Oh, my gosh.
Is this just a series with 1 health would have made all the difference in every game?
Oh, my goodness.
Xiaobai's like, really? You're kidding me?
Oh, this is a 4 damage curse, so could go for Zakul. Nope, can't.
And it gets him up to exactly 12, which is obviously
Has
also
to
irritating.
Abyssal Wave and hope there's no damage, basically.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Habu can't believe, look at his cheeky little face. He's so excited. He knows he's doing silly things out there.
The Grace Wretch off the top was just literally the perfect draw. And Abugat was like, wait,
Look
what?
at this, I won.
He just won.
I won every game by 1 health, Mum.
Every game by 1 health. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Xiaobai's like, what was that?
Yeah. And Xiaobai's going to be going over that series like, where could I have maximized like 1 damage? I just don't think there was a spot. That's crazy. An insane series. Another, like, Habu Gabu just won 2 series of Hearthstone in an hour with a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Like, that's what just happened. 3-0, 3-0, 6-0 to make it out of the group and move into the quarterfinals on Sunday. Very impressive performance. A lineup that probably a lot of players didn't really expect, but it's working. I mean, it's barely working, but it's working.
It's a bit greedy, don't you think? He's already qualified for Worlds. He's just out here just destroying people with his silliness.
I mean, that makes our Sunday more interesting if we have
Definitely
the
does.
30 qualified for Worlds, because we could have a spot for Worlds being decided like in the semifinals, right? So
yeah, I'll get into that later because I'm not 100% sure what the ruling is there. We'll check that one out. But yeah, Habu Gabu wins Group A, which he started about an hour ago. Less than that, I think. He's won it.
Nice, easy day. A smooth day at the office for Habu Gabu. And Xiaobai not eliminated. Did win that first series against Fury Hunter, so we'll move down to the cider match to face off against either Fury Hunter or Plastic, whoever comes out on top. And, you know, it was a close series against Fury Hunter, so I don't know if Xiaobai wants to go do that again. Maybe wants a new opponent in Plastic. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Somebody needs to do the death knocking on the door meme with just Habu's face paste on it, like just going through these lineups. Just
his smug smile, right? Like 1 health. That's all I need. All right, but we've already have a winner for Group A. 2.5 hours into the broadcast, easy peasy. So we do have 2 more matches left for Group A, and then we're going to move into Group B before the day is done and play through that. So even though these matches have been quick, we still got a lot more Hearthstone to get through today. So it should be a fun one. Before we jump into that the elimination match, we're going to have to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More action here from the Fall Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Fall Championships. I had to eat a much speedier breakfast than I at first anticipated there in the 2 series that I had off, with Habu Gabu steamrolling all the competition through to a 6-0 victory, one I did not think he would get for most of those last few games there. But just... I mean, I'm saying making it look easy because it was for him. Like, I mean, I said it in the Discord. I kind of don't even think he's good at Hearthstone anymore. Like, he didn't have to do anything. Like, what was that?
I have no idea. I think like the best way to approach it is just to kind of bask in the glory of what happened. But
yeah.
If you were trying to break it down and make any sense of it, like, yes, this is, again, I said this before, this is a 1% outlier of the instance that we're seeing. But it is the benefit you get from being willing to take risks with lineups, right? Is sometimes you just get a lot of free matchups. You get a lot of really good matchups if you get that read right. Habu is definitely benefiting from that, but it would be ridiculous not to suggest that, you know, he also just drew the absolute nuts for 6 games in a row. But we now, of course, have the not insignificant matter of dealing with Fury Hunter versus Plastic. Plastic, of course, given the, I would say, slightly more intense of the 2 beatdowns by Habu Gabu in those last 2 series. Fury Hunter having a much closer series against Xiao Bai earlier on. But we are now in win or go home territory, and these are 2 players that are hunting for a world championship spot, and it is now the last chance saloon for both of these players as they find themselves in the elimination bracket.
That's exactly right. 3 series in a row needing to be won to get to the World Championships, which, as difficult as that is against this caliber of player that they are up against, is the best shot that a lot of these players are going to get for probably a good long while. Maybe not Fury. I'm sure he'll be back the next seasonal champs, as if there was no difference whatsoever. But to get things going here, we have the bans of Rogue from Plastic having been gotten rid of, and Fury Hunter's Priest has been banned away, which is a little interesting for me because, again, Plastic does have Mage on his side, which is a pretty big warping in your ban strategy, and Priest being a deck that I thought Mage would be pretty good against, pretty happy to face. I would have expected maybe a Warlock or even a Demon Hunter ban potentially.
Yeah, very possible indeed. Looking at Plastic's lineup, like there's not the lean that Habu Gabi's lineup has, for example, where Curse Imp Warlock just isn't really a problem, so you could certainly see that being a valid ban overall. I think the biggest tilting matchups was the 3 that he had to play in his previous series against Fury Hunter, but the matchup that he has, or the deck that he has that warps his matchups the most, is probably the fact that he's playing Jackpot Rogue over some of the faster, more combo-based variants of Rogue that we've seen. I think that probably has the biggest effect on his overall target and ban strategy compared to what we're seeing from the other players in the group. But he is going to kick things off with that Curse Warlock, which has already kind of become the talking point of the day, both from the initial matchup where we had that incredibly impactful ending of the symmetrical curses from Fury and Xiao Bai in the opening, and then of course Habu's lineup in general just being heavily tuned to deal with pretty much this deck in particular. I do think this deck is going to continue to be a big talking point throughout this tournament, quite fittingly because it's been a big talking point since its inception, really.
Oh, yeah.
It's had to prove itself to a few people, my co-caster included, along the way. Now widely accepted as one of the strongest decks in the game. A lot of high-level players really putting a lot of stock in it, and that is no different in this tournament, where it is very, very well represented indeed.
I'm doubling back down. I'm regressing. This deck sucks again. I'm forgetting everything I've learned the hard way. Although this starting hand...
Phantasm's kept in the opening hand from Fury. We saw that early on in his previous matchup as well. It's not the immediate game winner. It can be later on if you really juice those relics up heavily, but still, just relics to beget more relics is generally the order of business that you're in for, as well as that location that you're looking for, of course. But on the other side for Plastique, that is looking pretty promising, you would say.
Yeah, it's a weird spot that this Demon Hunter ends up in now, because when I was reviewing the relics, the biggest problem I had at the time was that Demon Hunter had basically no catch-up mechanisms if they fell behind, or very, very weak ones, like the days of Moarg plus Fell Screen Blast and, you know, Immolation or whatever it is. All these very, very powerful removal tools were long gone. And so if you didn't get ahead on board and stay ahead on board, you weren't necessarily going to catch up. Players tried to solve that by putting in the, what's the dredge?
Topple?
Removal spell. Topple the idol, yes, sorry. In order to clear off the board, which made sense at first, more so in a 40-card deck. But now Fury Hunter, kind of in a weird spot where if your opponent's deck is slower than yours, you do incredibly powerful stuff and you just stay ahead on board. But you really don't have much time at all, and you have to stay ahead against the likes of this Imp Warlock.
Yeah, and while Derek was doing his 2022 routine of forgetting card names, Fury had Fury had a really interesting decision on the other side. Off the Sigil, he drew Discounted Scorpid and Relic Vault, and I think you saw his reaction on the camera of just, you know, that was a tricky decision because slamming Vault on 2 is usually very beneficial for you. Obviously, he has Phantasms in hand, so he can pay that off immediately. But just the threat of the minion on the other side, I think, just led Fury to go for this Scorpid instead and actually look to reduce some of that damage. Just recognizing we saw what a 5-attack minion that gets to attack several times over the course of the game can do to a person in the previous series. Fury Hunter doesn't want to deal with any of that nonsense here, but it does slow down some of his explosivity over the coming turns.
Obviously, if Fury Hunter were Habu Gabu here, he would instantly play the Relic before he takes the trade on the Librarian. But in this instance, I do think it would be prudent to trade away the Scorpid first to guarantee yourself a full clear. In the end, though, he's saying, right, let's just hope for the best here.
Okay.
Or almost.
Yep. I do think this was the good order, though, right? Because you see this, which is a fairly median outcome, I would say, right? And you actually give yourself really good value trade possibilities.
That's fair.
Give yourself a lot of options. So I do think overall this probably was the smart way of going about it. Fury, he sees the second Fiendish Circle, has a bad time. Did have the opportunity to, of course, take the 2 health value trade there instead. Chose to take the 1 health. And kind of gets punished for it there with the second Fiendish Circle, which, remember, was the third kept card in the opening hand for the opponent.
Yeah, not terribly unlucky to be seen there at all. As insta snipes with the Lady Sthena as well to take down the Librarian. Keeping the board at parity here, which, you know, as I was talking about for Fury Hunter, is really all he needs to do for these early turns, because activate the location plus Relic of Phantasms next turn into Kurtrus is way more powerful than anything Plastic can be doing in terms of board control. So it's really just about trying to transition as heavily as possible over to the curse portion of the game, which, you know, you could take a gamble and say your opponent's hand is bad and just keep going with a kind of middle of the road sort of game plan where you go, I don't know, Tamsin, double Grimoire to clear the board, or just play the Syracuse. Or you could try and tap for specifically Impending Catastrophe as your last real turn to get a lot of card draw.
Does go for the tap, doesn't hit it, is just going to drop Library here instead. And I think, you know, almost no matter what, like even if you were to tap into Catastrophe there, could you really leave the Steno up on the other side of the board in terms of just the amount of tempo and damage that would push on the other side? I feel like that was a problem that was going to need to be dealt with regardless.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, again, you do still have the combo of Tamsin double.
Yeah, true.
Grimoire. If you just have a 1-drop to go alongside it, that is a 4 damage AoE, even if it's a pretty inefficient turn. And I mean, hey, that might be what he has to end up going for on this turn anyway, with no real alternatives.
Yeah, I think Plastic is fine so far in how this matchup has gone. Like you said, he is behind on board. He doesn't want to be in that position for sure. But those couple of 5 damage attacks that he got through from the 1-drop are a big deal, because it does at least give him that out in the long term. And I'm sure Plastic will feel like, okay, well, I can clear up most of this board state here, and then if my opponent does not have a huge refill, then I'm probably going to be able to reset from this point. Unfortunately, there is a pretty huge refill on the other side of the board in the form of Demon Render Kurtrus. That is assuming, of course, that the clear is going to be the play here from Plastic, and there is an amount of hesitation that's making me doubt it.
You just have to, right? You're not tanking. What even is that, like 14 on that turn? Yeah. Like, their hand is trash. That's how you win this game. It's not Demon Red or Kurtrus. And hey, even then, you know, he could still top deck the Abyssal Wave in order to clear off the board. Yeah, again, even Tamsin is not terrible to just buy him a little bit of extra time and start hitting those curses.
School teacher actually represent. Yeah, I was going to say the school teacher draw actually creates some interesting possibilities here. He is just going to go for it. And now with Fury Predation in hand, Dispose of Evidence is somewhat tempting at the very least.
Yeah, I was wondering if you ever take the card draw, but I don't think it's likely your opponent plays big enough minions for the Fell Bat on Kurtrus to trade into. Even though card draw is definitely a premium here for Fury in order to find Jace.
Getting sequencing right here, choosing to attack first to juice the bats. Was not required, as you can see. They are now 5/4s instead of 4/4s, but just valuing the 2 extra attack on the board over 1 extra attack going face this turn.
And he is well rewarded because there is no wave, no Tamsin, no nothing to clear off these bats. The best being Imp plus Sacrifice to just develop a 3/3. Ugh.
And again, as is often the case with hero cards, it's that 5 armor as well that's come in on the other side, because without that, suddenly just a little bit of survival, you know, don't die for 1 or 2 turns, find some curse cards, you might be able to make something happen to cut through 16 health. 21 seems like a much more difficult proposition in that spot.
And this is just mega lethal now with an additional 9 in hand. Yeah, yeah.
It is indeed.
Again, you predicted it, sort of. The Warlock really looking like a struggle point for these players. Admittedly, we haven't seen like any impending catastrophes, I think, come down at all. The transition from early game to late game has been really the missing link, I think, here, because we've seen many times fast starts with this Warlock. They're hitting the 1-drops, hitting the circle in order to pull ahead in the early game. It's just closing it out, which is the problem. And it's playing more like the traditional version of Imp Warlock, which was looking very weak up until now, that didn't have strong finishes. But it's even worse than that because you sometimes draw like, you know, double Grimoire of Sacrifice, as we saw there, that doesn't do anything to proliferate your own game plan. And so it's really just been the worst of both worlds for Warlock and Plastic in general so far.
Yeah, and this was always the fear with the deck, right? And you'll be able to speak to this more than most, is that, you know, if this was a pure aggro deck, you'd cut out all of this curse nonsense, you've had more consistent, you know, aggro curves, where you're playing minions every turn, you're filling out the board, you're being aggressive with imps. If it was a combo deck that tried to ramp up curses and kill people with curses, then suddenly there'd be more removal, more healing, more stability, you know, more card draw, whatever it is that you need to fill that out. Because it is this hybrid style of deck, there is sometimes that danger of the transition not quite happening. But I do still stand by the idea that this deck over time has proven that on average, that is more of the flexibility of those options is more of a benefit than the inconsistency is a detriment. So it's not a criticism of the deck whatsoever, but, you know, sometimes you just have to say what you see, and that has, certainly in the small sample size of games that we've seen so far, been a recurring theme for the deck. But we will now see if Fury Hunter falls victim to the same curse.
Well, one of them's going to have to walk away with a win on the deck because it is the full-on mirror that we have here. The matchup that was the undoing for Fury Hunter in his first series of the day up against Xiaobai, falling in Game 5 to that very, very cool combo with Dark Vein into blowing up the entire board 50 times in a little interaction I hadn't seen before. But I do still stand by the fact that you want all these early game board tools, not removal, but just developing your own board as much as possible, probably in the form of keeping the VAR library. It's really only the Imp that I would consider maybe keeping or not for Plastic. Wow, but not even the location. Well, ending up getting it back anyway, as we enter an interesting little board state where both players have powerful hands in their own right, but with very different timings on the power spikes that they have access to.
These books are ruined.
Yeah, and the Flustered Librarian off the top for Fury has certainly curved this out beautifully. Any kind of token start into Mischievous Imp, usually in the more simple form of just Fiendish Circle is the #1 way to do it here, but Fury, piecing together cards to do it instead. But without that draw, he's still going to be a little bit light on pressure. He'd be floating some mana. Things would just be a little bit imperfect for him. Now he has multitudes of options next turn to be able to actually fill out this curve with draws off the top, or just tap +1 drop if things can happen there as well.
The more I look at this hand for Plastic, the more I'm leaning towards tapping, as horrible as it looks when compared to the Vile Library. I was not considering Coin Syracuse, I have to be honest. Just because my main thought process was this hand kind of needs Fiendish Circle in order to really do anything. And I know that's a lot better if you've played the Vile Library, but I just want to maximize my chances of finding it to activate this Refarm and give myself a turn 5, turn 6 back-to-back swing.
Yeah, and I think the fear is the Flustered Librarian on the other side. But there's always this tug of war when playing this matchup, and I think it's at its most interesting in the mirror as well, where you want to kill your opponent's minions because you don't want them to continuously hit you over and over again and get you in range of lethal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want your opponent's minions to die because that allows them to make more powerful plays with the infuse cards they have. You might have noticed, Derek, that's the same thing. I've just said it in 2 different ways. So somewhere you have to find a balancing act of how many minions you actually kill or enable your opponent to kill by playing minions on the board. You saw there Plastic threw out a 3-4 to contest the 3-3 on the other side, and Fury went, thanks, that plays perfectly into my game plan. Thank you very much. I'll trade this stuff off, dump my Mischievous Imp on board.
And this worked out just horrendously for Plastic because this deck is chock full of power plays on turn 6. Very few on turn 5, especially when you're behind on board. And with the coin already having been used, Abyssal Wave out of the equation, Refarm out of the equation for now. These 1-1s can be cleared off before the Catastrophe can come down. And, we can talk back and forth about whether or not it's the right play to go with the Cultist. But for right now, he just has nothing he can do.
Oh, I'm just looking into Plastic's eyes. He's putting a brave face on it, but you can see how much this day is hurting right now. He obviously made a great run through the Masters Tours. I was checking out some of his recent tweets as well. Very, very excited to have this opportunity to make it to the World Championship. And, you don't necessarily expect everything to go your way. You expect to draw some playable Hearthstone cards over the course of, 5 games of Hearthstone now. This is so ugly for Plastic so far.
I think that means he's just dead. I mean, he probably knows it, of course, but Abyssal Wave and then the curse damage 2 turns in a row plus the new one that Fury will give him. Oh no, sorry, not quite guaranteed yet, because Lady Darkvein doesn't have a shadow spell in it.
A little bit of time to make miracles happen, but that is the category that we are in right now.
Right. the obvious play for Fury is Wave, Dark Vein plus Grimoire. I think always gives you lethal in 2 turns' time. The question is just if you can ever die or if they can ever heal out of range of that damage that you are putting in their hand. They'd go down to 3 on this turn and then take at least a guaranteed 7 the turn after. If they go Tamsin, they die because of the curse damage remaining. Yeah, I don't think there's any way out of this. I think this is just a locked win for Fury.
Yeah, of course, the call is the one card that was going to need to be present in almost any circumstance to give Plastic a way out of this. But of course, that means that the minion on the other side of the board is not being dealt with, so the damage kind of pays for itself almost immediately in that kind of situation.
Okay, no, he has found the way to survive. This is only
Let the ritual of
9 damage you can do if you played the Imp as well for +1 on the Librarian, but it's as near as makes no difference, I think.
Yeah, gets to throw away the curse as well from hand, has enough floating mana to be able to do that. Plays the board, resets, and is asking his opponent to deal 12 here.
Yeah, obviously I was trying not to call this one too early, having seen Habu Gabu's last series where he survived on 1, I think every single game of the series, more or less. But in this instance, yeah, I do not see it.
I wonder.
And it really just, for me, this game comes down to, as it often does with the Warlock hero power, what risk do you want to take? Because tapping and not tapping are both risks in their own way. Like, you could say, okay, location on 2, and I have to get Fiendish Circle on the next turn, or I lose the game. You're losing the game anyway, so is it worth it to take a big risk like that? Or do you want to take a higher chance at a slightly less powerful play by tapping and then just going Fiendish Circle on turn 3?
Yes.
In the end, Plastic went for kind of the safest route possible with coin Syrikes Cultist in order to just get something on the board instead of taking damage, gambling on the fact that your opponent has a weak hand. In this instance, it turned out to not be a winning play at all. I don't know if the other lines were winning at all, but it felt like maybe going location into the top deck Fiendish Circle, which I know is incredibly unlikely, was a more likely way to win the game, because as soon as he coined out that cultist, he just had nothing to do.
Yeah, and like furthermore, I think Decision is even more interesting than that, because you know you're kind of looking at it almost from the solitaire perspective of like, what's the best play for me, right? Am I better having a 3/4 on board, or am I better tapping to find better options, specifically Fiendish Circle or whatever else you end up looking for? But as I was mentioning at the time, that balance between playing minions to fight for board and not allowing your opponent to infuse their minions by killing their own stuff if need be is quite difficult to manage as well, because if Plastic had made that play against a hand from Fury Hunter that wasn't Imps and Refarm, for example, like infuse cards that would pay that off, but was instead very curse heavy, that damage that he saves from playing the 3/4 might actually end up being crucial, because the curse-based hand from Fury then doesn't necessarily have the damage to get there while he wins board. As it happens, threw it out, got hit with the infuse curve straight away, and that Mischievous Imp just bodied him, essentially, just too much damage too quickly, even though he got so far ahead of the curve on the curse ramping early on in that one. So I think that mirror is very, very difficult to play. It's a matchup that I am not super comfortable in myself at this point. It's not something that I ever feel like I'm 100% sure what the lines are in certain spots, just because the matchups can go in so many different directions. But certainly debates to be had on that game that we just witnessed. But now Plastic has to avert disaster. You do not want to be remembered, or perhaps not remembered, as the player who 6-0'd out in less than an hour at this point. It would have to be if this game goes down very quickly to a good rogue hand from Fury Hunter. But also, that is the point, right? Sometimes when things are going against you this way, you queue into a deck like Rogue, you know full well there are hands that Rogue draws that you have no chance against. It can just happen. You just lose. Plastic knows that because it happened to him about 45 minutes ago. So if he sees another one of those nightmare scenarios, this could spell disaster for our hero.
It could. But finally here we have a very aggressive hand. Perfect mana utilization for the first 4 turns at least. Possibly an infused Mischievous Imp, but even if it's not, just 6 attack for 4 mana is more than threatening enough versus the likes of this rogue. And on the other side, unless we see something turn around very quickly, Fury Hunter, a Shadow Step, I don't know, maybe a next turn you have time for a Shroud, something very quickly, he's just getting steamrolled.
Currently that is the case, yes, but it is the hand, if it finds the right pieces, can turn the corner fairly quickly. That is not one of the pieces that is needed, however. With Mailbox Dancer, Draka, and Stenographer in hand already, if you do start finding preps and various other tools, Backstab already in hand, Shadow Step as you mentioned, you can create a very nice swing turn out of this hand, but you do need a little bit of favor from your deck, and Fury did not really get it there. It's the kind of draw now that makes Fury have to plan for kind of a piecemeal kind of tempo plan over the next 2 or 3 turns here, but it's not looking like it's going to be particularly effective against the power curve that Plastic has on the other hand.
Oh wow, Dancer, okay. I was going to say I thought it would be location plus Abyssal Curse, because then you can set up for a Shadow Step top deck next turn to bounce this Mailbox Dancer a couple times. I think that would allow him to play his full hand. But most importantly, it means that you're not killing any minions on the board, because if he didn't play this Mailbox Dancer, I think there was a very high chance he doesn't kill anything, because this is the 3rd minion that's died. This was the activator for Mischievous Imp. Turns out there's something even stronger than that with just Vile Library punch them for 1 million. But not the way I necessarily would have anticipated it being played. Maybe it gives Fury Hunter a couple of other outs he can draw to get a big bunch of first.
Oh, it's the step!
Oh, no way!
Step off the top from Fury! And he is willing that Mailbox Dancer back into his hand, but it is long deceased at this point. And I think Fury now sees the last real chance of actually finding his way out of this matchup, just creeping away from him.
Oh god, Shadow Stepping the Ghost. Ugh.
It's quite a lot worse than Shadow Stepping a Mailbox Dancer. I don't know if you've noticed.
Had crossed my mind.
Yeah, it has to go. No real choice here. Fury plays the hand. 7 attack weapon, but this is not... It's a small difference. You know, we saw this happening on turn 3, turn 4 earlier. Now it's happening on turn 5. But in this kind of matchup precisely, that 1 or 2 turn difference is just night and day. And now Plastic will surely feel like he has plenty of time to still get this one over the line.
Okay, this is a little interesting, though. Because the first instinct is Mischievous Imp all face, but they do have 16 damage, which means a top deck of... Oh, are they playing Wicked Stab? Oh no, no Wicked Stab for Fury. Okay, that's in Habu's list. So I guess you did technically have the ability to just go Mischievous Imp all face, and I don't think you ever died from there. Maybe with some Edwin, you know, prep tooth, but realistically, you're always going to survive there.
Right.
But he does take the tap, which does mean he is forced to trade if he wants to make sure there are no outs to his opponent within reason.
Well.
Yeah, it's the only play you can make to survive. Oh, but it's just
Doesn't even survive. Location waking up's just lethal on board anyway. Nothing really that Fury could do about that in the end. And boy, oh boy, these are some games today, Derek. Absolute juggernauts of decks going up against each other. These unstoppable, just running through walls, talking in disgraceful accents. You know, everything that we know and love about juggernauts.
Yeah, I feel like I might have used this analogy before, but it really does feel like, you know, what they talk about boxing was like before someone thought, hey, you can actually dodge punches. Like Victorian boxing, where you just stand there and punch the other person until someone just falls over. Because that's really
It's the Rocky movie version of boxing, where
exactly, yeah,
wail on each other for 10 straight minutes.
All right, but the Relic Demon Hunter here for Plastic, the pretty much standard list that we are seeing for the most part here. Queen Ajara slotted in, which is, I think, a difference from Fury's list. We have seen for Plastic so far today, Queen Ajara has not been looking the spiciest, more specifically in the Rogue, I think, than in the Demon Hunter. But it can get the job done, of course, with plenty of cheap spells alongside the Predation as well. I like the thought of putting it in the deck. And we've already seen once today Fury keeping Shadow Step Mailbox Dancer. I'd be curious to know how much that is a desperation keep against an unfavorable matchup where your opponent's playing super aggressive, and how much he sees it as just kind of the cards you're looking for with this deck overall. And I think I'm starting to get a pretty good answer with that mulligan yet again.
Yeah, it does seem that way more and more for Fury Hunter, and I do think Mailbox Dancer is the key to a lot of pieces. Mailbox Dancer on its own, I think, is kind of a mid-tier mulligan in terms of my recollection of the stats, fairly middle of the road. But this is something that you pick up more over time and through experience and just through being a high-level Hearthstone player, is combinations of cards that inflate mulligan win rates, right? It's when you see mulligan guides written by top players who put care and attention into making their guides good and useful, when you see the mulligan guide for it, it will be keep X if Y a lot of the time, right? Like keep this card if you have this other card to go with it. Keep this if you have this already. Keep this for synergy. If you already have this, the best card in the deck, you can start to keep some tier 2 cards in the mulligan as well, all those kinds of things. And I do think the combination specifically of Mailbox Dancer and Shadow Step is a devastating one.
But subtle, the stats don't lie.
Well, I mean, they kind of don't. It's, you know, there's data and then there's data analysis. You know, those are two different things and you need both of them.
I grow impatient.
Well, Plastic going to be feeling pretty sad here that he decided to just shoot his opponent in the face for 4 last turn instead of playing the Relic Vault, because now, you know, playing the Relic of Phantasms is obviously pretty dreadful here without the Relic to go alongside it. Very, very low pressure indeed. But I can fully understand why he sees it as being necessary, just the most mana efficient play.
And we're off. Ooh. Yep, Fury going to chill for 1 turn, and then next turn is utterly revolting. Just about everything he wants to do is possible on the following turn. Can get location down, Mailbox Dancer down, 3 coins then available. Stenographer as well will be playable for free because of all the cards being played. Tracker at the end of all of that as well. And there are even draws off the top that could potentially make things even more disgusting.
Okay, however, if from Plastic we see Meltranics, it could delay the pain for a single turn. He's holding back on it, I think, because this sets up Ajara, whereas Meltranics would not have done. But while I can understand what he's going for, it's just not even going to be close to enough now.
And I suppose you have to ask, right? Mailbox Dancer played, Mailbox Dancer stepped, Shroud played. You have a lot of information about at least the percentage chance that your opponent has the hand that basically kills you this turn in hand. So whether or not the disruption was more valuable there than the alternative, I think is certainly a debate worth having. But regardless, this is the world we live in now. Plastic has gone for more of setting up his own game plan as opposed to disrupting his opponents. And oh my goodness, this deck just makes you sick sometimes, Derek. Look at that turn.
Yeah, he is just dead.
Simply defeated.
And it's a rough road through the fall championships for Plastic. You know, he came in here as the underdog, as we've said. Him and Ustya in particular, the two players that we are by far the least familiar with, had a lot to prove. But you said it, he had a great run through the Masters Tours. Just getting here is a testament to his capabilities in its own right. And, you know, it's hard to say that that was a bad performance from him at all, because that first series against Habu Gabu just did not really count. He didn't get to do anything at all. That one against Fury was a little bit closer. There are definitely some plays that we can talk about there that could have been debatable. But for the most part, he just got hit with the two top players in the world back to back.
Yeah, and again, you know, I have a lot of sympathy for Plastic in this position. I do think this is important. People who have been watching a lot of our tournaments throughout the year will probably be sick to death of this tirade from me, but I do just want to remind everyone, for Plastic to get here, you have to be a legend Hearthstone player, which is already a small percentage of the population. You then have to finish in the top of ladder or get through qualifiers to find your way into a Masters Tour, which is then a fraction of that fraction of top percent of players. You then have to perform well in those Masters Tours. Again, Masters Tour 4, 7-1 record. Masters Tour 5, 6-2 record. Masters Tour 6, 5-3 record. To then be one of the top performing players in the second half of the Masters Tour circuit of the entire year. So of that fraction of a percent that makes it to Masters Tours, you then have to be the fraction of a percent again to even get to this position, to then show up and get absolutely rolled by two of the best players in the world. It's a miserable ending, but try not to focus on that last bit. Anyone can get rolled by two of the best players in the world. Plastic made it here, and that is something that he deserves enormous commendation for.
Here. And I wish him the best of luck in his endeavors next year if he continues to try for Worlds again. I think he's got a very good shot of doing so. But for the next series, it is going to be Fury Hunter still in with a chance of making it through to Worlds. After the heartbreak of Summer Champs, all will be forgotten if he can just get himself 2 more wins. First against Xiaobai and then against whoever he sees in the quarterfinals. So we're going to go to a break before the final match of Group A.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven, joined by TJ this time as we bring you the final match from Group A. It's going to be Fury Hunter versus Xiaobai, and it's going to be effectively a rematch, TJ.
Yep, rematch from the first series of the day where Xiaobai was able to take that series 3-2. Very close, the thinnest of margins that you could possibly imagine. So hoping that we're going to get the same, because other than that, this group has just been 3-0s, like just straight through. So we need a little bit of tension in order to, diffuse the situation a little bit. Fury Hunter coming off a big win, and Xiaobai coming off a very devastating loss. So momentum's got to be in Fury's favor, even though he lost their first matchup.
Yeah, and just checking out this now, the both players have actually banned the same classes once again, so no crazy strategy, backflips or anything going on. Both players happy with their overall game plans, because like you said, right, it was an extremely close series. It could have, swapped 2-1 very, very easily indeed. But just look at this overall. Our first matchup, TJ, is going to be that Warlock versus Demon Hunter. And again, just before we get into it, final reminder, the loser of this is just done and dusted for the Fall Championship and does not have a shot at going to the World Championship a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty big deal. Pretty big deal. Xiaobai going to be opening with the Curse Warlock, and pretty standard stuff. Nothing really interesting going on here. And we saw basically the final game, right? It was the final game, came down to the Warlock mirror previously, so.
Yeah, it's something we've seen a lot recently as well. Like before the nerfs, when Hunter was dominant in the previous Masters Tour, we saw a lot of matchups going down to which Hunter wins, basically, because that's what happens. Where even though there's a dominant deck in the scene, like on ladder, for example, yes, the deck's very strong. Like that's not an argument. But when people are so heavily expecting it, it is easier to then say, well, my lineup doesn't have to be good on ladder. My lineup has to beat certain decks or stop my opponent winning with certain decks. So we'll have to see how this one plays out, and maybe just how Warlock actually does over the course of the whole weekend. But the Warlock is going to be going up against this Relic Demon Hunter, TJ. What do you think of this matchup? Because to me, Demon Hunter, at least this version, definitely feels like it never looks like it's doing a lot until it wins the game.
Until it does.
Right? Yeah. It's a very odd deck to actually watch because they kind of meander around. But do you think versus Curse Warlock specifically, it's got game, or do you think it's maybe just a little bit too slow?
I think it has game. You do have some removal, and as long as you can hit 1 point in the game where you're sort of, getting ahead, right, where you're swinging the tempo, the late game of this deck is just so incredibly powerful. There are some awkward situations where you're like barely trying to stabilize, and the infused minions just keep coming out, right? Mischievous into Imp King Rafam, and then you can't keep up with the tempo because usually you're clearing on a Relic of Extinction turn, or you're clearing on a Lady Steno turn, but you can't do those things twice in a row. So you usually have sort of like a big turn, then a ramp turn, then a big turn, then a ramp turn. So, we shall. I could have sworn we had key cards for this earlier.
Yeah, I was sat there staring at this, like, where did the cards go? But yes, I agree. What do you think, or at least I think the mulligan from Fury Hunter is going to really set the path for this game, right? Because this Demon Hunter has the ability to have a very trash mulligan if you hit some of those higher costed cards, specifically in this matchup, if Xiaobai gets that sort of early imp push. So let's see how it goes. Quick, full mulligan there from Xiaobai. Fury, that considering, do you think he's just looking at the sigil for a keep here, or do you think it's throwing it all away?
I mean, look to sigil for a keep. I mean, you're otherwise only hero powering on turn 1, so.
Right. You never keep in dimensions, right?
Not in this matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe if you were like on the coin and had vault plus, okay, whatever.
We're doing it. Well, this was sort of where I was leading to with the question was, it's the most powerful single card in the deck, right? But it does require at least a nudge of setup to be truly, godlike power. So we'll have to see how this pays off. But I kind of respect Fury for this because it is the best card in the deck. Wow, we just got a 4-cost one, even better. And if something's going to snap him into the game, like even if he's falling behind a little bit at the start, like a huge relic could just completely flip the game.
Sure. I don't know. I'd much rather try and look for like the tempo relics, or even like relic vault, some early game removal like Chaos Strike, Fell Barrage, right? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's like a middling mulligan win rate no matter how you look at it. It's like always like fifth, sixth, or seventh across almost every matchup. And obviously did have the sigil in the opening hand, which is always just generally good, I think, especially on the play. But yeah, it is a risk, but going to be able to clear up a little bit of stuff here. We'll see where Shabai decides to go. Okay. It's either damage or draw in this instance. So is going to go and cash in on damage first. Does have Mischievous to follow it up if the board gets cleaned up, so I like this. You can draw cards later.
Yeah, save the draws for later. You need to punch your opponent in the face first.
Yes, there's more pressing tasks at hand.
Well, Fury does have now another cheap relic to play out. It's not going to be mega impactful, but it will help the overall game plan.
Yeah.
Teacher's not a terrible draw either.
Yeah, I kind of just like the Soul Teacher. It can test the 4/4 that's on board on a non-library turn. You might be able to find something that can help you clean up next turn. Relic of Dimensions is pretty good for a setup turn, I guess, because it's he already cast the Extinction, so it's slightly improved. Oh,
That is solid. Do you think he actually waits and tries to go like relic plus whatever next turn?
so right now it's at 3, so one shot won't kill the 4/4, right? So I think you can wait to next turn and go Phantasm, then Extinction, depending on like what's on the board, and like go super wide on the board because those Phantasms are already starting to get pretty big.
Right. It still has the Fury as well if he needs to kill off something else.
Yeah, like average outcome there is you take off 2 power, right? Like
Right.
It's gonna split the 4/4 or something like that. So I think waiting. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, so
Things
now
can
just
happen.
Relic of Extinction first. So you can go Relic of Extinction, Relic Vault, Relic of Extinction, Phantasm, Relic Vault, Phantasm, and have a giant board.
Does it clear enough doing it that way though?
Like to die?
I mean,
Because you'd have
scary.
in that instance, you'd have 2 4/4s, 2 5/5s, 2 6/6s. And you'd clear off on average, like 4 power if you think it's going to hit 1 3 3 1 1 1, the Extinction. Oh, it's going to do Extinction. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was thinking about with this hand. Is just Relic Vault Extinction just so much stronger?
You'd
Clears up
have,
so much more power. And
yeah,
it
but you'd
feels a
have
big board.
28 power on board if you did it the other way. As opposed to, what is this? 18? Meh.
You say 28?
6, 8. Yeah, you'd have 28 because he would have cast the Extinction, then he would have Relic Vaulted the. No, it'd be even more. It'd be 8 plus 10, 18 plus 12. It'd be 30. It'd be 30 power on
What
board.
if you were just dead? Wait, he was just dead though, right?
It depends on what he hit with the initial Extinction.
Ruined.
I guess, but there was the location pops this turn, so there's so many cards that he would have just been dead to.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I think this was the play that just kept Fury in it more times than setting up the lethal was.
You got to risk it for the biscuit.
I generally agree with you, actually, TJ.
He might have just been
agree.
dead on board, and then no, there's no risk involved. It's just strictly.
I think the fear was that the location was still there, right? So there are actually just so many cards that prove a big problem.
25 damage.
Inley doesn't Really help him out.
We're looking for Field of Strife.
High beam?
Ooh, I-beam was very good, actually.
Yeah, that doesn't look half bad, does it? I imagine that was an I-beam pick, yep. Little bit annoying, he just doesn't quite have that 1 damage, right?
Yeah.
Everything's just off, so he will have to trade a 6/6 into the big imp. But
I
after
can get a
that,
value trade on the Librarian, which is nice, with the hero power onto one of these 1/1s. And then push the 6. I wonder if he's going to think about actually trading off the 1. Yeah, and just in case the second location is in hand.
yeah.
You don't want to take that little bit of extra damage, but now this lines up perfectly into Xiaobai's Imp King Rafam. However, Fearhunter's at 11. Nah. I was going to say, you could Abyssal Wave and clear up a lot of stuff and roll into Zakul, but the curses aren't big enough.
I mean, there's still a big draw, right? So there's Zhilag there.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
this is the juice. Oh, yeah. Buy 7. It's all free now.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. Is that lethal? 3 plus
Fury
Jace.
will know.
An extra 7. That would be 14. It's 1 off? Is that 7? There's 14 on board.
Well, no, it's lethal. It's lethal, right? Fury, Chaos Strike. I think this is lethal, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, you're right, you're right. He recast. Wait. That's
Am I
14.
being dumb?
That's 14. There's 14 on board. It's 28.
I'm being dumb. Okay, thank you.
You made me second guess myself. I did that math perfectly. He's got to make all of the trades.
I mean, this is still solid, though, because look at his hand going forward, right?
So he's dead to 2 curses, but
Yeah.
not to 1 curse. And that's not 1 curse.
Oh, and he's 1 mana off being able to Zakul and Bran.
Oh, jeez. I
Fury
think
Hunter.
you still just you push 5. You trade wave, push 5. Or no, you push 8, then Grimoire, then wave.
Yes, I like that a lot.
Put
Because
Fury
then,
down to 1, and then you have Zakul next turn.
yeah, with Bran, right?
Yeah. Or you draw.
Ooh.
Oh, Library was lethal. A library plus an imp was lethal, right? It'd be +3/+3, looking for 3 damage.
Yes, but I thought the setup you talked about was way better in general, right? You clear the whole board, you push some damage with the first curse, and then you have Bran, Zakul. I mean, this still does the job. Does have Tamsin as well with these touches to heal up a tiny bit.
Yeah, preserves the board, still pushes the 8. It's a Grimoire in hand. It's still not bad.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay.
What are those? 5s? Are they 5s?
Are they 5? I thought...
They might be.
For some reason, I think they're smaller, but I might be wrong.
He's attacked at least 3 times.
Oh, they are 5. TJ, you're on fire today, friend. You know your numbers.
Big fan of numbers. Love numbers.
Or is this just locking in hero powers? I think, right? Just do the double trade with the hero powers, maximize that damage. There's still double Fel Barrage, still Zhilag in hand as well.
There's no relics left in the deck at all, right?
You know what? I can check.
Yeah.
No, there's Artificer, 1 School Teacher, 1 Bran, 1 Setheno, 2 Predations, and an Aldraki Warblades, TJ. We'd be playing a different game if the Aldraki Warblades had been drawn.
Yeah.
A very, very different game.
All right, so last Shadow Spell cast was the Touch.
So the options here are for Xiaobai to just wave this,
I think I just like wave. Just
Yeah, it's a wave to set up for Dark Vein next turn.
actually.
Or Brandzakul. But the problem is with Brandzakul, he won't heal for as much as this bat is hitting him for. So I think that's just... What?
Brandzakul is 3/4, right? It's 1 damage off.
Oh, is it on 3/4? Oh, sorry. I thought it was lower. That's fine.
Maybe you're right on this one. I gotta be wrong.
You know, you've got to be right. You know your numbers today, TJ. I've already told you.
Nope.
Oh, it's 1-2. Okay, I thought it was 1-2. I was thinking, what curses have been played this game? Yeah, he does clear off the brand to actually kill the 5-1, so that cleans up that
I realized that I think we both used the same dashboard number, so I got booted out.
Oh, sorry.
The answer is here.
I don't know where I came up with that. Yeah, he hasn't had time to play curses at all. It's because every single turn since turn 6, I've considered Abyssal Wave as an option. And so when I consider it as an option, it just means that it's been cast already. All right.
Can Fury do something here with Finley?
Yeah.
Because, like I said, he has Aldraki, he has 2 Predations.
Yeah. And Stheno as well.
Yeah, and Stheno, yeah. So if he gets Stheno, yeah, there it
It's
is.
guaranteed because
Yeah, because he
he has
swaps.
7 cards left.
Yeah.
Back to rest.
That's what, 6? And Predation, these are cool. That Stheno cleans that up. And has the War Blades.
Yep.
I mean, it is War Blades heal. I think you really want to heal. Okay, good. The rope's burning, TJ, and players are looking slow-ish, and it scares me. Go back up
Yeah,
to...
he got
Wow.
the damage in.
And hugely important, TJ, the wave was not played on one of the 20 turns you suggested it be played, which means, again, Lady Darkvein is not really active, right?
It is active, but for touch.
Yeah, not in the way you want it to be, basically.
Yeah, so you can Lady Darkvein.
You're just dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say touch, and then it touches the other one,
Flame
and then
Imp
that
touch.
one touches. yeah. But Flame Imp is just the exact same amount of healing damage and healing, so got a
Oh,
tap.
Fury Hunter leads forward for the tap. And that is not it.
Nope, not enough.
Just gonna go for it with something, even though I'm...
Oh no, it's Grimoire. Okay, I was wrong.
Oh, is it Grim? Okay. Oh yeah, because he grimmed the brand after the Zakul. Okay, school teacher.
Yeah. Up there.
Oh, that'll do.
Yep.
Oh.
that'll do it.
Big win there for Game 1 for Fury Hunter. The last time these two played, a little bit earlier today to kick off the show, it was a very close series, but Xiao Bai was the winner. Fury Hunter getting off to a good start, but that again, TJ, an incredibly close game. And it's one of those games that no doubt you could rewind and just say, well, what if this happened, right? Because we talked about the waves so often, it meant that Dark Vein wasn't stacking the curses. You do understand it to an extent, because as we saw, without the wave, he played 0 curses all game, so it's not like 3 waves would have done 1 million damage, right? It would have done a good chunk, but not tons. But really difficult matchup there to navigate. But Fury gets it done with the Relic of Dimensions keep, even though it didn't really come into play, TJ.
Oh, I mean, it did. Like, he was able to draw a lot of cards.
I think the 4-mana one was a little bit more useful than the 5.
Yeah, the one from the sigil. But, you know, it's the butterfly effect. If you hadn't kept the Relic of Dimensions, the other Relic of Dimensions would have been 1 card closer to the top, so it wouldn't have actually been by,
Right.
by the sigil, so then it would have been full cost. And then
Exactly how it works. Yep.
Yep. So we got the Warlock and the Rogue left for Fury Hunter. The Relic Demon Hunter, I don't know. It's hard for me to evaluate like which is the toughest deck to get across in this situation.
Right.
Like my common sense would tell me the Rogue. Just because you can't high roll every game, right? Like one out of
That
3
to Habu
games.
Gabu.
Yeah, tell it to Habu Gabu, right? But he's only had a sample size of 2 with the deck, so maybe the next 4 games he plays with it, he's just gonna have dead draws.
Look, TJ, 100% is 100%, no matter which way you slice it. Next matchup, though, is going to be Fiorionta jumping over to his Warlock, and Zhao Bai is going to be on this Priest. And again, a very tricky matchup. I feel like a lot of these matchups versus Warlock, the opponent, unless you're playing like a hard counter, the opponent does have to just be, not make a misstep, right? Because I've played this matchup a lot as the Priest, and although you can just demolish the Warlock if you pop off early and create a big enough minion that can't be dealt with, but the games where you just don't get that handed to you, you can get pushed really hard early on. And a lot of the time, even though Shadow Word Devour is one of the best cards you can get early, a lot of the time it's not enough because it doesn't actually kill a lot of the targets you need it to kill.
Yeah. This deck had cards earlier too.
Yeah, well, don't look at me, TJ.
And it actually has the archetype listed. That's weird.
Yeah. The technology is not there yet. James. But
Interesting.
yeah, really cool matchup though. I play a decent chunk of Naga Priest, so I definitely like to see players who are much better than me pilot it instead, because you've got so many options on how to approach certain matchups. It's super fun to watch. And look, cards, TJ. We have them in this
There
one.
we go.
First Warlock.
It's weird, like one deck does, one deck doesn't. I don't know. I play every deck, Raven, and by I play every deck, I mean I only play Thief Rogue, and by proxy, I play every deck. So
You play every deck with secrets.
Yep. Every secret class, and then every class that has a spell that costs 5 or more. And then I shadow step my Theotar twice, so I steal 3 of your cards in your win condition.
Is that how you win? I don't play Rogue. I play everything. Easy.
No.
What do you think?
That's right.
What do you think about this matchup? Is it like how favored do you think it is to the Warlock or the Priest?
I think this one hinges entirely upon like the first 4 turns, right? It's hard to go over the top with curses unless you stick a considerable amount of early game damage against Naga Priest, because if you let them have a turn of a big minion, that minion's going to kill you. So I think that it's entirely dependent on who can get that early lead, right? If you can have a big swing turn early on in the game with the Naga Priest with like a Shadow Word Devour or something along those lines, it's really easy to just keep the board pared down from there. And you, like I said, the curse threat is a little bit more limited in this matchup because if you start falling behind on board, it's going to ramp up super fast.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time here, you as the Warlock, you really do just want to have the full minion opening and almost just not draw the curse cards at all. Unless you can count, Sirikes is fine as an on-curve play, if that's something Fiorionta wants to consider. Yeah. Outside of that, you don't want any of the fancy stuff. You really want to just fill the board with imps, get the library down so you can make them, or at least make 1 or 2 of them, not die to a single Devour, and then go on from there. Because then Zhao Bai will be forced into playing sort of Naga Priest game where you have to hold back for a while to be able to pull off something big. But Fiorionta, probably not too happy with this.
My next point was going to be, even with the curse package, the Warlock does early game stuff way more consistently than the Naga Priest, or as early as you need it, right?
Right.
And so, I think that the Warlock is a favorite in the or not a favorite. No. I'm gonna go back to my original point.
I feel like you're taking on the role of the Warlock, TJ, and actually cursing Fiorionta here. Because this mulligan is not great. Fiendish Circle. The second there's a Shadow Word Devour here, I don't want to call it early, TJ, but this is hard to recover from. This is exactly what you want to position to be in as the Priest here for Zhao Bai, because you landed a minion early, the Warlock did not. You buffed the minion, the Warlock continued to not do stuff. Then the imps come out and you eat them all up with Shadow Word Devour and it all goes wrong. The on-curve player boon. And yeah, Fiorionta's laughing because he's like, well, I couldn't lose this game harder.
Yeah, basically, if you go into turn 4 and the Naga Priest has the board, you lose. Like that.
Generally speaking, yeah.
It's that almost that cut and dry. there's very little comeback mechanics that'll be able to hit the health total that Naga Priest has. If they have the board, they win. And, you know, the Naga Priests, sometimes they can whiff. They don't have Wig or they don't have an early game minion. All it takes is the one swing turn, and there you go.
I think it's okay. It's okay. If Fury Hunter can put each minion into the taunts and then somehow manage to Abyssal Wave, Dark Vein, pop the Dark Vein Abyssal Waves, and clear the board, TJ. That's if he had a magical stopwatch that stopped time.
Yeah.
I think he might be dead before that happens.
I mean, the standard Imp Warlock without the curse package is like slightly more favored in the matchup, but still you know 60-40, right, in favor of Naga Priest. But it all comes down to those first 4 turns, and with Shadow Word Devour being a card, it can be sometimes difficult for you to actually get a foothold in the game before they run out of control.
I think as well, a lot of that was the opening you want as the Priest from Xiao Bai, and that was the opening you don't want, or the mulligan you don't want as Fury Hunter, right? You got all the worst cards there, you got all the cards we talked about not even wanting to see all game, never mind in your opening hand. And Xiao Bai, like I said, just played the curve out and got ahead on board. And as you said, by turn 4, especially if you have Boon locked and loaded, ready to go, it's going to be very, very difficult to come back. So just like that, in the blink of an eye, Fury Hunter's lead goes away, and it is now evened up at 1-1. It looks like Fury's going to be playing the Warlock once again, and I'm waiting to see what Xiao Bai's going to lock in.
Got a couple of better matchups lined up with just a straight-up mirror match, and then against the Mage. I think, you know, looking at the spreads across pretty much every player in this group, Warlock on paper should be the deck that struggles, right?
Yeah.
So it just seemed like a lot of players shied away from the decks that Imp Curse Warlock does well against. You know, some of the slower decks. I'm gonna say obviously, but maybe it wasn't so obvious given, you know, the style of tournament this is, right, and how important it is. There's a lack of Druid, which is where Curse Warlock finds a lot of its power as well.
Yeah, I think
a lack of Mage in this group, which is interesting.
Yes, I mean, speaking about that, it's what I did want to bring up. Xiao Bai is going to be playing the Warlock, so it's going to be a mirror for the next match. But I think Xiao Bai's in that same spot where if he gets Warlock across the line, his Mage going up against Rogue or Warlock, I think that's absolutely fine. You know, I think that's a great position for Xiao Bai to be in, because I do think Mage generally does okay enough to get a win through there somehow. So
yeah,
we'll have to see how
okay
this one
enough.
goes. Yeah.
Still,
I'm not
think
saying
that
it's an
Mage
easy
struggles
win, but yeah, I think when you've got Rogue, let's say Xiao Bai wins this, right? If you've got Rogue and Warlock to play Mage against, like, I think you're feeling pretty okay. I don't think it's a steamroll, but I think it's okay. Here though, TJ, I think this might become a theme throughout the weekend, unless Habugabu is playing. But we're going to have a Warlock mirror, and I think this Warlock mirror might decide a lot of this series.
Well, it would be playing out exactly how the previous series played out, just in sort of different matchups that each deck was bringing. But it was Game 5, the first time that these two players met in the initial match of the day. They had the Warlock mirror, and Xiao Bai took it and took the series. But it was like back and forth wins with Demon Hunter, then Mage, then Priest, then Rogue.
Yep.
And we kind of had the same, like, the Mage beat the Rogue, right? So it's like...
Yeah, I mean, the big problem in the first
it's going to be similar.
Yeah, Fury took 3 goes to win it with the Rogue, right? Like, that was the big problem with the Mage and Priest beating the Rogue in Series 1. But let's see how this one plays out. Fury did hold on to the Grimoire to be able to have some level of potential counter to his opponent, like dropping Flame Imps or just Imps in general. The library, after the 1-1's coming down first.
This looks like 2 different decks. It's the same deck. Honestly, I think it's just a tap. Need to find more options, stuff to do.
Yeah, Fury does have a potentially strong turn next turn, right? Because he has Tamsin Coin Touch, which is quite powerful. We can see there's double Flame Imp if Xiao Bai wants it. But with double Flame Imp, without having Library active, he does have to be a little bit worried about Grimoire.
Yeah, especially with how this early game has gone.
Yeah, Fury one kept and hasn't played anything yet.
And played the card that he kept. Right? Oh, no. He kept Grimoire.
Kept the Grimoire. Yeah, he kept the Grimoire. So he's like, he played the 1-drop on 1, passed turn 2. There are limits as to what cards he was actually going to keep.
Yeah. To be quite honest, this might just be Tamsin going Grimoire.
Oh, you think? I think Tamsin is Tamsin touch a bit of a risk?
You just leave the imp up on the other side, right?
That's true, but you have Drag Below next turn.
Sure.
And also, Xiaobai would need an imp to follow up, right? To actually kill the Tamsin.
True.
And if the Tamsin lives, well, then you're just having a great day. I don't think...
You don't have an extra Grimoire target in hand currently.
Bran, easy.
Yeah. We should just tempo Bran. Yeah, just tempo Bran.
I think this plus touch is better because I don't think one imp on the board is going to be the difference next turn between winning or losing the game. But the second there isn't enough of a buff for this imp to kill the Tamsin, if the Tamsin lives, that is a huge turnaround because Fury has Drag Below in hand.
Yeah.
You can see, of course, that there's Xiaobai's Drag Below. There is another imp and so on. So I think Xiaobai does have to Drag Below this, right?
I mean, it's +2/+2 on the imp, so you could trade over and just play a cultist. But if you play Drag Below, it goes into the Lady Darkbane. You could just play it on curve.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of like it. Maybe that's giving up, or potentially giving up board too early.
Yeah, none of these seem good. Play a Mischievous Imp, an uninfused Mischievous Imp. I don't know. It just doesn't line up well enough on the board. I think
Drag Below and then leave the 2 healths in case that Fury could actually use this Grimoire at some point.
Yeah. Ooh, Zakul on curve. Oh, it's so good.
Normally this feels way more powerful when you do it with Bran, but if you're ahead on board and you just drop this on curve against nothing, it's a 6/5. It hits pretty hard if it's not killed. And currently, Fury has no way to kill this. He has his own Zakul to try and heal.
Job done.
This feels terrible.
Yeah, this is just pain, isn't it? Maybe Fury's just thinking, oh, I just need to get to turn 8 to Bran Zakul or something. He needs exactly wave. He needs exactly wave this turn, right?
Yeah, yeah. And even then.
Yeah, I was going to say. Quick, Xiaobai, just Drag Below your own minion.
Yeah, and it's lethal guaranteed for Xiaobai next turn because goes Lady Darkbane, drags below the Lady Darkbane minion.
Oh, there's a card he would have liked about 10 years ago.
Yep.
Wow, that's just going to be game number 3, just like that, TJ going to Xiaobai. And it just shows the polar opposite sides of the deck, right? Xiaobai got the early imps, got the curve out, and Fury just could not even really fight for the board. Yes, he didn't just pass every turn, but it was never a fight. It was, okay, Xiaobai's like, oh, okay, I have to spend this 1 card to deal with this. There you go, no problem. So, tough one. And Fury Hunter's now only 1 game away from being eliminated, which, at least for me, TJ, would be an absolutely huge upset because I think the general Hearthstone community is in agreement that Fury Hunter is the, if not one of the best players in the world right now. So it would be such a shame to see him go out so early. But losing to Xiaobai twice in a row, well, twice in the same group, I guess, is a tough one.
Yeah, has to try and target this mage now, right? Last deck remaining for Xiaobai. One reasonable matchup, and then one I have no faith in Rogue.
A key matchup. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is the one, this is like the middle ground, right? The Mailbox Dancer version is like the slightly extra pop-off version.
Right.
But it also relies more on minion damage because it doesn't run like Wicked Stab.
Right.
So you can get frozen out of the game a lot easier with this deck. Obviously, you can make like bigger things earlier because the Mailbox Dancer Shadow Step, you get extra access to the coin. It's just another Shadow Step target in the deck.
Yeah.
But like a flurry, it hurts more because you don't have the reach that you would with Wicked Stab in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the Mage go up against the Warlock first, but I do think in the Mage Rogue matchup that we might see next game, Fury would basically have to go all in on the dagger, right? I think that's by far the best way to deal with Mage. But first things first, we've got Mage versus Warlock, and much more reasonable matchup for Fury, if not a good matchup, actually. The ability for the curses to just not care about a lot of what the mage is doing. Also conveniently dodges solid alibi, which is a huge strength of the deck. And also just the healing factor that's available is actually super frustrating combined with the recent-ish mage nerfs.
Yeah. It's got everything you want, right? It's got the pressure early before the mage is really able to get online with some of their more powerful cards. And like you said, the over-the-top that bypasses solid alibi because it's on their turn and not your turn. This opening from Xiaobai is not the greatest. Actually threw away Nightcloak Sanctum, but it does find like Cold Case, which is just a generally good card. But that health total is going to go away pretty quickly. Once again, though, not much in the ways of pressure. Yeah, there's the Mischievous Imp, but it won't be infused, and Xiaobai wisely is just going to take out this Imp.
Yeah. And I think I like the Nightcloak Sanctum throw, which sounds ridiculous, but against this, if they go wide with Imps, okay, you can freeze like the 4/4, 5/5, or 6/6, but all the others still hit you, right? And then you do nothing the turn after, and you've spent 3 mana to just freeze and make a 2/2, and often that's not enough if the Warlock actually pressures. I do like the Brannon curve though from Fury. This is just good.
Yep, Mischievous Imp. It's going to spawn the extra Imp, so going to be able to buff up this Bran. Not a lot, but it'll put it out of range of a good amount of stuff. What are we thinking about? If it's worth it? It's not worth it. You got to get brand value, right?
Well, I'm actually thinking, does he play Mischievous Imp and not play the Nightcloak? Okay, he's going to do this. I was thinking, I'm saying Nightcloak now because we were talking about the mage one. Sorry, Vial Library. I was wondering whether he trades with the Bran. Plays the Imp, trades with the Bran or just goes face, and then saves the location for next turn when he can do Circle. But decided to go this way around. All those Imps are going to go bye-bye, but it is going to infuse the Imp, right?
Yeah, and there's a chance that this Bran... Nope. Well, like you said, still infuses, so...
Oh, okay. I'm seeing pretty good pickup. Definitely a matchup where you can happily just Tams in on 6 and not worry if you maybe kill your own Imp or 2.
Yeah. Was Savara in hand when the Cold Case was played? I don't know. Maybe not super relevant. All right, so Xiaobai has a decision to make here. Library's coming next turn, so could just be a Varden turn.
What do you think? I think
outside of that,
it can be greedier. I think it's just Arcane Intellect.
Oof. Yeah, I guess you can hit like Flurry.
tusks.
And Wildfire, right? So a ping would have killed a 3-2.
Yeah. There's the flurry.
Xiaobai, so far, doing a really good job of just keeping control of the board. Still on 27, so plenty of health. Still has the Varden in hand. Now has a flurry in that Savara, which is very important.
Stop shattering.
Makes it, once it's active, makes it Savara much more of like a tempo play as opposed to a value play, right? Because in the early game, you do just want to just freeze as much as possible.
Yeah. Okay. It's a tough one. I think this could be a Tamsin turn, though.
I want
All right.
I was with you. I thought this was sort of, cut your losses, say, you know what, I lose 2 imps, but I clear the board, play Tamsin, and then just start work next turn.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to let Xiaobai have a proactive turn. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Because if you Tamsin there, and let's say you don't get an imp, Xiaobai literally just gets to do whatever he wants.
I guess so.
But now you're kind of back in the same spot, right?
No, it looks like
Xiaobai
another
didn't have any
turn.
proactive turns and only had reactive turns, then
Right.
now
I was
it's
mainly
a
thinking like Tamsin into the turn they want to Dawn Grasp. Like the Dawn Grasp has a 50-50 of cold case and freeze flurry. So like, is that bad, right?
Yeah. Fury Hunter, though, dodged a little bit of a bullet there because Mordresh is going to come out and clean this board up anyway. And Savara now has Arcane Intellect, Flurry, and... Got to be Cold Case, right? Oh, no, Wildfire.
Yeah, Wildfire, right? Because they played it last turn.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, because they didn't play the Cursed, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what if this is just a hold Modresh? Is that madness? It might be madness, because that means you don't have an 8-8 on board.
It's big.
Just think, like, what if you just play Savara, Flurry, either Ping Face or Cold Case, doesn't matter to me, and then just have the board wipe next turn?
fast here.
And just let Fury commit more into the board.
Yeah.
Because I think, even though it's good, and you could argue, though, Modresh just wins anyway, I think... Wait, it doesn't have a Flurry.
It wasn't Flurry.
Well, this
Okay,
is
so I was
changed my opinion of the turn. Never mind.
Yeah, could still draw a Flurry here. Doesn't look like it, yeah, wasn't entered. Oh, okay.
Well, now we've simply got a game of Hearthstone.
Yeah.
8 to the face, wave.
8 to the
touch.
face, wave, touch, yep. And then next turn you have
What is
Lady
taking
Darkvein
so
plus
long?
Grimoire. And then Zakul plus Sarakesh. And that pretty... Oh, wait, no, it's not going to be wave, is it? I was going to just leave the 3 up. Okay, yeah, because wants the wave to be in the Lady Darkvein. This makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And the tapestry. I didn't even see what was burned. What was burned?
Well, now it might have to be Modresh just for the race, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is this faster going to finish on Modresh? Okay. I can see that.
This also might be a lethal setup.
Oh, not going to... Wait, going to multicaster and not ping and
He's going
play
to fill the
curse?
hand up. That's what he's going to do.
Oh, does that max him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Big brain plays. Let's have a think here. Fury Hunter could still play Zakul, right? Because he would still get the heal off the curse that's actually still in hand.
It's just not enough. Like, it's what? It's 2?
Yeah. So this ever be like
What is
You could still just
touch, then wave?
touch then wave. Unless you think that you absolutely need the healing.
I think the problem here is, though, how does Fury Hunter set up a board? Because, let's be honest, Xiao Bai is very likely to be able to just ping every turn and keep his hand full.
Yeah, this is a tough situation to maneuver. Okay, so he's going to go for Lady Darkbane. This is like maximum healing. It still ramps the curses,
Yeah.
is the big thing. They just have to
Exactly.
add it to the hand, right?
Yeah, so if Xiao Bai plays cards now and has more space in his hand, Fury Hunter now has the ability to go Zakul Sirikes and not only deal a chunk of damage, but also heal a lot as well.
Yeah. There's no way to either for Xiao Bai to go for like a guaranteed 2-turn lethal setup because just a ping plus a Mordresh would be... That's 13, and then the next turn would be an extra 3, so it would be a little bit of damage. Oh, wait, no, Frozen Touch, maybe?
Wait, what about ping, cold case with flurry, and then next turn there's Modrish ping?
He doesn't want to... He wants to keep his hand empty.
I mean, I guess, but that's just not possible, right? Drag below, that doesn't
Drag below
change any
wave?
numbers of curses, right? But he needs to heal, surely. Surely he thinks he's dead next turn.
Yeah, but he can't heal and remove.
What is
So what
taking
does
so
more?
long?
The curse is healing for more than 8.
I mean,
Must do,
Xiao Bai
right?
Xiao Bai just wins from this situation, right? Because you just keep your hand full and you just ping every turn. And I think
Yeah,
Fury
yeah,
knows
he only,
that.
yeah, he only gets 1 curse through, right?
Yeah, and it's this
Yeah.
it's this turn, and it's not enough.
I must hasten. I must hasten.
Gonna go wave, drag below, hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah, but Xiao Bai,
Yeah, I mean, he just does with the frozen touch, ping.
yeah, frozen touch.
Wow. Really,
Fury Hunter
really
knows it.
tricky game. Yeah, really rough game there for Fury Hunter. Well played from both players. I think they did go for the right approach, but Xiao Bai knowing exactly what he needed to do to stave off those curses. Congratulations to Xiao Bai as he does move on out of Group A. Commiserations to Fury Hunter. So close. Like I said, still no questions one of the best players in the world, but it just wasn't meant to be this time, TJ. Really rough series, but I do think Xiao Blai's, am I just making up names now? Xiao Bai played that, especially at the end, very, very well, making sure that there was no way he was going to give Fury Hunter any kind of curse out. And then obviously the minions themselves, well, that's the easy bit for Mage to control.
Yeah, that was just a really well played game, I think, from Xiao Bai, just limiting the amount of curses, understanding that that was the only way that Fury could find a win condition. Because if Fury decides to go for like a board game plan, Xiao Bai had every which way to answer it, right?
Alibis, freeze, whatever you want.
Yeah, holding on to the Mordresh until it was basically the checkmate turn, right?
Right.
Was just the biggest of deals. The only turn that you could go back to, I think, would maybe be like the Dreadlich Tamsin on turn 6 instead of it being on turn 7.
Right.
He was just hoping that Xiao Bai wouldn't have a way to react to a massive board that he was building. But he did, right? And it was a lot of ways that it could have been reacted to, right? Even just a solid alibi would have been a lot. And he would have had to play Dreadlich Tamsin anyway. So I thought getting it out of the way earlier might have been slightly better. But honestly, the way he went about it, putting on the pressure, again, like I said, forcing Xiao Bai to not be able to be proactive. Turns out he was just able to do both, right? He was able to be proactive and reactive because of the way his hand was.
And honestly, it's looking interesting for these Warlocks because so far today, that's 5 matches in as we see Habu Gabu and Xiao Bai, the winners out of Group A, to get through to later on in the tournament. I think one player a little bit more of a winner than the other because Habu Gabu had his day's work done in about a total of 10 minutes, so very impressive overall from there. But I just want to highlight, if my notes are correct, Warlock has only won a single game that was not a mirror. And that was against Rogue. I believe that was Plastic against Fury Hunter with Warlock beating Rogue. That's it. All the rest, Warlock's either lost or it's won a mirror, which, well, yeah, Warlock has to win a Warlock mirror. So Warlock's looking spicy. And honestly, TJ, for one of the players who doesn't need to qualify for Worlds, because they already are, Habu Gabu's read seems to be looking very, very good so far.
Quite good, I would say. Quite good. And we'll see how the rest of the groups play out, but this little nugget of a group was pretty cool to see unfold, just because of how out of left field Habu Gabu's lineup was, and just much different from what I expected coming in. So, yeah, big congratulations to Habu Gabu and Xiao Bai. We'll be seeing them on Sunday.
Yep, that's Group A done for the day, but we've got one more group left. It's going to be Group B, and I believe the first match is going to be Pocket Train versus Gabumi, and that's coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Group A is in the books, which means we are halfway through today's action, but still plenty more as we move on to group number B. And with me to help take that apart is going to be Simon Sottle Welch. How's it going, Simon?
It is going great. All the better to be casting with you, Lorinda, you lip-smacking little flower pot you. And I am looking forward to getting in to one of my favourite times of the day. And that is the time of the day where you get to kick back and watch Pocket Train play some Pocket Train decks, because that is very often a sight to behold in and of itself. Pocket Train here will be taking on Gaboom, who is, you know, kind of in the position that we perhaps saw Plastic in the previous group, where he's a player with perhaps the lack of reputation outside of the French scene, where he is very well known. But in the wider Hearthstone universe, I think Pocket Train, because of that Boar Priest expertise that he's known for, as well as the Masters Tour result, probably the bigger of these two names right now.
Right, but what you've said has led to an interesting situation here, because everybody knows that Pocket Train plays Boar Priest, and Gaboom is a player with nothing to lose. So what better thing to do when you've got nothing to lose and you know you're playing Pocket Train than bring a lineup that really, really hurts Boars?
Yeah, and some debate to be had on that front. There was a little exchange that I caught on Twitter earlier where Pocket Train tweeted his lineup and said, literally, go on, target this if you really want to try. And then someone responded and were with a meme of essentially, well, you know, Gaboom's got you covered. And Pocket Train, in the quintessential combo player fashion, replies with, he's not even favored. Which is, you know, that is just so combo player energy, where it doesn't matter that most sane people would agree. 99% of the community think that X matchup is favored against your combo deck. The combo deck player will always say, nah, I'm good, fam. And Pocket Train in particular, with Boar Priest in particular, is one of those people that's been screaming from the rooftops for quite some time that Boar Priest does not have bad matchups.
Yeah, and I mean, I've said this at every tournament he's played in, but it bears saying again for those who haven't heard me say it. People in Pocket Train's testing group no longer take his numbers for combo decks. They have to do their own numbers, because he'll just say, yeah, 70% in this 50-50 matchup, 80% in this 60% matchup. Like, you just can't trust him in terms of how you would play it. But those are his numbers. That is how good he is at this deck that he has played bajillions of times.
Yes, indeed. And you start to see some of this unconventional lineup that Gaboom has going for himself. The big Spell Mage is being highlighted here. There is also a slow Curse Warlock. There's the Relic Demon Hunter. And there is a alignment Ramp Druid thrown into that as well. So yes, like quite clearly, I think, and I have not spoken to Gaboom to get this information firsthand, but it seems quite clear that you see a certain player in your group and you go, well, okay, fair enough, I know how I'm going to attack this, and they go for the Boar Priest angle. Whether or not Boar Priest can find its way out, well, there is not a player who has a better chance of doing so than this person you are looking at right here. Masters Tour victory under the belt, of course, in Vashir. Great overall record in Masters Tours, but yes, Lorinda, as you have highlighted at the bottom, we've mentioned it several times already. We will mention it as many more times as it takes, probably depending on how this first matchup goes as to whether the Boar Priest gets out immediately. This is going to be the crux of the series. The best Boar Priest player in the world has been tried to be countered by a player who's bought a lineup to specifically beat Boar Priest.
Yeah, and we are going to see how that goes. There is a problem here in the mathematics, in that outside of alignment games, Boar Priest just does its thing on turn 7 or turn 8, so it's never that terrible a matchup. Like 30%, 40%, that sort of thing. It's always going to have a base decent chance of getting out of there. And if it rolls one of those good games, if it rolls out of there, you've got a lineup full of garbage decks that don't just have to beat this, but you've got to beat another player to get through. And sure, if it's a bye into the final, you take it and you play your less strong decks, but it's not a bye into the final. So for me, this is an interesting strategy, but like I said in the intro, Gaboom, one of the players with a little bit less to lose than some of these absolutely massive names in this tournament, so I don't blame him in the slightest for trying it on.
No, and of course, if you do want to dig as far into that debate as possible, right? It's not we've seen the strategy from like Frozen, right? Like that's the quintessential example of the ridiculous hard target strategy, where it was an anti-control warrior strategy, where legitimately the decks had about a 10% win rate against every other deck in Hearthstone. And if you didn't get control warrior, you didn't hard target control warrior, you weren't going to win the series. Yes, what Gaboom is playing isn't necessarily the optimal highest win rate decks that a lot of the other players are going for, but they're not going to have much worse than 45, 40% matchups against everything else. So if you can go favored against the Boar Priest, if you can go 2-1 against Boar Priest, you're still then probably mathematically favored against the rest of the field. But we will see how it pans out in a macro sense, get a little bit more into the minutia of this game. And immediately, that amplified Snow Flurry in hand is an interesting talking point for Gaboom. Two game plans really here for the Mage. Number one, do big stuff soon and just try and get there with a board that the Priest can't remove on the other side, do so as quickly as possible. But then plan B is Disruption, and Disruption is far-reaching in this deck, right? Watch Post is Disruption. But also, weirdly, Amplified Snow Flurry is Disruption, because the way that card works, the ability to hold a hero power for extended number of turns, you can actually buy yourself a turn in the late game with the Amplified Snow Flurry by getting that clutch freeze on the target, which can just allow you that one extra turn that you might need to go counter-lethal, which, you know, it's something that we're seeing very, very early on in the opening hand for Gaboom, so it might not pan out that way, but I do think it's an interesting point about the matchup. First illuminated to me by Bunny Hopper, I believe, who did it during Grand Masters at some point and found a win with Mage in a position that was looking very challenging using that strategy.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, actually, when you put it that way. We're talking in terms of turn 7, turn 8 being when the Priest does its thing. Yeah, I've got my eyes on this. Turn 7, turn 8, Priest does its thing. If you can just give them 1+1 on all those numbers, that's a huge amount of time, as is 15 seconds disconnect.
Yeah, because crucially, sometimes when you get down to that point, right, you have your turn where you do your amulets and you get the weapon. We sometimes, you know, describe that turn as lethal, right? Because you generally stop your opponent from doing anything for the rest of the game. But if you leave a couple of minions up on your opponent's board and they have a 0 mana hero power that can stop you from attacking for one turn, those couple of minions that they might have not been able to clear on that Wild Pyromancer turn or whatever else it was might just end up being that the turn that they need to get that lethal damage going back the other way. I do hope that this clears up sooner rather than later for both players involved and, of course, our dear viewers at home. We are, of course, as you can see, having some momentary connection issues. Hopefully, things will clear up and we can get into this game.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tough one already for Pocket Train. Nothing he can really do about this watch post, so... he'll be eager to get on with it as much as anybody, if he especially don't want to sit there staring at a hand that can't do anything for a while. He has got ways out, obviously, with the Pyros, so...
I bring the muscle and the magic.
Coin Barbara, Pocket Train is throwing out the round of applause already. Hits the 1 mana spell as well, hits the gift as well, which was probably the worst outcome. Pocket Train's hand is doing nothing right now. But before that specific spell switch happened, he was still a Cleric away from a good time, right? Because he had Pyro, he had Cleric, all for playable amounts of mana, and he had the gift for 1 in hand. Now that gift costs 10. He's probably 2 or 3 runner draws off the top away from actually being able to do anything super relevant in this situation.
Yeah, talking of doing something super relevant, this is really awkward. Going to talk for a moment while we wait for this to clear up about Pocket Train, actually. He has followed the line of people like Frozen, Muzzy, one other. There's one other, but I can't think of who it is, so I'm going to carry on before him, which is really, really, really powerful ladder player, but could only play 1 deck at a time, into kind of okay in his first few tournaments, into suddenly top 8 first. Like, he had the first time we really saw him do anything was at DreamHack Beyond, like a year ago.
Yep.
And since then, he's just looked not unstoppable. There's people like Fury Hunter and Bunny Hopper and Habu Gabu out there, but he's up there with those Muzzies and Frozens of the world who's just following that exact same trajectory. So if he doesn't win the World Championship this year, next year could be an amazing year for Pocket Train, I think.
Gaboom gets back for long enough to dump these dragons on the board. especially frustrating, I'm sure, for Pocket Train, as he 100% knew what the turn was going to be this turn. It was going to be big dragons coming down because he has a 10-cost spell in his hand, and that's what that means. He was just kind of waiting for those disconnect issues to pass by so he could get the inevitable conclusion. But yeah, 12 health, 8 health, huge amounts of attack on the other side of the board. Not currently enough even injured damage to be able to get up to the level of clear you would need for a Zyrella. Pocket Train has got an enormous amount of work to do here.
Yeah, if it's anybody else, if it was anybody else but me casting, I'd be saying, hey, this game's over. But I know my record with Boar Priest is a little bit sketchy, so I'm just going to keep my eyes on it.
How long ago was it? Because I still hear you saying, like, oh, my MMR's still in trouble from that Boar Priest incident. I'm
Like
pretty sure it was
4
like
months?
6 months ago.
Yeah,
at this
6
point,
months
yeah.
possibly, but it's at least 4 months. And like, I'm still facing people playing Reno Paladin and things on ladder to this day because of it. If you're the person I played playing Reno Paladin the other day, good for you. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
Well, they did.
I'm pretty sure they did. They won. That's a good time in my book. All right, now choose to put in the damage because there's so much of it.
Yeah, it turns out quite a lot. If only the watch post could get involved in the party as well, the game would be over bar the shouting, or including the shouting, actually, I suppose, with how that idiom works. But
So
now
with a
Pocket
wildfire,
Train-
he could have buffed. He killed his own skeleton and then played the starfish and attached with the watch post. Huh? That's what you're saying.
Sure, yeah, makes sense. Pocket Train gives the nod. He went for the out with the Wild Pyromancer with the Devour, but the Skeleton got the work done that was needed. Very, very quick. No enormous conclusions to be drawn from that opening game, I would say. Yeah, Mage beat Boar Priest. Mage is argued by most people. Again, we have to put so many clauses and caveats in this when Pocket Train is involved, but conventionally known as a good matchup. And whether you agree with that or not at Boar Priest being played at the highest level, like let's say, are you favored versus Pocket Train Boar Priest? If you have a good matchup against a deck and then that deck draws badly,
Right.
you are going to win. And that's kind of what we saw in that situation where Pocket just did not get a good draw. Still no Cleric in the hand. Calm, I believe, turned 7 at the end there, which means, yeah, you're going to have a bad time. And Kaboom with an incredibly straightforward game number 1. I would suggest you know Pocket Train a little bit better than I do before we reveal this next graphic. Is he a Jam Boar Priest 3 times gamer, do you think?
If you'd asked that before the match started, I'd have said no, and I haven't looked at what's coming next. I'm going to say he's going to jam it 3 times because why not save energy? Like if your opponent's targeting your Boar Priest and it's probably going to beat it 3 times, why not just play your Boar Priest, lose 3 times, then get on, prepare for your next match? But if you get your Boar Priest out of there, and then you go into the Hearthstone fight that ensues afterwards, then it's worth spending that energy. But why spend the energy on the Hearthstone fight when you've got to do the Boar Priest afterwards? Yeah. Find out what your Boar Priest is going to do. I think it's correct.
And you're right. Congratulations. You win a cuddly toy.
Yay! Awesome.
Hamlet kept in the opening hand. Mulligan's into double shard, which is not looking like the winning hand right now. Again, a pretty subpar opener for Pocket Train. I believe that was Desperate Prayer coming into the hand as well. Okay. Massively improved immediately by the pickup of Switcheroo. But with the lack of quality in the rest of the hand, he's probably going to need that Switcheroo to hit a Cleric immediately and then perhaps use the tradables on the shards to find his way to a big card draw turn.
Why were cuddly toys given out as prizes so regularly?
I don't know.
For anybody under a certain age that have no idea what we're talking about, you actually win cuddly toys on game shows.
Yeah,
what
if you're
was that
not
all about?
enjoying this generation game reference-based commentary, then I'm not sure what's wrong with you.
Yeah, except
We're having a good time.
Yeah. Okay, well, on with the game. Yeah, so this is a particularly weird Warlock that we didn't talk about much. It's not that weird, it's just Curse Lock, but it's very laboured and long version of Curse Lock. It's not the Curse Lock we've now grown to know and love.
Yeah, a little bit slower. There's a few weird tech cards thrown in there as well. There's a Demonic Assault. There is an Altar of Fire. What are those cards in there for? Well, let's puzzle this out. What have we said about Gaboom's lineup? Well, he is just trying to lean everything very, very hard towards Boar Priest. So yeah, if Altar of Fire hits a key piece of win condition, then you can just win the game on the spot. Demonic Assault, substitute basically everything that I said previously about Amplified Snow Flurry, and reduce the severity by a good 40%, because I think Demonic Assault is a lot more counterable, but just having that ability to find small taunts can buy you time against that massive damage weapon that can come down in the late game. So, you know, Gaboom is very all in on this strategy. Again, not to that frozen 90% against Warrior, 10% against everything else level that we've seen in the past, but he's going hard on the Boar Priest strategy.
Yeah, don't blame him, to be fair. Like, it's the correct call. It worked out well. Altar of Fire has, I assume, a greater than usual chance of hitting against Boar Priest as it would against any other similar combo deck, just because you're constantly putting the amulets back in the deck.
Well, so here's the thing. Are you? Because here's one of the things that great Boar Priest players can exploit. Whether you have the ability to steal a card from their hand or from their deck, whether it be Theatar, whether it be Altar of Fire, whatever other method you have from stealing cards, because it's a tradable, you have nearly full control of where it is at any given point, right? If you draw it, you can choose to put it back, you can choose to hold it in your hand, so you can choose to play around whatever win condition you want. If you choose to hard commit to keeping the card in your hand to not having it blown up by Altar of Fire, there are ways that you can do that by having full pop-off turns, you know, as early as 8 or 9 mana, abusing Illuminates to, you know, shuffle the card back in your deck, Illuminate, put it back out, ping it out again, get it for 0, and then cheat mana on those turns by immediately turning your 3-mana spell into a 0-mana spell, drawing it again, and getting everything done in one turn. You can absolutely do that. I say you, Pocket Train can absolutely do that. Most people cannot. So there are options, but I think even higher level than that, and something that Pocket Train is phenomenal at with this deck, something that Fury Hunter is phenomenal at with this deck, sometimes you just shut your eyes and say they don't have it, and that's the correct way to play. And Pocket Train's analysis of those situations and how often he's right in those situations is freakish.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Fury, they actually discuss that sort of thing, like when is it right to do this, when is it wrong to do this.
Yeah.
It's not just like some sort of gut instinct. There's a lot of gut instinct and playing a lot of Hearthstone involved, but also there's quite a lot of method in their madness as well. Very interesting how these top players prepare, because if you play 100 games more than another top player, you probably won't learn that much, but these guys play thousands of games more than other top players. It turns out that every 0.1% you gain soon adds up into multiple seasonal championships. Who would have thought it?
Second switcheroo, very, very useful draw here. Of course, finding those boars and getting them secured in hand before any potential Altar of Fire can come down is very, very relevant as well. Of course, worth mentioning the simple fact that this is a 40-card deck on the other side, and that the Altar of Fire is a one-off, so that factor of shut your eyes, say they don't have it, it becomes more relevant in that situation. But still, that ever-creeping fear of having to play around that disruption card is something that will nag in the back of your mind.
Especially if it's you, because they'll always have it.
Oh, I mean, if you want to increase your likelihood of drawing good cards against me, take one copy out of your deck. That's just how it works.
Just for the uninitiated, which will be everybody, even regular viewers, Sottle is still bitter about a Hearthstone match from 2015 where somebody played one zombie against him.
Yep, they put one Zombie Chow in a deck that was ludicrously greedy and said, oh, it's anti-aggro now, it has one Zombie Chow in it, and then proceeded to draw that one Zombie Chow every single game. I'm still mad.
And it's funny because it is genuinely all true.
Yes.
Like, he was mad before when he saw it, he knew it was going to happen, and then it did. It was the best thing ever. I'm still amused by it to this day, the same way that he's still like hated by it to this day. All right. Pocket Train's still trying to do something about this board and getting somewhere, but not fast enough, it feels.
It does. I mean, that is something being done about that board, but there is still the significant matter of the 7 attack minion on the other board, on which is a real nightmare to be dealing with.
He's also got 9 cards in hand, which isn't fun, because if he gets given a curse now, he just gets to burn a card.
True, yeah.
Which, given Gaboom has turned up with Altar of Fire in his deck, I don't think he's going to miss the chance to burn an opponent's card. Yep, there we go. Okay.
Hand is too full.
Either
Survives.
Gaboom deliberately buffing up the opposing minion and making the trade happen. And yes, the burn relatively insignificant in that point.
Yeah, I mean, it's insignificant in the fact that he didn't lose the game on the spot, right? It's still something you want, but yeah, not losing the game on the spot, you take it right now. Down to 2 turns, right?
Yeah, and crucially the board is empty, which gives Pocket Train some freedom here as to largely do whatever he wants. Has got those amulet trades going. I think we'll feel very secure at this point that he's not about to be Ultra fired, so I don't think playing around Ultra will be a primary concern for him right now. I think he is just kind of setting up the more solitaire, uninteractable win condition as he can.
Yeah, that's the decision. He's just making sure he's got it right now. Would my opponent have done it last turn? Yes, I think they would.
Yeah.
We've got everything intact in hand. This time you keep the curse in your hand, you don't play it out, so that way you've got protection against your opponent filling your hand with curses, because that gets discarded first and you actually draw your card.
Yeah, especially since you can spend that mana on weaving the heal in anyway, which largely mitigates what the curse damage does anyway.
And Gaboom? Not a lot going on this turn. Wow. Okay. Still not a lot. He's not going to get to Denathrius land, is he? He's dead before that ever happens.
You'd have to believe so, yeah.
Yeah, or he's won. Sorry, that's being the other option.
You see the, or at least my presumed reason as to why this Dreadsteed ended up on the other side of the board is that he wanted to ensure potential targets for curses, if at all possible. Also, board space being a concern on the other side, if you can start to get multiple Dreadsteeds going on the other side, then that can potentially disrupt the combo at the end.
And if I'm doing it, and I'm not Pocket Train, it also disrupts how long you have. Because it's a really slow animation. Oof. It is actually becoming really awkward.
You see now the Dreadsteed coming back from the amulet. Gaboom will be delighted to see.
Yeah.
You would ideally want to find some way here of like using Shadow Word Devour even on the Dreadsteeds themselves, so you can kill as many boars as possible without killing the Dreadsteeds.
Job's done.
Okay.
But without that being available, it looks like all this additional disruption from Gaboom is going to have got there, because Pocket Train is in trouble currently.
Yeah, he's trying to work out any way that this can work. Now, next turn, or this turn, would normally be the turn that he just got it done, but he's got to find a way through all this, and I'm not quite sure how you do that with the fairly limited resources you're given. Also, a reminder, we said this a lot earlier, and it is Group B, so it's slightly less important now, but the players didn't know the lineups until half an hour or so before the start of play today. And so when your opponent just decides to turn your things into Dreadsteeds, you haven't got a whole lot of practice against that over the course of the week. you've got to work it out on the. You'll know roughly how to deal with it. You'll have faced it before at some point, but you've got to work out how to deal with it optimally, quickly. You don't get to play test it all day.
Trading it back, reason being, like, normally Pocket Train would be at the point in the matchup where he has enough juice in the trades, like 2 on one, 3 on the other is the magic setup that you want, along with the 2 natural boars. But because of the position he's in, with the Dreadsteeds being gifted to him, I say gifted, I suppose these are the real curses in this matchup, right? The Dreadsteeds being cursed to him by Gaboom on the other side. He wants to juice this amulet as much as humanly possible to make sure that he is getting full value from his pigs, maximizing those odds and potentially making it a certainty if he can find the board space. But it's just not looking like it's going to happen.
Yeah, those things are going to be re-gifted tomorrow. They're going to be out on sale somewhere. Discount in the back of somebody's car boot. Didn't want them anyway.
And I believe Sire Denathrius will now come down. Yeah, juicy 15 damage. And so you start to see it. We ended up focusing on the wrong tech card. Ultra Fire is the one that we gave a lot of attention to, but in the end you can see how disruptive those Dreadsteeds end up being gifted to the opponent, initially limiting board space, then ruining the pool of the Amulet of Undying. This is the recurring theme running throughout. It's good matchups against Boar Priest, teched in the way that is as disruptive as possible. So we can see that as well in the remaining decks. Like, it's not just Druid, for example, that's being played. It's not just Ramp Druid, which, you know, again, arguably, debatably, depending on build, depending on player, depending on pilot, depending on Pocket Train, might maybe sometimes have a good matchup against Boar Priest. Was that wishy-washy enough? Do you think I'll get away with that one?
Yeah, you got there. You got some clarifications in there. Okay.
However, if you also, like, have the potential pop-off turns that come from Celestial Alignment early, then it can just become way too disgusting way too quickly. Obviously, the opposing disruption that did almost immediately win the game with Celestial Alignment is not necessarily the factor anymore, but can still be a huge advantage in terms of disgusting things you can do incredibly early with your own hand.
Yeah, and obviously, Pocket Train's also got alignment in his Druid. So in the world where you don't get your Boar Priest targeted, because that's all we have talked about, because it is the crux of this particular match, what are the advantages, disadvantages of having an alignment in your Druid deck? Because it's functionally the same deck, give or take 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah, and personally, it's not something that I have a satisfying answer to myself as to what the real upsides of Celestial Alignment are. I haven't played an awful lot of Druid recently since the Nerf Hammer came down. I haven't really spent too much time with, like, Jailer builds of Druid in general. So the advantage of Celestial Alignment when it is, you know, non-symmetrical now is something that I do struggle with personally. So it's something I'm a little bit... I'm less surprised to see it perhaps from Gaboom's side, from Pocket Train's side, but it wasn't something that I was expecting to see a great deal of coming into this tournament.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's better against sort of the slower decks, and in this lineup that Pocket Train's brought is pretty weak against aggro anyway, so why not just go all in and just have the thing that's better against the control decks anyway, because you're the one who can abuse the, like you say, the asymmetrical side of it with the Druid. But against the aggro decks, you haven't got the time to be messing around with alignments and stuff, of course. You're just going to die. So this is his meta read, I believe. I don't know if it's a ladder playable deck particularly. I guess that's also depends what you think of the meta on the ladder, but yeah, that's my understanding. Whether my understanding is correct or not, I wouldn't like to completely get behind, but I think that's roughly where we're at with this.
Well, roughly where we are at with this series is that Pocket Train is up against the wall here, and we have confirmed that Pocket Train is a Jam Boar Priest 3 times gamer, as if there was ever going to be any doubt. He must win this individual game of Boar Priest, and just looking down the lineups, looking at what Gaboom has on the other side, I would fancy that this is the matchup maybe that you have the most wiggle room in. Having now give the Warlock even more credit, because obviously, I mean, as you all heard, until we saw it playing out in that matchup, I had not even considered the Dreadsteed interaction until it was plain as day in front of me. So with that now factored in as well into the Warlock build, I think that can be an incredibly disruptive matchup. So this one, on the other hand, yes, there's a few disruption cards. Yes, you have the powerful to just do absolutely stinky things straight away. but I don't think the absolute disruption is as powerful as it is in some of the other decks. However, what you can do is just curve out, which is what Kaboom is doing incredibly well up until this point. Location on 2, Relic on 3, School Teacher on 4 for the dormant turn on the location, and then the perfect curve into Relic of Dimensions to follow that all up. And yeah, Pocket Train having a chuckle. This has been the day so far, Lorinda.
Like for everybody, yeah, not just Pocket Train. It's just been my deck kills you, your deck kills me. Repeat. See whose deck kills the other one the most.
It has been one of the most lineup warping tournaments so far, day ones of a tournament, whatever you want to call it, that I can remember seeing in quite a long time. Like, people are just turning up with the bad matchup, and the good matchups are winning easily. That is what we are seeing so far throughout this tournament.
I did feel that this time around, I did say this at the start of the day, so I'm not just saying, hey, look what's happening. It may still be wrong, it's only Group B, Game 1. But the players, there was this air amongst the players of really got to get this lineup right. Like, more than usual. They always like it. Obviously, it's a game where you build decks and play them against people. As Sottle's mooing about their hands that are being drawn. I'm just choosing to not look. It's terrifying.
Call that a moo? Okay, fine. We'll go.
And this time around, I think the players were far more worried about getting the right lineup than usual, just because there was this sort of sense that this might happen, I think. Get it wrong, you lose.
And trying to continue to pay attention to the small details of Pocket Train on the other hand. He's obviously frustrated, but I do still think he's playing to his outs as best he can. It's one of those turns with Boar Priest. You have to recognize your hand is not doing anything. You must draw cards this turn, right? Like, you absolutely have to do it. The expendable card in your hand is that Cleric. Gift, for example, as well, although that would potentially draw a card as well if you could set it up in certain situations, perhaps not this one. Gift is essential for that Pyromancer combo if the Pyromancer combo is going to appear, but with a second Cleric in hand, Cleric is the card that can be thrown away from the draw. However, none of those cards in the middle of the hand are now playable, so good luck, have fun, my friend.
Pyromancer still gets him out, doesn't it?
How?
Because you just play it from the right and then you play everything from the left in order. I think you might still get there. Maybe you're 1 mana short to kill the 6/6s.
You might be right, actually, yeah. I mean, you don't have to clear the board. If you can get a Pyro turn that draws you 5-6 cards, you'll take that, you know? Like, that will absolutely tick the boxes for Pocket Train at this point. He doesn't absolutely have to clear the board.
Oh, didn't draw the Pyro. So, you know, that was the end of that discussion.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Nope. There it is!
Go on, then. Well, what's your other choice if you don't take this?
I mean, they're both non-choices, right? Because they're not keeping you alive.
Yes, that's correct.
Unless, how many spells have actually been cast? Just been tradables primarily, right? Apart from the...
2? 1.
1 or 2? It is 2, okay.
Going on the everlasting theory, there's always one more than you think it is when you're casting. He's trying. He's already got further than anybody else's turn. Like we keep saying, it's not going to get there, I don't think.
You can't play these cards. I can play these cards!
He's back to 30. He's alive on board somehow. Wow.
Still, how much damage is this coming back?
Yeah, all of it. It's all of the damage.
Yeah, predation, weapon swing, everything that you possibly need. And that is going to be, yet again, another 3-0. I was looking forward to this tournament, Lorinda, and I feel like I've barely got to do anything so far, and this is my 3rd series that I've got. Absolutely outrageous.
The first series of the day was actually a really good series, especially the ending, the final play of the finals of the first series. If you weren't around for that one, that was actually a really good game. This one's a bit different because Gaboom set out to do this. I know everyone sets out to 3-0 their opponents, but he set out specifically for this to happen in this way. So this one's a little bit different to some of the others, I feel, where Yeah, he just got the lineup not only right, but put the tech cards in. It's going to be interesting to see how he gets on when he has to play against other people that haven't got Boar Priest. That's going to be the big test for Gaboom. But obviously, starting off basically for free in the final, by the look of things, yeah, pretty good spot to be in.
And conversely, now, of course, we have Pocket Train to look forward to playing against other people's lineups that aren't Gaboom. But the way this could pan out is this could now be double jeopardy, and we could end up seeing this matchup again. And that's, you know, we talked a lot about, you know, the mathematics involved in this kind of hard target strategy. What then happens if you have to beat another player? You don't always have to beat another player. It is very, very possible that you can just get out by beating Pocket Train twice. So if that's the way that Gaboom has to go about it, I'm sure he'll be delighted. If that's the way it happens to Pocket Train, I'm sure he'll be absolutely fuming. But it is another 3-0, it is another fast series, and it's going to be Glory versus Tansoku now to take down the remainder of this group.
Yeah, and which one of these counts as the OG? Like, they've both been, you know, Tansoku was there before Glory, but Glory's the world champion of 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably give it to Tansoku in terms of, yeah, if you want to say which one is the OG in the scene, but certainly it has been eclipsed in recent memory by the likes of Glory, of Possessi, of Alatemu, right? This new wave of players that have really taken APAC and Japan in particular to new heights in Hearthstone. So this is a stacked group, honestly, you know, particularly now Gaboom is showing what he's throwing into the mix and really playing his part in this particular group, and expertly doing so, it must be said. So I think this one could be a very, very spicy watch for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Well, enough of me and Sottle, at least for now. We'll have some more later, I'm sure. Let's take that break, let's get them set up, and let's get on with the second match of Group B right after this.
everybody, and welcome back to the Fall Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Derek Brown, the one and only Derek Brown. Derek Brown himself. Derek in the flesh. Brown, it's Flamingo Friday here.
It's Flamingo
the
Friday.
Fall Championship. And we're rocking it. How you doing, Derek?
Feeling good. Feeling pink, healthy and hale. Ready to cast some Hearthstone.
What is it that flamingos eat? It's not krill. That's whales.
Prawns, right?
Prawns? Is it prawns? Did you say prawns? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Isn't it prawns?
It's a great question. It's one that we'll have to put on pause right now because we got some players to introduce. We got Glory versus Tansoku, two of the greatest players to ever come out of Japan. One of them, my second favorite Hearthstone player of all time. The other, in the top 15.
I mean, Tansoku definitely takes the cake for my favorite picture that he submitted because his head just looks like someone's photoshopped it to move it like half a centimeter to the left, just offset from his body ever so slightly. It's very disconcerting.
Yeah. And just Tansoku in general is he's just fun to watch. And not in the fun to watch like, you know, Gabby or Bly's kind of way, but fun to watch in the, it's Tansoku. that kind of fun to watch. So,
Yes.
I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what he's got in store for us. But first, we're going to talk about Glory, a brave soul bringing Ramp Druid to the Fall Championship. If you had asked me that a day ago, I'd be like, yeah, why wouldn't you? You know, it's a good competitive deck. You have open deck lists, so you know what to play around. You have a lot of options and how you can build the deck and tech it. You asked me today, I'm like, nope, get me out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things to say. Like, the Guff nerf has been much more substantial than I at first anticipated. It's so much harder to fit in that hero power when it actually uses up a full 2 mana rather than just kind of the 1 mana it usually ended up using up. And also, like, even though the power level, I think, is still there for Druid, its place in the metagame is just so precarious right now. Like, every deck feels like it has a strong matchup against Druid when played well. Like the Demon Hunter, you're just putting too many stats online. You have so much burst damage. These rogues put so many stats online, way more than the Druid can answer most of the time. Even the mages, I would argue, when played correctly, have a very, very good shot against Druid with all the burst damage they have. You can very often even counteract double Earthen Scales on like a massive Denathrius or whatever it is later on. So I do agree that Glory is going to be at a bit of a tough position because of that. And we'll have to see whether he can take a win. Maybe against the likes of this Demon Hunter is one of the better decks to do so because it can be a little slow getting off the starting line if it doesn't hit an early Relic of Phantasms.
Yeah, but we've seen that just hasn't been the case. Like,
Not at all.
That's just the way Hearthstone's been playing out today, you know? It's just everybody has all the things that are good. Which is sometimes exciting, but right now, you know, we're kind of at the height of a metagame, right? Things are not solved, but definitely in a place where decks are refined because they've been around for quite some time. So if you have a high power level deck that hits its curve, you have games like we've seen today.
Yeah. There've been some interesting ones, like obviously the players at getting the business end of the stick, in Plastic in particular, have been having a bit of a rough time of it, but hopefully we'll see some more interactive games in Glory vs Tansoku. This is of course a repeat of Masters Tour Castle Nathria, or Murderer Castle Nathria. With those two being locked in the finals, we were guaranteed our first APAC winner of a Masters Tour, but Tansoku was able to take it down and be crowned with that especially impressive achievement, one that Gia and I were very, very happy to see. And it would be obviously a huge boost to his career to be getting a win here, or a top 4 and going through to the World Championship. As you know, like Sottle and Lorinda were saying, he's been here right from the start of competitive Hearthstone, still plugging away, which is something very impressive to see. However, I gotta say that for Glory, the back-to-back-to-back World Championships would be an unbelievable performance.
It would. It would. It's been quite the rare sight in competitive Hearthstone, and we got some history behind us now. The Naga Priest. Naga Priest versus Relic Demon Hunter. Remember when Relic Demon Hunter was a meme?
I do.
Light shall bring victory.
Not anymore.
Well said.
That's the statement.
I don't want to grass him up too heavily, but backstage, Sottle has been talking some serious smack talk about Handmaiden being kept in the mulligan, saying it's the literal worst card to keep literally 100% of the time. And be interested to see here whether Tansoku agrees with him.
Okay.
Oh, he's a learned man. He knows it.
Threw in the scribe too, which is, I guess, a little more interesting in terms of mulligan decisions than the Handmaiden.
Yeah,
We're all in agreement that Handmaiden is just the absolute worst card to keep all the time, even on the coin, even with the perfect hand.
Yeah. When I draw it, I concede out of principle.
Yeah.
Just to lower its win rate, its drawn win rate.
It's just a massive conspiracy. All right, nice little opening from Glory. Gets the discounted Scorpid, which is just good to have on board to contest Tansoku. It's going to put him, behind just a tiny bit in terms of trying to ramp things up. This isn't like a terrible hand for Tansoku. Has some spells to be able to use the Handmaiden. Has Blademaster Samuro to be able to deal with the Phantasms if it were to come out early, right? To deal with that first push.
I must consider.
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
But what about the Tempo brand?
Whoa. This is what I like to see from Glory. The one thing I was kind of wondering if I agree on or not was like the Abyssal Depths or the I-Beam. Both had their merit. But this, just getting stuff on board, I fully agree with. The Priest has almost no answer to this on the other side.
Wait. Never mind. Radiant.
Uh-huh.
Shadow Word Devour.
Uh-huh.
Nope.
Trying to make Samurai work?
You can't.
He has 3 mana.
He has 3 mana, yeah. Handmaiden, boom. Radiant, Shadow Word Devour, Bless, Coin, Priestess, Handmaiden, Shadow Word Devour again. Concede. There it is. I found the line.
He's got it. Oh, where is...
Throw out the water. Oh, this is so good.
Glory on the other side, hitting the absolute juice. Another choice between I-Beam or Abyssal Depths. And
Wait.
again, it's actually kind of a close choice.
What about Sigil?
I don't think he's going that wide on board, right?
The Sigil of Silence?
Oh, Sigil of Silence. Oh, sorry. I thought it was the
No, the Sigil of Silence.
location. Sorry.
Just
Okay.
lock up the board right before a pop-off turn. Place
Yeah.
down a Sigil of Silence. I mean, it doesn't really do much against Boon, but it blocks the taunt, right? It'll get rid of the taunt. Limits Tansoku's options. I don't know, just a thought.
It's fair. It's fair. I think it's reasonable for him to expect this board to stick, though. And so I think I'd rather choose one that has a little bit more synergy with Bran. Like it's a very limited hand and hit in order to be able to clear this board.
Yeah.
I mean, it's again why I was looking at Abyssal Depths, honestly, to just draw your your deck even quicker.
Sure. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
Right, so major pop-off turn here. Comparative to how weak the hand was looking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's a really, really big deal that this brand dies as well.
See, this is exactly the play that I said last time.
Yeah, exactly. Just possible.
Yeah. Okay, so we got I-Beam and what was that, Multi-Strike?
And to be fair to you, TJ, that Sigil of Silence would be looking real juicy right now.
That's what I'm saying, right? You get 2 of them. You get a second Noggling. Obviously, it doesn't. The battle cry doesn't do anything, right? But your brand's probably not sticking. Maybe it sticks.
I think it was probably sticking there. Like, this was a very specific hand to be able to clear off the brand.
Sure, yeah. I used every card but one.
Yeah, literally. Apart from the unplayable card in his hand.
Yeah, the one that's, 26% mulligan win rate.
Rounding up.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
This off for him, is it 6? Well, it does set up for the clear next turn. Just about.
Yeah. You just take a smooth 14, Nice and clean.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'd much rather get the hero power and the trade here.
Obviously, Glory was setting up for something.
Yeah.
So, if this sticks, you have a decent shot at just winning the game next turn. So
that is the juice right there. You've got Chaos Strike, take down the... Okay, that opens up some more. That's just a clear now if you want it with Chaos Strike Relic. Extinction, I believe, because Extinction's up to 6 damage it will deal.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, not Chaos Strike, Fell Barrage.
Fell Barrage, yeah.
Yeah, plus the Relic.
It's nice and clean. You can just fit in a hero power afterwards and push the 2 damage to face. Obviously, you'd love to be able to use the Vault with a Relic, but now has a bunch of great top decks with the other Relics, which are going to be good at any given point.
Yeah, that's right. Relic of Phantasms. If he gets it next turn, that's pretty close to a guaranteed win, in all honesty, just because with Samuro already having been played, there's very little chance that Tansoku can develop a big enough board.
Yeah.
Sorry, Squishy, I'm working.
You unleashing a boon here? Yeah. There's nothing else to do with the mana. I guess you could trade away the shard and just see what happens, but... And just putting a couple 4/6s on the board, especially with the Handmaiden hand trying to juice it up.
Exactly, yeah, that's what you're trying to move towards here. Get the Handmaiden played, draw the remaining Radiant in your deck, draw a School Teacher, draw a Amalgam as well, and just start popping off with these wigs as much as possible.
Yep.
Does unfortunately mean that 1 minion sticks on the board here for Tansoku, which is scary, even with Bellatrix there. And that's quite a draw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would have to dump the Serpent Wig though, right? Because it's unactivated right now. Or obviously play the Handmaiden first, but I think I would let the Serpent Wig go here.
Yeah, I think you got to just keep the pressure up, right? Get the card draw out of the way. It's just the follow-up's probably not going to be good because you're only going to be able to play regular card. I guess you could trade away the shard. Play the Slither Spear, trade the shard, Thrive for... Nah, Serpent Wing wouldn't
That's
work.
3 mana. You'd have to play the shard. Like, I'm closer to playing the shard here.
Oh, yeah, playing the shard.
Get out of
yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, play the shard, then Thrive for the Serpent Wig.
Exactly,
Play
yeah.
Vicious Slither Spear and Serpent Wig. Yeah, that's that. I think that's the line. Ooh. Because now we're... Oh, wait.
Nope. It's up on Bless. We'd much rather have played that, I think, and done an additional 5.
Yeah.
But then, I was talking about how Glory could lock down the board if he got a Relic of Phantasms last turn. He hasn't found it. And with now the best being an uninfused Zymox and no way to infuse it, because even if it's at 4, he can't trade in the Meltranics. And so if he takes Extinctions, he can clear off, what, hopefully the 2 smaller minions? Or I guess hopefully the big minion, because it's at 4, but that's a little unlikely. Okay. That's from where he's sat, a potentially good outcome, but from where we're sat, we can see lethal in game 1.
Yep. And pretty clean game. This is 1 win. That's like,
Oh,
it
warms my heart.
Oh yeah, you gotta love the Tansoku pop off just for a game 1 win. So stoic the rest of the game though. But a nice little win in the books. Good swing turn with the Blade Master Shamro, and that's just what let it happen. Obviously, Glory didn't have the greatest of hands, right? Had reactive tools to be able to deal with some of the boards, but you know, with how Relic Demon Hunter works, you know, you have to put on pressure at some point, and it was just a little bit too late in the game. Needed that Phantasm or Relic Dimensions early to go along with that Relic Vault in order to make it happen.
Yeah, he did lose out on card draw at the end of the game. I will say he was offered twice, both off the Scorpid and off the School Teacher, Abyssal Depths, which would have drawn him the 2 lowest cost minions in his deck, which were, what is that in Demon Hunter? Not many at the bottom end, like what, Lady Sethino? Bran? Yeah, like these are decent cards.
Bran was already played, so it would have been like Scorpid and
you know, and Scorpid. Yeah, that's good. That's good value. That's good ways to lock down the board as well. And I totally get what he was going for in choosing the I-Beam on both occasions when it was offered to him, because it gave him a little bit more clear potential. But I do think he was maybe relying a little bit too much on the top deck potential of his deck, which is a little bit dubious with this deck. If you miss the Relic of Dimensions, it's really not very heavy on the card draw.
Dubious, bro.
I knew it. As soon as I said dubious, it was like, doobie.
Curse Imp Warlock. Dubious deck.
Dubious deck to ever do it.
Dubious deck to ever doobie-doobie-doo.
I still don't know what that voice is. Like, is this...
I don't know. It's my
Alley girl
Derek
voice.
was an American voice. That's what it is.
Up my doobie dudes.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
What, that I could ever be an American?
Yes, actually.
Well, how are we looking about this one? It's a very, very curse half of the deck for Tansoku. So I do appreciate the full mull and instead finding all of this goodness. That's the juice.
And Glory, not the best early game, but has, I mean, I guess just Relic of Extinction is decent. It'll deal with this Flame Up unless Tansoku decides to coin another one, but is not going to.
Yeah, I fully agree with it as a mulligan for Glory, just to get a guaranteed clear against either Flame Imp or Wicked Shipment, and then juice up his Extinction, his Phantasms, and of course the Relic of Dimensions, which he's picked up now, which if he can find himself the location before then, he's looking absolutely fantastic, of course. But even without that, this is a slow hand for sure. But the kind of hand that can do very, very well as long as Tansoku doesn't get off to too explosive of a couple turns here.
Yeah, but Tansoku has quite the good curve.
Oh yeah.
And go Cultist next turn. Played the Circle instead of the Cultist this turn, obviously, because 1, it's just more power present on board. 2, it's a higher upside if you do draw a library off the top. In order of play, it helps infuse the Mischievous Imp too, so everything working out. But now Glory is going to start to hit his curves. It's just, you know, is it too late at this point is the only question.
Blade Master Samurai is certainly tempting here, because if you're expecting Mischievous Imp as the big play, it does activate it, but they'd have to trade everything in order to be able to play it, assuming you choose minion, or I mean, you could choose whatever. They'll have to trade in anyway if they want to play the imp, and that saves you a lot of health in the meantime, and maybe gives you that time to find the location to go with this extinction now for a full board clear, or at least closer to a full board clear.
Yeah. Okay. Just basically a 6 health heal there, knowing that it can die on board, but just setting up.
Oh my goodness, this is an expensive hand for Glory. Okay. It's not bad. It's just a question of whether or not it will stabilize, because Tansoku, now with Zakul as well, is not only getting the minion chip damage, but the curse damage as well, which is where things get so scary for Glory.
Yeah. And are these 4/4s from Kurtrus? 3 attacks,
Three
right?
threes, right? Oh, from Kurtra, sorry. I thought you meant from the on the relics.
Oh, no, from Kurtrus. I don't know if the relics are good enough.
I'm just wondering if with the Fel Barrage... not quite.
Awkward numbers.
Yeah, very awkward. Got it up to... You can only get them up to 4. He just needs the location here to be able to go double Relic of Extinction, and then maybe we could talk. School Teacher into another Relic of Extinction? Won't get it done either.
All right. One damage off from Tansoku's perspective.
Again.
But I mean...
yeah. It's, I think...
You can still do it.
The only play you can make here.
Yep. Forces Glory to have to play the curse from hand as well.
I wonder.
So, 2 of his mana the following turn. I guess with Kurtrus, not so much.
Exactly. What happens if they play Kurtrus next turn is the question, because you get them down to 1, up to 6. They take 3 more from the curse. So unless you hit another curse on the following turn, you're not actually killing them, and you would then not be killing the Felbats with the Tamsin afterwards, as opposed to the Abyssal Wave.
Okay.
So I can actually respect this line.
All right. A little bit more conservative.
Because this means if Kurtrus comes down here, you know, if they don't have Kurtrus, you win the game anyway, because you just curse them again next turn. If they do have Kurtrus, you have an actual clear to all of these minions on the other side.
Yep.
Big difference. Very, very close.
You thinking about whether or not to bank the heal from the touch?
I wonder.
I don't think you would do that. It removes Lady Darkvein as an out, which is a pretty big deal, but I guess maybe I'm thinking a little bit too niche. Oi, 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 the damage really starting to ramp up now for Glory.
We have a Fury, Fel Barrage.
That's it.
Yeah. Imox then?
I think you've got to play the Abyssal, the Curse here, right? You can't put yourself in that lethal range.
Anybody?
Okay, Chaos Leech is nice for some heal. But it's a little awkward in terms of the numbers, because you really want to play Curse plus Fel Barrage in order to get the Fel Barrage in the pool for Jace on the following turn.
Yeah.
Give them Fel!
So he's not taking the heal on this turn, which means there's a couple of outs here, dragged below being one of them for Tansoku, as the Townsend plus dragged is exactly enough to close out the game.
All right, where's the pop-off? There it is! Oh, it was a mini one, but it was there. Whew.
I mean, how many Hearthstone players do you know that do a jig when they win the game? That's truly special.
Yeah, when they win a game. Not even a just a straight-up game of Hearthstone. And then straight back to composed. Composed Tansoku. Yeah, okay. Just Demon Hunter left for Tansoku. It is the aggressive Demon Hunter, not the relic variation. So
Right.
a little bit of Bibliomite action.
Ooh.
Just impossible to kill.
It actually is. It literally never dies.
Pushes 15 every game.
Honestly, Succubus wishes. Or whatever Succubus is now. Didn't they change it into like a weird dog thing?
Yes. The Fel Hound.
What I said.
Hound. The Fel Beast.
And I do think that this deck being the remaining one for Tansoku works very nicely for him, as Glory is going to be lining up his own Demon Hunter for the third game in a row. This is the problem with this version of Demon Hunter, the Relic one, sorry, is it does not have that comeback mechanism that I was talking about, as the original weakness with Relics is you spend the whole game slowly juicing them up, getting more and more powerful, setting up for a big Zymox or a big Relic of Dimensions to draw all your deck and get huge discounts. But then how are you winning the board back? It's Relic of Extinctions pretty much exclusively that you have now that Topple the Idol has been cut from the list. And therefore, when you're up against decks like Naga Priest, Imp Warlock, Aggro Demon Hunter, oh hey, the three decks in Tansoku's lineup, you're going to struggle because you just can't pull back the board once they've won it turns 1 through 4.
Yeah. Lady Steno can sometimes be comeback mechanism, but...
Sure, yeah.
Oh, jeez, it's a Bibliomite. Oh, no. Boy, Bibliomite, it's unkillable.
It does actually just live forever, doesn't it? Do you coin it out? I guess you do. It's just the most amount of damage, isn't it? Oh no, okay, double Slither Spear.
Yeah, Slither Spear's on board, and then you hit him with the Biblioteca.
Take him to the Teca.
Ooh.
Okay. That's not a guaranteed full clear. It's a 50-50. Because the first do have to hit different minions.
I'm taking it.
Oof. Okay, pretty big outcome for Tansoku. Oh, the Magistrate! That's so sick.
Well, hey. Maybe it'll be stuck. Because the Meltrix will come out before the Magistrate. I don't know.
Yeah, you're going to play Fury next turn. I'd be surprised.
Okay.
Well, but good top decks.
Yeah.
All of a sudden looking quite winnable, actually, for Glory. With a couple of good top decks, a bit of card draw, like a Relic of Dimensions on turn 5, and he is laughing. Oh, there's no way you VT that, right? You send that bad boy face.
No. Bibliomite can't turn left. Okay, gotta respect the video. This is a full clear.
As TJ teaches his sons every day, you got to respect the bib.
I am not blind to your crimes.
Oh, it's so good. It's actually not terrible for Glory either.
Yeah, that's a huge turnaround for Glory now, right?
Yeah.
Who's got Meltranic's Relic, which is probably the most disruptive play he can make. And it does, of course, leave Satheno plus the Predation in hand, which means there's still some pretty strong clear potential. It's not like he plays his one good removal option. But Glory is still very much relying on some good top decks here. This hand keeps him alive for the moment, but it certainly does not win him the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of funny that Bibliomite could actually be used. Could have been used if Meltranics had come down to like get rid of the Jace from the hand and then unlock the rest of it then. Theoretically.
I'm all about theory. Nope. No Relic of Dimensions. Unlucky. Nothing feels great.
Yeah, you can't afford really to go Meltranics plus Fel Barrage because, I mean, pulling off 1/1s. So Bran, Hero Power, Fel Barrage to clear the board? Is that where we're at? I know it's literally just stats, but Bran isn't doing anything with this hand anyway, so I'd rather use it to soak up some damage.
Yep.
Just holding on by the skin of his teeth, like a single good top deck for Glory, and this all turns around.
Yeah. But damage is going to start piling in. Kaltsuki does have the finisher with Jace loaded up and ready to go. I feel like it's got to be this turn for I guess Phantasms would work too, just because it's a lot of stats on the board, but... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, never mind. I thought he had 1 mana left. I was like, oh, that's a juicy 3 for him.
No.
Get rid of that Jace. I'll see you later, buddy.
Oh, man, it's close, isn't it? He gets the clear. I guess can get chased down next turn. Man, I could really see it going either way still. Probably creeping in the favor of Glory now. I think his own Jace next turn gets him very close to lethal, actually.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is like... Well, players just have a Jace in hand and nothing to do while they wait.
Demons? Demons.
Tries to hero power the location, like maybe no one's tried this before. Hold on.
Maybe I'll be the first.
Who here can spell?
Really, no Jace. Okay, not juiced up enough, I guess, or with no board to clear. I guess it would be a little dangerous to start flinging around predations with no real target.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, what am I talking about? Predation, it can only go face, but even so, doesn't clear the board.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, Fel Barrage seems like the obvious choice, but like, what if you Wings of Hate just to put more stuff on the board to expect? I guess Jace wouldn't matter. There's enough stuff on board already to... Though... I mean... Was there even a Fel Barrage?
Alright, play it and pray.
Nice. Yeah.
Pretty sure it doesn't do enough, but you never know.
I mean, it does more than Metamorphin plus Vanguard.
Yeah, unless he's thinking his out is to survive the turn because your opponent doesn't have Jace in hand or anything really. And then you top deck Fury on the next turn, which would bolster your damage quite heavily. Like, again, I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure of the exact amount of damage that Tansoku's going to deal here, but I'm sure he's been keeping closer track and will have come to the conclusion that this gives him one extra out, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Strike now!
This does admittedly feel like it's not guaranteed lethal with the way the order could work out. Like if you get Fel Barrage first and then, you know, your Predation doesn't hit face, then yeah, things could go wrong.
This is good enough though, assuming that, yeah, it would just be, would Fury even be enough? Nope, it's a Chaos Strike. Oof.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and guess this Jace is not juiced up enough to do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's nearly juiced up enough. There was a lot of just minion curve early on in the game. Did play like one Fury earlier, but Glory is going to get a win on the board. So we're not going to have another blowout series like we have seen for much of the day today. It's literally just Fury Hunter and Xiaobai. They're two matches that haven't been 3-0s today. Only two players have actually seen more than 3 games in a series. So at least we have that to be thankful for. But the Relic Demon Hunter getting across the board is actually a pretty big deal. Still incredibly worried about the Druid. But one bridge has been crossed.
Indeed. And I will say this is not an overly greedy build of Druid from Glory here. There's double Spammy Arcanist, a fantastic card against aggro Demon Hunter, especially with the Battle-Worn Vanguard playing such a key part in those early turns. There's Sir Finley for if you need a little bit of, you know, just a redo on your hand if you've drawn the bad half of your deck. Double Druid of the Reef. There's the Eternium Maw as well, which can be useful just as an early play, even though there's not many good silence targets. Basically, just it's a Druid list that can beat the Demon Hunter, I believe, with some of these tech cards, in addition to just the traditional ramp up, play a huge minion, hit it with Earthen Scales, GG.
Yeah. Oh, well, here we go. See how much of a beating this could potentially be. But
To answer for. It isn't over between us, brother.
oh my god, Bibliomite. How does this deck even deal with Bibliomite?
It does not.
Planet Evidence into Natural Causes. Planet Evidence into Natural Causes. Boom.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
I think Glory's got the right idea of it, though. Instead of trying to answer this board, you just go as aggressively as you can on the ramp. And he has got himself, admittedly, a really nice little hand for this matchup with plenty of ramp. And as I said, that Spammy Arcanist, which can be such a crucial card.
short.
Use one of the Metamorphins and then go Vanguard, multi-strike Metamorphin on turn 3.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Allows you to fill out your curve the cleanest.
Job done.
Yep. So double Metamorphin at any point could be really good, but it's not happening for at least a few turns.
No. Wow.
Each scar.
What's getting real scary for Glory.
Yeah.
But again, he's ramping up into the cards that deal with it. With Spammy
Like you
Arcanist
said
in
earlier,
hand.
it's like the stabilization later on in the game can be really good, especially with that ramp. Like it just takes a single turn with a giant Earthen Scales or a swing turn for you to be right back in it. However, yeah, this is a lot.
Yeah, I do really like this play from Tansoku, even though it was tempting to get the Fossil Fanatic down on this turn for some immediate card draw. The fact that a minion has been played, you jump at that opportunity. Because if they don't have specifically Spammy Arcanist here, they are Omega dead. And even if they do, it's still far from guaranteed that Glory will be able to stabilize.
Yeah.
What a find! And fully intact.
As Tansoku is almost getting himself to the point where he's lower on health than Glory just by bashing his head into every minion that comes down.
All right. Stabilization we shall find.
Kind of sick. Like, he's rewarded for putting 2 of them in the deck. It's very, very often a one-of as a tech card, but I really like the list that does run double Spammy Arcanist. If you're going to bring Druid, I think there are a few decks right now that are very weak to the Spammy.
Yeah.
I grow impatient.
I think on ladder, like one Spammy is probably enough, but in tournament play,
maybe
it's you just want the consistency of draw. If that's the meta read that you're going with.
Oh, he's just sending it face as well, my man.
I mean, what else are you gonna do, right?
Yeah. I mean, trade is not doing much, but now the stabilization coming in for Glory. These turns back to back to back. Spammy, Ivers, Miracle Growth to follow after as well. It's a disaster for Tansoku, and now he gets the glaive after both of the multi-strikes have already been played.
Why was I even worried about this Druid? Bibliomite just stood no chance whatsoever. There you go, Tansoku's going to concede. We're going to game 5. And it is going to come down to the Demon Hunter once again for Tansoku that has struggled a little bit. And the Warlock from Glory, which not much faith in Warlock after the beating we've seen it take thus far today. I think Raven said it's only taken 1 win that wasn't against another Warlock.
Oh, really?
Well, 2 wins now because Tansoku won with the Warlock at the beginning of this series, but across the whole day with a lot of Warlock games played.
I think you're right.
Well, I'm not right. Raven's right.
Oh no, 2. Sorry, this would be the 3rd one if Glory is to.
If Glory is
the
to
4th
win.
one. It would be the 4th one if Glory is to. But very few considering the number that's been played. There have been 2 previous wins for Warlock against non-Warlock opponents. But
yeah, so this would be number 3 if Glory wins.
No, because Tansoku's already won with his Warlock against the opposing team.
Yeah, I know. That was number 2.
That was number 3.
I wasn't counting Gaboom's Warlock.
Oh, okay. Why?
Because it's different.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. Slightly.
It's different, okay?
It's different enough, I guess.
It's unique.
Well, do you have little faith in this Imp Warlock against the aggro DH, however, TJ?
Yeah, you can just get blasted.
Kind of true.
Do you see a Dread Prison Glaive and you're done. Bibliomite, how do you ever kill it?
Dragged below.
Got 4 health. Comes out before drag below.
Kind of, unless, well, they saved the coin. But yes, I see your point. I see your point, and I do agree with you mostly. Is that this is a rough matchup for the Warlock. You have to get ahead and stay ahead because those turn 6 board clears in Tamsin and Abyssal Wave are just way too slow against this deck.
Yeah. Oh, just gonna start. Okay, yeah. This saves the coin. That makes sense. I was just gonna start honorable killing. But with the Vanguard and wanting to save the coin for, you know, potentially like just an extra damage with Lady Steno, does make sense. Instead of just using the hero power, spend the mana now. Oh, and, what is this?
You know what I said about winning the board? Yeah, that's over. That is not happening anymore.
Yeah.
Right now.
A double touch, however.
Okay, that's a good draw. It's a good draw with Tamsin. Go tap touch, I guess, just to use it to gain a bit of health.
Yeah.
Actually, I think there's argument both ways, but I would probably end up on using the tap. Before you tap, of course. Oh, not tapping at all.
Oh, tap.
Wow.
Or it's just saying, this is good enough.
Yeah, I can stop here.
Well, but I mean, it kind of is though, right? You go
I see where it's coming
whatever next turn, and then you just a cool on 5 and Tamsin on 6, and you know your plays are spoken for.
Demons. Demons.
I'll take it. Tamsin's gonna draw you cards anyway. The other Tamsin, the other Tamsin.
The forgotten Tamsin.
I think the quest reward is the Forgotten Tamsin now.
That's true. That was Tamsin #1 for the longest time.
Oh, yeah. Well, except when you consider when there was only one Tamsin.
The OG Tamsin.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
What's the most forgotten of the mercenaries in any form? Of minion, hero, or quest?
Not Rakara. Not Tamsin.
The quest Guff? That's a very rarely spotted one.
Yeah. It was played for a little bit, but...
Oh, actually, quest Cariel, it's got to be, right? That's non-existent.
Oh, yeah, quest Cariel for sure.
Who even is she?
I don't even know. There's something with the hero power, but I don't even know exactly what it is.
Yeah, me neither,
It
actually.
buffs them in some way.
Yeah, exactly. Does it make 2 of them, or give them stuff?
Both, probably.
Who knows? It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Nerd.
But the other Cariel, the other Cariel and the other Cariel are very good. They're definitely in like, you know, top 3.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, gets another touch and another Grimoire. This is a good cleanup from Glory. Honestly, this might even be better than the alternative of actually having a board. Katsuku's just has his Dread Persian Glaive and this multi-strike, like, please play minions.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything, is it?
Yeah. Coin Felbarrage Magistrate.
Ugh.
Was Steno gone?
This is okay. A 4 mana 5/4 draw 2 is...
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of damage, especially if Glory gives something to kill with multi-strike.
This is a lot. If he draws Steno, this is a lot of damage. Oh, Steno already played. Oh, sorry, my bad, yeah.
Even without Steno, it's still really good. But
still good.
Glory's at just a nice, smooth 29.
I think straight up control Warlock here. Ooh. I guess you could play Slither Spear and then just pass once again.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
You really want them to play a minion so you can smack into it with the multi-strike.
Yeah.
If they play Zakul or Rafarm or anything with like 5-6 health, that's just straight up extra damage that you've gained, equal to the amount of health.
So if you're Glory here, just drag below, Vile Library, tap, call it a day.
Yikes.
Got Brands of Cool next turn.
I agree, brands are cool.
Yeah. Well, no mischievous happening.
Oh my goodness. This is
Up it all
5,
and with
6 mana?
dispose evidence and get rid of the curse. I don't know.
I really don't know.
You know there's a Grimoire of Sacrifice in hand, so you don't really want to go wide on the board. That's the issue.
Right, yeah. But do you just pass again? Like, your opponent is going to smell that something is up with this weapon because, like, half of the combo is staring them in the face. The Dread Prison Glaive is already equipped. And if they just don't play anything, you're just going to take 6 a turn until you die.
Yeah.
I grow impatient.
Gonna sense something's up. I wonder what this deck that only plays damage is holding on to cards for.
Tansoku like, I'll never tell.
I think he might be trying to pull off some type of combo.
Grows short.
Second multi-strike really... I guess the second multi-strike let him push the 5 to face. That's what that was for. Like it might have had more potential, though.
Oh, really? With farm. Okay. I thought that would be brands are cool as well on this turn.
It's big. It's not that big, actually.
It's pretty big with the location, too.
Yeah. One of the scary things here for Tansoku is I don't know how well he's going to fare against Pocket Train's lineup.
Oh, really? You're not liking it?
I guess it's fine.
I know that Fury Hunter lost literally 0 games with his Boar Priest during his entire last MT run. I still just kind of don't believe in the deck. Like, after seeing Pocket Train get dumpstered on it in the previous...
It felt like he was running into, like, not hard counters, but nearly, right? Like,
yeah.
Semi-hard counters that were teched.
I agree. That is what it felt like. So all in all, we have 13 damage that we can levy face on this turn, but if you do that, he's just dead. So we need to send everything face and pray for Jace off the top. But I think, as we can see, that's not going to be a possibility because there's just straight up 15 plus the couple of curses available with Branzakul. And then Glory's taken it in a reverse sweep against the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter lost every game this series.
Oh, jeez.
Apart from the mirror, in which it also still lost.
That's a lot of losses adding up for Demon Hunter. Almost surpassing Warlock, but not quite. In terms of the award for worst deck so far in day 1 of the Fall Championship. But Glory is going to take it. No more pop-offs for Tansoku. At least for now.
For now, still not out of the tournament, as this was only the second initial match for Group B. We still have both the winners match and then the Elimination Plus decider left to go. So plenty more Hearthstone yet to be coming. But for Glory, he's that little bit closer to his 3rd back-to-back Worlds after reaching 1st place, 2nd place. I mean, hopefully it's not a continuing trend and he just ends up in 4th. But, you know, that's not a bad trend to have. I'd take that.
Yeah. And actually, Tonsoko, on second thought, Pocket Train's lineup is actually very similar to Glory's. It's just the Boar Priest thrown in there, but Curse, Warlock, Relic, Demon Hunter, Druid. The Druid's just different. It's Celestial. It's Alignment Druid. Just more combo stuff, right? But the Relic Demon Hunter at least is exactly the same, and that was a big struggle point for Glory in this matchup. So could be for Pocket Train later on too. We shall see. I imagine the Board Priest is probably even just going to get banned, so we're going to be looking at almost the exact same series, the lower bracket, just with a slightly different variation of Druid. I say slightly different, but I guess Celestial Alignment has, at least in the later stage of the game, pretty differing play pattern than just the Ram Druid. So, but there you have it. Glory's going to be facing Gaboom in the winners match, which will be coming up next. And then later on, we're going to have Pocket Train facing off Tensoku for elimination. Oh, and then the decider match, and then we're going to be done with day one. I feel like I was expecting this weekend to come in and have 14-hour days, 10 best of 5s of Hearthstone. I thought we were going to see a lot more slower decks.
Yeah.
Your Hunter even scared us and said that Quest Priest was going to be in his lineup. I expected more of along the lines of that, but it ended up going the other way with many players bringing faster, aggressive lineups, a lot more Tempo Rogue than I expected, a lot more aggro Demon Hunter than I expected. So there you have it. We're moving along quite quickly, but we still have 3 more matches left on the day here for day number 1. We're going to wrap up Group B before we head into Group C and D tomorrow. We're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump in the winners match of Group B, so don't go anywhere. More Fall Championship action right after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven and joining me this time is Lorinda, and we've got another match for you. And it's going to be the upper match from Group B. It's going to be Gaboom versus Glory, and it's going to be a spicy one because we're slowly getting to that point, Lorinda, where we're starting to see, okay, who's making it through to Sunday, as the winner of this match will also join the winners of Group A to get through, those being of course Xiao Bai and Habu Gabu.
Yeah, can you imagine if Glory makes it to the World Championships again?
Again. Might as well just book him a regular seat.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely nutty. If he gets to the final again, little long way to go first, but we are going to get to look now at Gaboom's decks operating in the wild as opposed to just directly targeting his opponent. And it's going to be interesting to see how they get on, because they were built with a specific job in mind, which is to beat Pocket Train. They've done that specific job. And now we're going to get to see how this lineup does against a normal functioning lineup as opposed to a Boar Priest one.
Yeah, we are going to see the big Spell Mage first. I think generally most players have moved over to like the Pink Mage we saw a little bit early on in the day. But nothing wrong with this deck. It still does its job all right. It does have the benefit, as you can see here, of running those Smothering Starfish, which what was once a very, very common tech card in the meta has gone out since the nerf. And I guess Silence is just not as powerful as they used to be. But yeah, running a double for Gaboom here. So again, very interested to see how this lineup does. As you said, once it starts to get to the point where you aren't facing an expected opponent, you're actually facing more of the wider field in this tournament so far. A good thing though for Gaboom is because this is a winner's match, the loser does not get knocked out, they just drop down to face the winner of the lower match. So still plenty of time left for Gaboom. But of course his opponent, a player that is well known and one of the top stars of APAC, which is of course Glory. Been around for a long time now, and as you mentioned, has been doing very, very well for a long time. But there is a title he has not got yet, and definitely wants.
What's that? He's got all the titles, Raven. No, he hasn't got the title of Champion of 2022.
Yeah. More titles.
There's a title he's got the world title. How can you
yeah, but you could get back to back. That's what I was alluding to.
I see. Okay.
Like, isn't that the ultimate? Because whenever we've spoke to world champions, Lorinda, it's always what now? And then it's there. The easy follow up is win it again, because no one has.
Fair. That is very fair. Just an amusing way of putting it. I mean, I know Pavel in particular, the year he won because of Babbling Book and all that, it was like, well, what are you going to do now? So I'm going to win everything. And he basically did, just to prove that it wasn't, particularly just a piece of luck that won him it.
I mean, as we take a look at this jackpot row from Glory, I just want to sort of carry on the conversation, but it's generally the case, right, where a lot of the times you look at all winners of Worlds throughout the years, it's like even more pressure is stacked on after they win, right? Because it's like, well, what do they do now? If they lose, are they just rubbish? You know what I mean? It's like a lot of the pressure is stacked on afterwards. So I do think that's something that a lot of people chase, because one, you can't really argue with any of the world champions we've had in Hearthstone that them being at least in their prime at that time of winning. But if you go twice, right, no one can ever even suggest a discussion at that point, right? It is just the final nail you need. And then maybe one day, Lorinda, fast forward a few years, we'll be talking about someone being up for it 3 times. Who knows? It could possibly happen. But let's get back to the actual matchup here between these two players. Of course, Glory going up against... Well, I know we could talk forever about stuff like this, but Glory going up against Gaboom. Who do you think's got the better end of the stick? Because both decks are very sort of... box heavy, I'll say. Do you think anyone particularly has an advantage over the other, or is it just going to be who can get hold of the better resources quicker?
Yeah, I mean, it is difficult to say because of this Gaboom lineup not being necessarily... I mean, it is a very coherent lineup. It did its job incredibly well, but it is an assortment of decks, which means some good matchups and some bad matchups, as opposed to necessarily having big weak spots or big targets that it's doing itself. Glory, on the other hand, has just brought a largely control-y lineup, so it has more of a plan. Is it largely control-y, actually? I'm looking through it. It's not that control-y. Oh, I'm just going to change my mind mid.
That's okay.
pretty aggressive lineup with Druid in it. He just brought the good stuff. So, yeah, you'll have to wait and see how that turns out.
Yeah, looking at this mulligan so far, Boom deep in thought. What's going to go on here? Like, it does have Nightcloak Sanctum, but again, versus this deck, is that like super important? Right, like it's not like you're expecting tons of tempo coming out from this rogue. It's deciding to keep it and probably going for the point of like, yeah, these are the good cards, right? Just keeping hold of just the regular go-tos as opposed to anything overly fancy. So does keep the Sanctum, is still sitting on that coin in hand, and does have the Barbaric Sorceress. So a lot could go very, very right here for Kaboom as we get into this game.
Yeah, I think it's just a decent card. It's going to play nicely on curve, either at the start of your curve or at the end of your curve, depending what the other cards you draw are. So I think it's just going to... A 3-drop fits nicely into this, that you run a danger of just doing very little if you're not careful for the first million turns. So just keeping something that is relatively cheap, I think, in your opener makes a lot of sense without it totally disrupting your hand. Ooh. Imagine a rogue with this many cards early. One of the small things with the jackpot rogue for me is when you don't draw a jackpot and you just draw a bunch of stuff, but if you're going to get all these cards early on, then you should get there pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this, or at least I saw this earlier today. I cast this deck, and it did just have all of the jackpot effects or payoff cards without having jackpot, and then none of the actual secrets. And again, a lot of the time, the secret package in and of itself get you to that mid to late game where you start to get hold of all these big payoff cards. And, you know, some of these secrets are enough. Obviously, Glory will want to draw more and more cards, which he will be able to. And we can see here, just look at that from the sprint. He's actually got a very solid curve coming up with Krakatoa. You know, even though Tempo Rogue isn't super common, Krakatoa will never not be a good rogue card.
Yeah, and when you're playing 40 cards, you just want to... You've got the liberty to just put in anything that... You start your deck, here is a good card, here is not a good card. You put all the things that are here as a good card. They just go in, because that's your 10 extra cards, and then you can look at what deck you're going to build, and you end up with this. So why would you not play Krakatoa? Especially, you can say it's bad now if you want. Subtle's not listening, but even so, yeah, it is just one of the best cards in Hearthstone.
Sliver forth, my
Ooh, this is nice. Found the Fangbound. I was looking at the Rush minion, but of course the Fangbound is going to help reduce down Krakatoa if it's killed. And even though that Krakatoa could be played next turn from Glory anyway, well, you'd rather play it for cheaper, right? Especially when there's that serrated bone spike in hand. So we'll see if Glory can make this work. But Glory now, he knows what's coming. And there is, I mean, there's nothing bad. It's either 2 or 0.
Yeah, 0 though is so nutty right now. It's almost game ending.
Oh, hang on, he's gone for the Belinda. Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to go for the Sorceress that turn.
Yeah.
He's going to go for Belinda instead, and gets the rune and the Drake Fire Amulet. So still,
I blame Glory.
I mean, you understand why, right? You see coin on turn 5 against this mage, and you're like, oh no. Especially like I said, because the with just the Shadow Step and this Bone Spike, that could have gone very, very wrong indeed.
And it still could. He needs to work out now. Does he think that the other one's there for the follow-up, or what? Is this just coin Belinda because? Like, does he dump his Shadow? Is he going to dump the Shadow Step? He's going to dump the 2-mana cards. Some of those will dump themselves, which is nice. Jackpot will kind of dump itself. But yeah. A lot to do here for Glory. Who looks on it today, by the way, as well.
Yeah, looking focused. I mean, focus from both players. There's a lot to play for, right?
You know what I mean? Sometimes Glory seems to have days where he just turns up and sort of he just glories about, wins anyway. But today he's looking absolutely up for it today.
Yeah, I think we're at the stage where if it's a spot of the World Championship, you take it. You probably go full focus.
Yeah, I don't even mean it in a controllable way. Sometimes I don't think it's like deliberate. He just seems to have good days and bad days. But he seems to have the good days at the right time, so you're probably right there, Raven.
Right. Did go for Freezing Trap because, of course, the Belinda is on board and there's not a lot you can really do about this. Wow. Really good Theotar swap.
Flipper Flint just always makes me laugh. It's just such a... There's something about it that makes me think it's just such a stupid card. I don't mean it's bad or good. It's just silly.
What's the name of that card, Lorinda?
Flipper Friends.
Okay.
What did
I heard...
Sound like I said.
Well, noises is probably the correct answer to that question.
Yeah.
I thought you had like some sort of pet name for it, but no, it's... I mustn't have been listening, Lorinda. It was my fault.
Yeah, because I speak perfect English at all times. It's definitely not my fault.
So even though it was a good swap there from Theotar, there's still a good follow-up here from Kaboom. But does he attack? Knows it's Hunter Secret, and let's be honest, there's only really one. I think any Mage Secret beats any other Hunter Secret in this situation that isn't exactly Freezing Trap.
Right. Time to slow all this down somehow.
Always having the time of his life. This is why I play this deck, so I can play even sillier cards. So let's see what's going to happen. Ooh.
Let's see what's going to happen.
Oh, this is
best sort of Hearthstone. Don't want to control what happens to me. I just want to see what happens to me.
Okay, he can Tooth. Get rid of the raid boss. If he really wanted to, he could actually like Tooth Null into the Belinda to clear the raid boss as well.
Too soon.
It's just going to set it up.
Yeah. And this is where the Rogue is so strong, right? Because the simple version is it can do 2 things a turn, and the Mage can do 1 thing a turn.
Yeah, well, the problem now is that just the fact that Rune of the Archmage is in the contraband stash, right? Like, Glory's got a lot. Glory's basically doing what Gaboom wants to do with this deck, except Glory can do other stuff as well. So
yeah, exactly what I mean.
right.
Yeah, he's doing 2 things, but one of the things is the same as his opponent, is what you're adding to it, which is fair, and something else on top, which is nutty. It's going to have to be pretty nutty, though, because look at the state of this board now. It's there. If the Rogue misses a beat, it's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, suddenly the Freezing Trap isn't looking quite as strong. Not really tons of great AoE. Could go for the Flipper Friends. There we go. I had to focus to say that.
Appreciate it.
No, it was more so you can't reverse and laugh at me for how I said it. So I had to put full focus into that one. He could do that and rush with the Otters and then set up the AoE from the Belinda. Oh, he's just going to... We're just going to open more boxes. Never mind. How dare I suggest anything else? Oh my...
Well, there we go.
2-mana Krakatoa seems reasonable.
Yeah, this is a card I'd play. Got to admit. Board gone. And Rogue doing the Rogue thing, except with Mage cards, where it clears your board and then makes tempo of its own.
Oh, interesting. And they throw away the parrot, so there's no recast of Drakefire Amulet. I was interested to see, actually, whether this was going to be a Theotar, because I felt that there were enough cards in hand to be okay passing something over. I think the whole right side of Glory's hand was okay to swap. Even the Pyroblast, honestly.
Yeah, the Pyroblast is unlikely to be particularly relevant in this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, the person who wins is going to be the one who has an overwhelming board advantage for 1 or 2 turns where they just get to do a huge amount of damage. Sure, the 10 might matter at some point, but it doesn't feel like that's the way the game's going to pan out.
I'm just saying, nope. I need a new hand. Finley's going to help with that.
Ugh.
Okay.
There it is.
There's Dawn Grasp. And slower nowadays than they used to be, but still.
It's still absolutely needed.
Dawn Grasp, but just like us, Lorinda, getting older and slightly slower at things.
Yeah. Hey, you speak for yourself. I'm not getting older.
Just me then, that's fine.
This is the great thing about starting off old, is that I'm still old, so I haven't changed in age. That's how that works.
Yeah, you just don't progress past the stage of old.
Yeah, exactly. That guy's old, yeah? And then 5 years later, that guy's old, yeah? Okay, same age. Sorted. All right, here comes the 2-mana Krakatoa. Planned it all along.
We'll almost call it Krakatoa.
That works. Just. But I'll give you it.
I'll take it. I'll take just.
Second Pyro? Oh, no, second Tess. Wait, what am I doing?
Oh, yeah. This is Theotar,
Fine.
so he's going to swap away. Like I said, the Pyroblast at this stage in the game, just if Gaboom plays Pyroblast, not really going to make a big difference. Glory's sitting on 37, feeling pretty good about things. Taking the Dawngrass, though, like I said, I think like just slowly removing a win conditions. Gaboom now has his own Theotar, though, so he will be able to potentially steal that Dawngrass back. And he does have a lot of rubbish to give Glory, right? If it's any of the Starfish, that's fine.
Yeah, any of those cards at all, basically.
Yeah, and he's going to go Bran. Yeah, he really needs this Dawngrass back. Got it.
Yeah. Won't be impressed to see the test, but what can he do? When you're playing in the backseat of a taxi, that's all you can, get on with. I assume that's where he's playing.
Is it a taxi? I thought
he's playing from the backseat of a taxi.
I thought it was one of those boat houses.
No, he's just being driven around in a limo, like, while he plays.
Okay.
And it's stuck at the lights, because it's in Paris, where the traffic's really slow.
Yeah, well, there's the freezing trap finally going off after years at this point of being active.
10, 16, first really chunky hit. No lethal available.
I think this is a reasonable, just like... Got to decide whether Glory wants to Silverleaf then swing, or swing Hero Power Silverleaf for extra draws.
Imagine...
with a Flipper Friends, I think.
Imagine if he hadn't given away his Pyroblast.
Simply lethal.
Hearthstone, you're funny.
Got to decide now, of course, it's going to be tempting to actually swing into this Bran. Really want to leave that sitting on board.
Yeah.
He's got to decide about this Silverleaf.
Okay. I think the main decision with the Bran was whether to use the Starfish now or save it for something even more important, because there isn't much that's more important than Starfish, but it might be used to unfreeze something or something later.
Right.
This board gets Blizzard frozen, for instance. Multiple random boxes.
Okay, so 19, 20 damage with the dagger swing. So Gaboom's quite dead. Got to make a decision now whether he thinks Dawn Grasp plus dragons that can maybe taunt or do something is enough, or whether he has to 4-mana Dawn Grasp.
Yeah. Roll them dices.
The problem as well is he's been given a Starfish, but he obviously doesn't know that exactly the second one's in hand, so obviously the 4-mana Dawngrass to freeze the board wouldn't actually achieve anything.
Right, just be straight loss.
He's going to go Drakefire. There's a taunt.
And that goes back to Glory's previous turn where he chose to tank the 4, not Starfish the Bran, which made sense anyway, but it was damage that he could have put face if he wanted to.
Yeah, and I think that is, especially with the Avenge, simply lethal. Although, of course, the Avenge will get silenced, right? But it's still enough, isn't it?
6, it's 12, 18, 19? 18.
Yeah, 18, I think.
Plenty points.
Yeah, Glory takes game number 1, and I think like a really good game to win just for the mindset, because again, as we've seen with Glory as the rogue playing multiple copies of Kaboom's Rune of the Archmage, that matchup specifically can get a little bit wild with the amount of crazy things that can happen. So winning it is a great start. Not only putting one score on the board, so to speak, but also just saying like, okay, here was a matchup that, let's be honest, skill play comes into it, but things can just happen if you open enough boxes, regardless. And yeah, Glory taking game number 1, looking pretty good. There's the Rogue done and dusted.
Yeah, boxes are opened and shut case here. And going to move on to the next deck, which is... Oh no, why did I start that sentence knowing that I couldn't finish it?
Demon Hunter for Kaboom. It's going to switch off the mage. I'll save you a little bit.
Red box
mystery
Glory on our screen. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Glory either has his own Demon Hunter or his Druid to play out with, as he has had his Warlock banned away. The Druid is the... Oh, yeah, it's not him playing Astral Alignment, right? Okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
Kaboom is on the Demon Hunter anyway, which is the Relic build. Very little in the way of tech in there, just the Prosecutor, I guess, but that's in a lot of the builds, so... And it is going to be the Druid for Glory.
Okay, so it's a good first guess from me. But yeah, this Relic Demon Hunter again, it's a really interesting list, because I said this to TJ, but it kind of floats for the first few turns, and then if it gets Relic of Dimensions, at least for me, the best card in the deck by far, then things can get very, very silly indeed. They can draw so many cards with such a huge mana reduction that they can really do powerful things in any given turn. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see whether that power level of potentially using the location with the minion relic to actually summon huge boards is actually going to be faster than this Druid deck, which is of course the ramp Druid, does have the Jailer at the top end there, but most importantly just has ramp and the good stuff, right? Like the usual things Druid runs, Topia to keep board control, Raid Boss Onyxia, the Devourers as well if anything gets too spicy, if the Demon Hunter builds those huge boards with the relics. And the Devourer's active, well, it just chomps them all anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So, looks to me, Lorinda, like it could be a bit of a tricky one for the old Demon Hunter.
Yeah, the Demon Hunter is very hard to assess because you look at the mulligan win rates, and it's literally just, if it says Relic on it, you keep it. If it doesn't, you don't. Basically, with the exception of if it's got draw a card written on it, I think you keep it as well.
Right.
And that means you get quite a lot of polarized things happening. You draw 2 or 3 relic cards, you just beat anything, you don't get any, you sort of lose to anything. And it reminds me a little bit of when we first have cards like Yogg-Saron or whatever. It takes a long time to evaluate, is this good? Like, because when it wins, it just looks unbeatable. When it loses, it looks garbage.
Right.
And I don't think we've yet reached the stage where it's that easy to decide how good this deck is, other than it's quite often quite good.
Yeah, I think at surface level, you could say both decks ramp, right?
Yeah.
They need to ramp up the relics and then play Dimensions, which then acts as ramp because it's effectively creating mana for you. And I would not agree with the point of this Demon Hunter ramps better than ramp Druid. You know what I mean?
Sure. Okay.
And I think the payoff for the Druid has been really narrowed down to just the best cards at this point. Maybe we can argue that the Jailer, whether the Jailer's the best card to fit in that deck or not, because it's still, fairly fresh. But when you look at the general top end, Denathrius, Raid Boss Onyxia, Devourers, the Miracle Growth, of course, Scale of Onyxias and Topia, like, I don't see much end game looking better than that, right? Better than those options, especially when the Druid's generally getting there faster than most other decks.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, to be fair. We will see, of course, one of the relics in hand for Kaboom. And for potential 4.
Yeah, and I advocated for a relic keep when Fury Hunt was playing earlier on against the Warlock. So if I advocated for that, playing it against a sort of, the Curse Imbizu, then I definitely advocate for it now. If you're going to keep it against anything, you keep that card against Ramp Druid.
Yeah, I mean, your whole aim is get the location, which he has failed to do, get 3 or 4 activations, draw some cards, play them all in one turn, and hope they don't have blasters, and you're good to go. But unfortunately, Druid, like you've already described several times, does have blasters, and usually it doesn't matter that your cards cost 0, because the Druids might as well.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with the mulligan for this Demon Hunter, it's not like some other slower Demon Hunters where you can actually mulligan for the aggro portion of your deck against Druid, because this deck doesn't really have an aggro section, right? Like the early game cards are like Fell Barrage. It's like, well, that's got to do nothing against the 40 health Druid. And then the first, let me check, the first actual minion is Bran and Lady Sotheno. So it's like, well, yep, they're not going to do anything either. So, yeah, got to keep all those relics.
Yeah, if you don't draw location of relics, then
get out.
So much work to do. Yeah. Like, what's this going to do? I don't know. Yeah, it might do 8 damage next turn if it's not dealt with, but oh no, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, Glory just has Topia next turn.
Yeah.
Which is why he's putting in the 1 damage there as well, putting it in a Topia range, basically. And by that, I don't mean the actual card. I mean all the 3/3s it can summon instead.
Which he will be able to do. I think.
Yeah, got planted evidence there.
It's been a really fast game. It's turn 5 already, and like, nobody's really stopped for thought until this moment.
I actually quite like the Devourer here.
Like as an insurance policy, like I'm going to win with my hand, and if I don't, Devourer will make sure that I do.
Yeah, and I obviously don't mind the other Aquatic because, well, he knows 2 of the 3 cards he'll be offered when he uses that one, and he can use it to do Devourer next turn. But my point is, well, he's going to play Topia this turn. That summons minions for the rest of the game. Get that Devourer active, and then even the big relic pop-offs aren't that much of a problem because you just play Devourer and eat them.
And you only have to worry about 2 relic pop-offs, or sorry, 3 relic pop-offs, and 1 or 2 other cards, and you're pretty much done. So yeah, being able to eat them all, a big board once, is absolutely plenty. Sure.
So look at this Sigil.
Reroll. I think Sigil's the best as well.
Oh, went Chaos. Okay.
Pick me! Pick me!
I guess killing a 5/5's handy. Yeah, it's fine. Try to fight for this board. Oh my goodness.
Yep, gonna get the
There's
Devourer now.
Absolutely. As you saw, Raven, just put it to the bottom knowing it's there. Oh, Jailer as well. Oh my.
This
Looking
start getting out of
brutal.
control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even at this point, you have to ask the question, does Kaboom even beat Jailer into Denathrius?
I'm honestly struggling to know what he beats at this point. Like,
yeah, but I just mean just those 2 cards, right? Like, does Kaboom beat those 2 cards at this point? I don't think so, and I think you've mentioned it a couple of times, but mainly because there's just no location, right?
And no Relic Vault.
No Relic Vault means that there's just this Relic of Dimensions is just can't do enough work to recover from this, and this was kind of my point going into the match or the game, where, well, look, Glory's got about to have 10 mana, Kaboom's on 6, and Glory basically has like upwards of 3 win conditions in his hand and can play them next turn, or start to play them next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Would have liked to see the Relic Vault played on turn 2 and then see how that changed things. There'd be a lot more pressure coming from the other side if it was, but it wasn't. That's why we play the game. There is the option to Theater here and take away one of those win conditions, but does it just do anything but delay the inevitable?
Yeah, and the big problem is, oh great, you steal one of the big cards.
Right.
You can't play for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
And then your opponent just plays a different one, and then you cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kaboom doing what he can. Very interested to see what Glory goes for. I would, yes, okay, he's with me. I would just absolutely slam the Jailer right there and say, you know what, let's go. Because like I said, as soon as this Denathrius hits the board, it's all over. It's not exactly a stacked Denathrius, but it just has the lifesteal, right? So I don't know if it can be outpaced.
Okay.
I guess with the Relic Vault, yeah. Let's see.
36 is a lot, though.
35.
I guess, yeah. Okay.
That will delay things because Glory will certainly want to not have to play cards on the left.
Okay.
You gotta be scrappy with scraps.
Who knows what secrets
Wow. Okay. Seems good. Nice little combo there.
I love Glory's confidence as well, because whenever I play Jailer in a situation like this, I stare at my hand, stare at the board spaces, then stare at my hand again, and I'm like, don't you do it again, because I always run out of board space by accident.
Right.
I've just sat there with a Denathrius in my hand like an absolute idiot. Glory, of course, a slightly better Hearthstone player than me, so understandable. He'll be more confident.
You've been with him every step of the way, to be fair. Where Glory's gone, you've been there, Raven, I think, you know. So you're on the same career path. Oh. Needs to be lethal right now. Narrator, it's not.
It's not, but he can play the hero, right? So he can gain armor. Which, you know, may not keep him alive, but it might do a better job of keeping him alive than being literally dead on board.
Enough time.
Yes.
Is he running Eldraki in this list? Let me check.
It's usually.
Oh yeah, he has two in this list.
Two.
Hasn't gotten hold of any of them, which is a shame for Gaboom, since he does have that Fury, does have Chaos Strike. You know, he would have had enough to actually make it worthwhile.
Well, there's cards have been played in all sorts of positions here.
Yeah, there's the.
See what happened.
There's the Eldraki, but it's just too little, too late, because that's just lethal on board, right?
Yep. I think. Yeah.
Yep. 17 without the hero power. Yeah, rough one. I think he was really just going for the Eldraki Warblades here.
No, it's just not fair.
Yeah, really rough game there. Rough game for Gaboom, but again, I think that matchup's just hard. Because unless you really go off early as the Demon Hunter, the Druid just does your deck, but better, right? Like,
yeah.
ramp up, get to the big endgame conditions, because as we saw, even if Theotar came down and stole Jailer, let's say, Denathrius that wasn't even played, like, it doesn't matter, because then the Druid just plays the other big thing they have, and you're still in a tough spot. Of course, Jailer being the best one to be able to actually play from Glory, because it's unstoppable at that point, right? But yeah, good effort from Gaboom, but not enough, and suddenly, Lorinda, Glory is just very swiftly 2-0 up. Is it another 3-0 on the menu today?
I mean, in theory, right, he's down to his own Demon Hunter, so it shouldn't be, having seen what's happening going back the other way, but it's got that smell of a 3-0 about it, hasn't it? It's just got the smell of this Demon Hunter's going to draw. It makes no logical sense, but it's just got that feel. If he's going to draw a Relic Vault, he's going to play infinite relics in the first 5 turns. The game's just going to end. It's not how it should be necessarily. This Warlock is obviously just a really good deck, but I don't know. I think it's just going to end. I think Glory's going to beat him this game.
How do you feel like this deck's actually going to cope against Demon Hunter, for example, or anything else? Because it is so heavily teched in a certain way, right? From Gaboom, we see Altar of Fire in there. We see the double Dreaded Mount in there. Even the Voidwalkers, like, not all lists are running Voidwalkers, for example, right? As well as that Demonic Assault, that's the words I was looking for in there. So it's not the sort of streamlined version of Curse Lock that we've been used to the extent where we almost don't talk about the list when it's on screen, because it's 30, you know, the card for card list everyone runs. But Gaboom definitely doing something different. So do you think this is going to be a hindrance in the rest of his run?
I mean, obviously, it's not ideal to have all those tech cards in, but I've always felt that if you want to put a bunch of junky tech cards in a deck or in a class, put it in Warlock, as you do often sit there with sort of spare cards in hand that you don't get to cast anyway. But clearly, yeah, if you're not running the optimal cards, you're running, it's going to hurt you. But yeah, with it being Warlock, with some of those cards still fitting the curve, with them sort of making sense, I think we still won't take off as many percentage points as maybe you'd expect, just because, yeah, what's too bad about playing a turn 1/1/3 that isn't normally in the deck, etc. I think he'll be okay, but I don't know. This game just has the air of glory stomps it, whatever you do about it so far.
Well, as usual, a lot of this in this meta, or at least for a lot of the decks the players are choosing to bring, their mulligan seems to be king here, right? We can judge the games based on the mulligan, at least in some part. And Glory, once again, seems to be an ongoing theme for Demon Hunters today. Relic of Dimensions in the opening hand, key card. Whereas for Gabumon, Gabumon, I'm just naming
Gabumon.
I'm literally naming Digimon at this point because I just I read Gabu or Gabo and then just made up the rest of the name. Gaboom, sorry. Has a much more varied hand that you may want to toss.
Gabby, man, that was last year. Right. Yeah. He has actually tossed it all. I wonder if he'd keep the shipment, but did not. And Glory has also missed. And we've talked about it already a lot. If Demon Hunter misses early on, he's missed on his top deck on turn 1 as well, you just saw there. It doesn't do anything and you lose quite quickly. So my into the ether gut instinct, oddly enough, turned out not to be correct.
There's still time for the Relic.
No, I'm done, mate.
Okay. Well, unfortunate here for Glory. Still, though, he does have the ever-present Demon Hunter hero power, and this will at least be juicing the Kurtrus, right? Like, if we're looking for a silver lining.
I am. Yeah, he's going to have an option next turn of just playing the brand because that's all he can do. That's not ideal.
Drown in your sorrows.
Yeah, and then when you don't get the start with a Demon Hunter, basically any curve will do.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. It might be the old Brannon curve here for Glory and hope it just looks a couple of trades.
Okay, so if he is going to win this, he draws the location off the top, plays the Relic of Extinction to kind of clear. Not that there is anything to clear now. Nope. Not happening. Fell Barrage, maybe? Digital to try and hit location, that's the other choice.
Yeah. At this point, just wanting to just hit the 1/1. Yeah. Kills the imp off. And Glory definitely just trying to hold on. But this is where the tech cards are going to sort of use Gaboom some points here, because this is quite a weak turn 4 compared to what it could have been, right? In other lists. So Relic of Dimensions, pretty weak, only reducing by 2. Not the best.
No, not at all. And this is a turn where he'd love to just be able to take away the 3/3 while waiting. And
the top shelf.
Now the bartender's going to shadily just do so much damage. And I think Glory can't come back from this. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Demand a recount.
Glory's never going to financially recover from this. There's the concede, and it's not going to be a 3-0 sweep. Glory gets ran over by the Warlock from Gaboom. And again, understandable. We spoke about it a lot today. I am sure this conversation will continue into the weekend. But the Demon Hunter can be extremely powerful, but if you miss that early game, and it's what I was talking about even way back this morning. Yeah, this morning, when we talk about Habu Gabu's lineup, right? When he's bringing the Demon Hunter, he's bringing the Warrior. The good thing is when you're against decks like Warlock, well, even if your mulligan's not perfect, it's almost never going to be a disaster because your whole deck's curve is low, right? You're not going to sit with a Jace in your hand, or Jace and Artificer in your hand, like you can see here for Glory. You're going to hit like something proactive to do almost all of the time. So definitely a benefit that kind of lineup has. But of course, when we can see Glory still have his Demon Hunter left, he's still got Mage and the Mirror Match to play, so he's still got plenty of game. And again, surely he'll get hold of Relic Vault in the early game in one of these matchups we've got coming up here.
You would think so, but obviously, as always, as time ticks down, you start becoming more and more concerned about it. But he does now have a favourable plus a 50-50 to come, so obviously in a fantastic situation, you know, maths-wise, I guess. Far Watch Post, a nice start here for Gaboom, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, in most matchups, right, if you're playing Far Watch Post, you may as well keep it in the mulligan, especially in this Demon Hunter, because you just want to slow them down even more than they already are. Because again, Gaboom is not running the ping mage, he's running the big spell mage, so not exactly a rapid-fire deck in and of itself.
And it's happening here, Raven, I think. Chaos Strike to draw cards if he doesn't hit the location next turn. Already played a Relic. It's on the way. Another watch post where that one came from, and there's Chaos Strike Hero Power where that came from as well.
When you see that Relic played in that kind of scenario, you sit back and think, wow, that card's actually pretty good. Right? You know, in that just a must-kill minion scenario.
It's just you never see it in that scenario, right? Because that's kind of, weirdly, clearing your opponent's board with a really powerful card isn't the point of that in this deck.
Yes, yeah. You're going to be coin Hero Power. Oh, no. Gonna go for,
yeah,
okay, I thought it was going to Hero Power Chaos Strike.
That was the instinctive play, right? And I looked at that and thought that's what he was going to do too. But he wanted to avoid getting the extra card with the being more expensive, so he can kill this with a Naga now and then draw the card with the Chaos Strike. But then the first card he draws gets buffed, gets more expensive. It's not quite sure if that got anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, this just got a 4/4 on board, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine. If he was going to draw a card and increase its cost by 1, that happens regardless, whereas this gets a 4/4 and lets him keep a Chaos Strike. So it's fine. We didn't know what was going to come out from the Nagaling, of course, as well, so that could have dramatically changed what Gloru's plan was going to be.
But now he really needs that Relic Vault, because you don't really want to play Relic of Dimensions without it being doubled, because that's kind of the point. You might have to.
2 goes at it. And I think he can take a turn off. Just
or just Chaos Strike, see where he's at.
Yeah, because again, I don't know if it's... I'm not sure how fast Glory actually needs to go here, but obviously he doesn't want to go too slow, because then Gaboom will just build up a huge board, and even with a big Relic Vault, he won't be able to clear it.
Yeah, on the other side to that, it's like, well, let's... Oh, does he have to play both the zeros now to get them out of his hand? He does, right? Otherwise he just loses to all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. And why not, right? Fel Barrage isn't getting any better targets. You may as well make the 4/4s just to put pressure on. And this dodges, as you said, the potential worst-case scenario. We're going to see Gaboom once again with this Belinda on curve. Well, I say on curve. I think the other game he coined it, but still. Close enough.
Yeah, that's about as on curve as you can get, right? Yeah. The Barbaric in hand, that then class is on curve because you played 2 6s on turns 5 and 6. Oh my, who needs Relic Vault where you can just draw all your relics and get really annoyed? Glory, that's who. The trouble is he wants to play Kurtrus next turn, so not playing the Relic of Dimensions now would lead to him not really clearing much of doing much.
He has to play it, right? He can't just sit there and do nothing with this Belinda.
Where is it?
That's seemingly what he's going to do, because this turn has amounted to a total sum of nothing, in my opinion.
Yeah, just nothing. Absolute straight nothing happened.
Just going to get hit.
Yeah, he is going to get hit. Really hit. Look at this lot hitting him.
Oh, interesting. 8/8 or a Primordial.
What numbers? I want all of the numbers. Now this is tough, actually. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
I mean, it's the same amount of numbers.
What? I mean, there's 2 numbers on each. Yeah. One's... You mean 16 and 16? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay. Because there's also the same amount of numbers. It means there's just 2 numbers, right? How many numbers there are?
Yeah. Everything's right, nothing's wrong.
Wow, I'm getting facetious at this time of day. All right, Kurtrus, some sort of clear, please. Okay, and then next turn, play your fail spells, and the turn after, play your Jason, hope you kill your opponent. Except if you're a good player, you calculate if you kill your opponent or not.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is only 6 damage, 7 with a ping from Gaboom now for Glory, so roughly the amount of armor he just gained is going to take this turn as a minimum, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, but look at these.
Yeah, it's getting worse, though. It is getting worse.
Gonna get dragoned. He's used both extinctions, right? So he's in trouble. Could be going to a game 5, even though it hasn't even going for like 15 minutes. Yeah, he's just done.
Done and dusted. Suddenly, with a 2-2 score as we get ready to go into game 5, Gaboom brought it back, and we're in this scenario once again, and it's very easy for me to say at this point, but I have been genuinely surprised when I saw the deck list actually come out this morning that so many players brought this Relic Demon Hunter, because we've seen it do very powerful things, do not get me wrong, right? Like, we've seen it pop off and do all the great things with the Relic Vault, sorry. But for a deck that feels like it relies so heavily on it drawing exactly one certain card, it doesn't feel like a deck that should make it into your 4 decks for the format. But again, these players much better than me, of course. It is just one of those decks where I understand Warlock struggling, because Warlock's very strong. You feel like you should take it, and yes, it can be targeted, or at least acknowledged when players are building their lineups. But Relic Demon Hunter, I don't know. I feel like it balances on such a knife's edge that it either dominates or gets crushed. Is that really how people are sort of, gambling their World Championship spot on? Is just whether Demon Hunter can grab a win or not? I don't know.
Don't forget, you've got to evaluate that in terms of, is it better than your 4th best deck? Not is it better than the best deck?
Oh, of course.
When you get to that exact discussion you just... Oh, my goodness. Well, Glory's in a good spot here. When you get to that exact discussion you just had of, hang on, if this is my worst deck, and it's... Let's say it's 50-50 against everything. Just to simplify the numbers. It's not. There's good and bad matchups. But basically, you either draw the Relic Vault or you don't. Right? Really being reductive here, just to make the point. Well, if it's 50-50, roughly speaking, then that's better than your worst deck, right? Because your worst deck, probably your worst deck, it's probably not going to have a 50% win rate.
What if your worst deck is Enrage Warrior, though?
Oh, that's different. Then you just get out of bed. You're Habu Gabu, you do what you like. You qualify for Worlds twice in the same year, Yeah.
But here, more seriously, not only does Glory have the Relic Vault already, but he's also got the good setup, right? Like, he's got close to everything he needs apart from the dimensions, which is what he's after very, very soon. But with Sigil as well, going to help him out with even more card draw. It's all looking quite good.
Yeah, he'll be able to take his time a little bit. He doesn't know exactly what's going to happen on the other side, except he knows there's no vault, so he knows he's ahead. But he will be able to take the time maybe to even draw some more cards, see if he can get to that dimensions, or he can just start, making Relic go big.
A watery grave.
I like the idea of just playing school teacher. Oh, well, now I don't. Now I like the idea of killing that.
I like the idea of making my opponent not have that minion.
Yeah, one of the.
And he's just doing the job, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've got to start stacking these relics.
Stacking these relics sounds like a really boring archaeologist job. You've gone to the dig and you just found a whole bunch of old copper coins that you've seen a million times before, and you're the trainee, and so I can't stack those relics, Lorindo. I'm like, oh, come on.
Whereas Relic Stacker sounds like an early 90s video game.
Relic Stacker. Yeah.
In a library.
In a library?
Yeah. / museum.
Museum. I like museum better.
Yeah.
One of those handheld ones with the 2 buttons, one on the other side. The relics are falling out of the sky, and you have to catch them in the crate. Yeah, I like
and it's just a rip-off of Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Relics falling from the sky.
Yeah. Now, relics falling from the sky sounds like an 80s song or band.
Yeah, true.
And there are relics falling from the sky in this game as Glory not only keeping control of the game, but also is a long way ahead in the relic count.
Yeah, he's missing dimensions, though.
He is, and Gaboom does have kind of all of the win conditions apart from the Relic Vault in hand. We better keep an eye on it, I guess. Because, you know, that's our job.
Or he really needs to get the tape measure out.
What's he measuring?
He needs the dimensions.
I see. I should have worked that out.
I thought that was a good one for you, Lorinda, but clearly not.
Oh, come on, it's a million
I've
o'clock.
disappointed myself.
I'm lost. You disappointed yourself by overestimating me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
disappointed myself. I shouldn't have overestimated you like that, Linda. Thanks.
Double vault now. Of course, Gaboom already used the dimensions to get to that point, but double vault, one costing 0 in hand for Gaboom now. Like, things could turn around.
Yeah, and he has the good cards in hand as well, though they're expensive to play. Like the 6, 7, 8 is pretty tasty.
Yep.
It still will change back if Glory rips the dimensions like immediately. But yeah, it's about to hit the point where Gaboom might be in an okay spot. He's got to deal with this, which he should be able to do. No, he shouldn't, because he hasn't got Extinction. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if this is actually just what if he just plays the hero? Because even if he goes 6-7, he doesn't have to play Shelag, of course. But even if he does, he still has that 0 cost Relic Vault. So even if he doesn't get double Relic Vault and then something off,
right,
he still has the 0 cost one to sort of whip into a turn and then decide later if he needs it. But the Kurtrus looks good enough. Although I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the minion's attack is at right now.
And also, we're biased. We can see that Glory's hand is running out of gas. Like, Gaboom has a lot more concerns than that when he's looking at this massive board, plus unknown cards in his opponent's hand. But yeah, he is going to go for it.
Ah, 5 fours. Could actually, like, value trade the 3s.
Yep. Okay. That's scary.
Who here can smell
I don't know. A lot of health on both sides.
Oh, fell barrage.
Pick me! Pick me!
Perfect.
Looking really nice here from the Nagaling. Glory does get to follow up with the Sigil as well. Keep that card draw going, because he is falling behind in overall value that we can see. Obviously, he won't be fully aware of that, but, I mean, we're just staring at the 2 Relic Vaults that can really go crazy.
They need to. Glory now just about at the finishing line. He's currently got lethal next turn, but it's obviously it will never happen. But he has it there, ready to go. So something has to be done, which will slow Gaboom down.
Yeah.
There's always 2 damage in hand. He can't just take it, right? There's always something. There's enough direct damage.
I'm just wondering where he goes with this turn, because he could just, okay, yep, do this, and then go Warblades, right? He heals for 4.
Okay.
That doesn't mean he's out of reach, right?
Yeah, he could die
still
here.
Draw the damage, yeah. He gets 2 draws as well with the Sigil.
Yeah, it's of course he doesn't know there's one in hand, but Fury has a massive chance to just win this now. 13 on board that we can see, another 3 in hand that we can see. Hero power's 1. That's 17. He needs just another Fury, just needs 3 more. And there it is if he orders it right? No, not quite.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is, because you Extinction in the middle of it somewhere as well.
What's in the Nagaling? Oh, he's got multi-strike.
Doesn't matter though.
I think so, because he can just kill a minion,
get the
right?
barrage, yeah. If the barrage gets
yeah.
there anyway, that's what I was thinking, Extinction into barrage.
Oh, I see, yeah. Either way, doesn't matter. Glory takes the victory. It looked spicy for a minute as Glory went from being 2-0 up to Gaboom bringing the series all the way to 2-2 into that final game. But it's Glory that wins the Demon Hunter mirror. After 3 goes on Demon Hunter, he gets there, and he is extremely happy with that victory, of course, because it does mean that Glory is going to be moving on to Sunday, Lorinda. Like I said, it could happen. We could be having Glory at Worlds yet again.
one match away. When he got there last year, we were saying how amazing it was that the same player had got to the World Championships 2 years running. He's one match from doing it 3 years running in a slightly harder system for him this time around as well, because it is basically open. I know he had the Grandmasters Season 1 attempt, but it is basically a tougher season for him this time around than it was last year. So yeah, 3 in a row would be absolutely nutty, and he's one match from doing it.
Yeah, it would be
brilliant.
Absolutely huge there. And I know there's a lot of Glory fans out there watching, so congratulations to him. But of course, Kaboom is not knocked out yet, still has a chance to make it through Group B along with Glory, but he will sit and wait now in that decider match to face the winner of Pocket Train versus Tonsoku that's coming up next. So a big match coming up next, Lorinda. Not only just in general, of course, because it's for the players' sort of lives in the tournament, but also just for the 2 players we have. Tonsoku, a player who's been around a long time. I think one of the first names I saw often from the APAC scene, way back when, doing well. And then Pocket Train, of course, a bit of a home crowd favorite for us. So yeah, any quick predictions as to who's going to win the next match before we go?
No prediction, but I am looking forward to see how Pocket Train's lineup works when it's not just being hard targeted. So yeah, let's see how that gets on.
Okay, looking forward to that one, and you guys will not have to wait too long. We're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Fall Championships. We've sent another player through to the quarterfinals, with Glory having taken a very narrow win over Gaboom. But now, unfortunately, we have the less uplifting job, I suppose you could say, of sending one of the players home in Group B. But also, of course, sending one of the players that little bit closer through in the decider match. So very, very much on the line for all of our competitors. What do we got here, Sottle, with Pocket Train and Soku?
Well, we've got take 2 of what I attempted as take 1 a little bit earlier, which was getting everyone super hyped up to see Pocket Train playing Pocket Train decks. And I guess we did do that earlier. Pocket Train did play 3 games of Boar Priest, but describing them as games would, I think, be quite generous to what the actual reality was. So you would hope, for Pocket Train's sake, and of course for the UK's sake as well, as we are 100% biased, I am sure, that Pocket Train is able to get back into things. Although, having said that, Derek, he's going up against an APAC player here. We're all big fans of Tansoku. Where exactly does your allegiance lie on this particular day? Because we never really know, do we?
We'll have to see. Depends who's winning most of the time. But yeah, I will just say I think the UK could use a dub at this point. So I'm rooting for Pocket Train to at least get a little bit more of a series on the table here, because as you said, that was just nothing.
I'm rooting for Pocket Train to be the new Prime Minister of the country.
Yay!
Boar Priest for everyone!
For the length of that series he just had earlier on.
We are going to kick things off. We only saw the Boar Priest, as mentioned previously. We only saw Boar Priest from Pocket Train that time around. He's going to mix things up a little bit here, primarily because the Priest is actually banned in this series this time around, which, you know, I'd imagine a part of that is respect ban. Of course, we have seen this historically a little bit with actual, you know, real deck specialists. Of sometimes they would get that deck banned in situations where it's not particularly optimal. But also just going through Tansoku's lineup, I think Pocket Train's lineup is very unconventional. He was sort of alluding to this himself when he made his like target this tweet when he posted his lineup, and then Gaboom kind of did do that. So not the greatest look. Things that have aged poorly very rapidly, but. My point being, Tansoku probably looks at this lineup from Pocket Train like, I didn't really plan for this. You know, this doesn't really fit into my normal matchup matrix of what I'm supposed to be banning or targeting here. So just getting rid of the Boar Priest in general, I think, is a fairly logical decision overall.
And I do think at the end of it all, Tansoku ends up with, regards to his priest specifically, a pretty good set of matchups against the Demon Hunter, the Warlock, and the Druid. I think I would favor the priest against pretty much all of those, especially for this particular game, given that I believe the Demon Hunter has gone 6 losses in a row, if we exclude mirrors, without picking up a single win. It's just looked absolutely atrocious in the previous 2 series. And I don't especially see that slowing down now, given that I would favor the priest in this matchup. But having said that, a pretty good draw for Pocket Train with plenty of ways to proactively spend his mana, and Tansoku lacking the usual tools you would need. Wig, I am alluding to there, to make this hand work.
Yeah, but I do want to just pick up on something that did happen in the Mulligan. It's something that I think, was it me, you, and Lorinda were discussing a little bit in the virtual green room between games. Tansoku handmade an opening hand, threw it away in the opener as well, which is something that I was advocating for. I do think Handmaiden is overrated in general terms of Mulligan keeps with this deck. Wig in particular, Radiant Elemental, often thrive a lot of the time as well, is a much more important card to have in the early game. So Tansoku does go for the aggressive Mulligan, throwing the Handmaiden away, and I think is rewarded with a slightly improved hand having the Radiant Elemental already.
Pretty good start, all things considered, though, for Pocket Train, being able to proactively spend his mana on 2, which is often a dead turn for the Relic Demon Hunter, in order to get the score pit down. Can just trade beautifully here against this 3/6.
And in fact, the trade is done for him in the end, with Tansoku just happy to make the trade happen, get the card draw, and Pocket Train is just going to march on with the relics here. And yeah, I mean, very interested to see how this deck is going to perform long term. Again, we're on day 1, we have a very small sample size, but it does seem, apart from that, you know, perfect draw, you know, not perfect, but very strong draw and a very reasonable matchup that we've seen early on from the deck, it has seemed to struggle overall and be the problem in general for the players that have had it.
Man, no one does gentle disgust quite like the British, eh? That face from Pocket Train saying it all.
We have a lot of practice of things to be disgusted about.
Yeah, it's true. Mostly things put on toast.
Indeed, yes. Or things that particular members of the casting team think is an eligible sandwich filling.
I mean, I'm only one generation removed. I can't judge. My mum would run home from school for a sugar sandwich.
All right, Cathedral number 2 coming down. Tansoku actually committing with the Radiant Elemental on this turn, which does give him a very, very strong initial pop-off turn. Oh. And finds the Valish as well. I was going to say, not the full dump your entire hand pop-off, because he's going to be a little bit short to get up to the real power cards in his hand. But now with that Priestess Valish available, the world is his oyster.
Yeah, would have to dismantle the Serpent Wig, like use it before he plays Valish if we wanted to get the boon down on this turn, which is why I fully agree with this line where he doesn't get maybe quite so many stats online immediately. But honestly, it's not actually far off, and it's, I would say, very unlikely that this board ends up dying. Even though he could have fit in a Bless as well if he wanted to on that turn, which is debatable if you would want to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not necessarily an improvement on the turn, right? On minions that are not immediately attacking, there is definitely value to holding on to that until you actually have a minion with functional charge, I suppose, if you want to look at it that way.
Pocket Train wondering if next game he'll be allowed to play some Hearthstone.
I know this is such a horrible mischaracterization, but whenever I see Pocket Train playing a different deck, like he's going through picking up all of his individual cards, it's almost like, which one of these, where's my Pyro? Where's my Northshire Cleric? I don't understand what's happening. Why don't any of these cards do anything?
I have to clear the board and then draw cards? What is this deck?
Time grows short.
So outs that we could theoretically think of, like there's no real big board clears you can generate off School Teacher. Very limited generation in the rest of the deck. So maybe location off the top with the Relic, and then you get extinction, something like that.
Yeah. We are definitely in the world of, you know, compounding small percentage outcomes one after the other at this point from Pocket Train.
Agreed. A little bit of a tough turn though for Tansoku.
It is actually. I think the big split in the turn is School Teacher or Boon, like which one of those two you want to necessarily end up with. Obviously everything else is cheap enough to be thrown in. Ending up on the Boon here.
It's big enough.
Yeah, but if you'd have gone the other way, for example, you could have gone, you know, School Teacher, Wig, Naga, Wig, etc., and not had the other additional big minion, but had a bigger 1 minion and a 5/4 instead of this 14/16, which, you know, arguably comparable, but I think just the nature of the deck that you're playing up against, having the huge taunt, which limits so many options in terms of their face attacks being able to go through, big advantage, and this just being straight up more stats on board, I think this makes the most sense.
Another Sigil of Reckoning offered, and another one passed away. As Pocket Train goes down 0-1, the Demon Hunter again looking to struggle, but ray of sunshine through these stormy clouds for Pocket Train. That was the Priest that got the win, which, as I laid out at the start, is pretty obviously the best deck for Tansoku going into the rest of the series. Ticked off already.
Yes, indeed. So then we get into the rest of the series here, which is the more conventional Imp Curse Warlock from Tansoku, as opposed to that mess that we saw on the other side from Gaboom. The perfect Eton mess, however, to be able to pick apart Pocket Train's Boar Priest in that particular game. But I think Pocket Train will be a little more at home, if not necessarily comfortable with playing against Imp Curse Warlock. And then From there, it's... Wait, sorry, was it Demon Hunter or the Rogue the ban? I've literally written it down and then lost where I've written it down on Tansoku.
Rogue.
Rogue, okay. So there is still that Demon Hunter to come on the other side. More aggressive version, just straight up fell Demon Hunter on the other side for Tansoku. So I agree with you. I do think the Priest was generally going to be getting a win. It seems weird because I think we've gone through long periods of time arguing over how consistent, how high a win rate, whether these kind of Naga Priest builds, Blessed Priest builds have been the bring to tournament. But coming into this, when I look at these decks in people's lineups, they generally feel like one of the decks that I'm most secure are going to do okay for them throughout the tournament. And that was also kind of borne out, I believe, in the previous Masters Tour as well, in terms of the overall win rate of these Priest decks. So continuing to form there for Tansoku, and it's actually going to be Pocket Train switching over to the Imp block as well.
Yeah, going against the preferred strategy today of just very saltily queuing up the deck you just lost with over and over again until something different happens, which I can respect. Does mean that we're ending up on the mirror between the two Warlocks. I believe no differences in the list. As I've said a couple times already, it's just a very cemented 30 cards that we have here in the Imp Curse version of the deck. I mean, any specific strategies you've seen that have looked spicy? Any mulligan keeps that you have hot takes about in this matchup that could upset the traditional cards we're expecting to see kept?
Yeah, I was talking about it with Raven a little bit in the previous cast. Like, I think this particular mirror, like, Curse Imp Warlock is a deck I feel fine on. The mirror, I feel, is one of my weakest matchups in the game, and I don't know whether that's just because I'm doing things wrong or whether the matchup is particularly hard, but there's so many little points of stress in the matchup, just in terms of decisions you make from a solitaire perspective, like, you know, tempo or value, tempo resources, like, am I just supposed to play my minions? Should I tap to look for the power cards? That kind of thing, which is kind of level 1. Then also the way you interact with your opponent is super interesting, because committing to board then allows your opponent to trade minions, for example. And if they're trading minions, they might get to be infusing power cards in their own hand that they wouldn't have been able to do if you didn't necessarily commit to the board. That's sort of the base level of the interaction to the two decks, all the way up to the top level of interaction between the two decks, which is the ending that you saw in your opening series from the Fury Hunter series, where, you know, just having this board state suddenly allowed for your opponent to generate curses on you that they wouldn't have been able to otherwise. So there's so much like crunchy minutia in the matchup in general that I feel like it's something that I still personally have a lot to learn about.
Very interesting starting hand, though, for both players here, where obviously looks like the better hand is Pocket Trains right now. But, you know, I will say that Tansoku has some of the tools to pick that apart with a pretty nice Grimoire against a Fiendish Circle, and being able to go Impending Catastrophe plus the Grimoire next turn. Depending on how Pocket Trains, this could end up pretty well.
This is already well into the realm of that initial debate I brought up of, you know, tempo versus value, with Tansoku choosing to throw out a Flame Imp, float 1 mana, as opposed to just going for the life tap. You actually saw, if you were paying attention to Pocket Train's camera, he mouthed the words, "Come on, please tap," during Tansoku's turn. But then when the Flame Imp came down, he almost feels like he preferred that outcome to the tap. I don't think, you know, tempo Flame Imp was the play that he didn't want to see on that turn.
Yeah.
He was begging for the life tap from the opponent. But I think, more so than anything else for Pocket Train, if he's pleading for anything, it's just to play a game of Hearthstone today. Because up until this point, it's really not been going for him.
Oh, and that, again, is such a spicy draw, because this turn was pretty obviously just going to be Catastrophe plus Grimoire, I think, to take your 2 cards while you can. And, you know, deny it from your opponent as well. But now being able to draw 4 cards now, maybe 3 cards in a turn or 2, just gets tighter and tighter.
Job done.
And Tansoku fully committing to tempo, which I do think is one of the biggest lessons to take. Again, I think the worst thing you can do with all of those debates that I was talking about earlier is get caught halfway in between them. You need to pick a direction and commit to it as hard as you can for as long as you can. So I like that Tansoku, after committing to tempo early, continued to do that, you know, using the AoE as opposed to the impending catastrophe, drawing less cards than he could have done, but significantly increasing the amount of damage he's pushing. And sorry, let me fix my face, drawing just as many cards as he could have done on this turn by hitting the second catastrophe.
Oh my god, and look at this, it's just curse, 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 and then your opponent dies.
Yeah, big board swing for Pocket Train though. He is the first person to land one of the big Avenge cards in this matchup, which normally consolidates some kind of tempo for you. These boards don't necessarily win the game straight away because of the presence of Abyssal Wave and so on, but it's rare that if you play one of the big Avenge bombs, that your opponent can deal with that and come out ahead on the following turn a lot of the time, especially without location already being active. But as you said, early damage massively in favor of Tansoku, and now with that backed up by all of these curses, he can just almost play removal now at this point, and that removal will double up as those extra few points of damage he'll need to get over the line.
Yeah, really only needs to consider how can this go disastrously wrong, which is why I do think you're supposed to play defensive as possible. This still gets curses in his opponent's hand.
Yep.
I will say, use up a cheap Dark Vein activator, which is potentially a big deal. Stops him from going Abyssal Wave, Dark Vein plus the Touch the Nathrazim to get the Abyssal Wave online. But I still fully endorse this play, just because he is so far in the lead now. Just needs to stop his opponent from killing him with some crazy push of board control. As Pocket Train is helping his opponent along with the Flame in plate as well.
Well, if you just touch your Flame Imp now, that's just net positive, you know?
Perpetual motion machine right there.
That's it. What do you even do? What do you even say at this point? Pocket Train, Plastic before him as well. A couple of players today who've just, you know, rolled up with hopes and dreams of World Championships and have just not had the run of the cards at all. Still a long way to go in this series, of course, for Pocket Train, but it does look like there's a long way to go to get back into this game individually, let alone this series and this tournament as a whole.
So many possibilities.
I mean, they still have a curse in hand, right? Like, you just go Abyssal Wave here and then they take so much more damage.
I think so.
Don't know if he's afraid of, like, infusing the Refarm that could theoretically be in hand.
Yeah, true. This does the same thing as well. I mean, to be honest, Dark Vein kind of stacks more curses anyway, perhaps over 2 turns, because Pocket Train probably can't make any attempt at winning this game without playing minions on board from this point, right? Those are always going to be available. So over the course of 2 turns, this probably does push more damage with the curse stacks.
Can make the pretty cool play here by Pocket Train to clear the board though, right? And then no curses are added to hand, which I think Tansoku just realized. Which is a pretty big blunder.
Pocket Train just shaking the head, Tansoku doing the same.
Yeah.
Yes, with it specifically being dragged below, you do need that target to be able to hit, and Tansoku has ended up missing out on a ton of damage in that situation.
I wonder.
And this is what you play for as Pocket Train, right? Like, you've been getting rolled all day, but eventually you hope that you can outplay your opponent in some regard. And it looks like he's been given the first glimmer of maybe being able to do so.
Yeah, by no means out of the woods yet, though.
Oh, no. Still, I would say, pretty far behind.
Again, stuck in that very awkward position. If he wants to commit to clearing this board, he's going to have to hold that curse for another turn, 1 mana short of the breakpoint of being able to, for example, Abyssal Wave and dump the curse, which means he's going to be creeping ever closer into that lethal range.
Are ruined.
Okay. The next turn, they're going to be taking the 2, is that from the curse in hand? Plus the 3 you could give them with wave, plus play your own curse. Bring them down to 5. But should they play the 1 in hand, they're still not actually dead on the following turn, is the problem once again. So the numbers all just not quite working cleanly yet for Tansoku.
Yeah, right now you kind of have to hope for 2 more turns past this point so that you can play all of the curse cards you currently have in hand, which you do need to get the lethal from this point. Unless you were to, for example, draw Bran off the top on the following turn. But I don't see any other real way to effectively be spending mana here. But Tansoku, you can see on his face, this game should be over by now under most reasonable circumstances. And based on that reaction from Pocket Train, that is one of the draws. The other would be Zakul in order to get that little burst of health that Pocket Train might need to stabilize here.
Bad either, hey.
Gotta be the curse, right? Surely.
Yeah, with no other healing.
So ambitious.
Or limited healing.
Whoa!
Oh my lord. He's playing risky. Oh! Okay, I take it back.
What a genius.
Oh, actually survives the Abyssal Wave now as well. You're looking to fill up his hand on the next turn as well? Maybe. Kind of doable. You might have to leave a curse in there as one of them. But yeah, I mean, it's worth saying that Pocket Train can win board and keep his hand full, and that's a very realistic way of getting the win, which may have been what led him to tap on the previous turn, just to set up for that, even if it's in 2 turns' time.
Yeah, it's a great point. Tansoku now needs to beware of decision paralysis. I totally appreciate what he's doing here. Does not want to make any decision quickly, particularly when we're, you know, and he's under the impression that he made a pretty catastrophic mistake on the earlier turns, but just wants to make sure he is doing things the right way. Oh, really?
It's enough.
4, 5, 6, you say? If it's 4, 5, 6, that's 21. 4, 5, 6,
enough.
boom! Oh, 21,
God.
exactly! Coming out from Pocket Train. And that, Darek, is what we have been wanting to see all day. Wouldn't have mattered if it was Plastic, if it was Pocket Train, you know, one of these players that has been getting rolled the entire day, doing as competitive gaming is intended and capitalizing on a mistake from the opponent to actually find their way back into the series. And that single moment could be pivotal, not only in this series, but in this tournament, and have lasting effects going forward to the World Championship as well. That's the fine details that you have to have. And I think you mentioned it very early on, and I picked up on it, I believe, in the first couple of series of the day, that we have to expect the highest possible standards now. The level of where we are in the progression of the circuit this year, you have to be absolutely on top of your game.
That's right. And this is what Pocket Train's been waiting for. If you play perfectly, you definitely don't win every game of Hearthstone you play, but eventually your opponent will mess up, as we saw Tansoku do here with a pretty big punt. And Pocket Train more than happy to pick up the ball and run with it, if that made sense. I don't watch American football at all. But it does mean that with the Warlock out of the way, that's a pretty big hindrance for a lot of players, as it has been the Warlock ticked off the list. Really just need to see, I want to say, the Demon Hunter take the win now. The Druid I have actually a pretty reasonable amount of faith in to be able to win one of these two games. It's the Demon Hunter that's really been struggling for our players today.
How do you feel about Druid in general in position? Obviously, you just said you feel okay with it to get a series, but it's not a deck that I've put a lot of time into personally since, you know, nerfs on nerfs on nerfs, first alignment, then guff, and then blah, 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 going down the line. Does it still work as a ladder deck? Is it a deck that you were expecting to see as a bring to the tournament from more people than we have done?
I was, yeah. I mean, I definitely overestimate Druid because it's in pretty much every metagame the deck I do best with when I'm playing on ladder. But I do think personally that if you think the meta is right, then the Giants version can do well. But for me, the super heavy nature spell version with the planted evidence, obviously, in the early game, the natural causes as well, living roots as well is a card that I can be fond of as well. Just gives you so much survivability against these early decks. And then still, even with the nerf to Guff, like, you are doing more powerful late game stuff than the vast majority of decks right now. So I do think it can be strong, but having said that, with specifically this tournament, the prevalence of Warlocks, the prevalence of coin rogues as well, Druid can suffer against the high burst of stats on one turn.
Yeah, I think that's my fear. And when I was doing, you know, shadow prep for this tournament or whatever you want to call it, I looked at Druid and I was like, oh, I'll put some time into Druid. And then when looking at the lineups I was devising, like every lineup I was devising had some combination of Warlock, Rogue, Priest, you know, all of these decks. And I'm like, how do you make a Druid deck that competes with all these decks that are just pumping out 10/10s on turn 3 and turn 4, you know? Like, it just seems so difficult to do and just really put me off the idea. But here we are. Enough Druid talk because we have a Warlock and a Demon Hunter this time around, and Tansoku this time has picked up the early location that was missing in the previous game. Pocket Train's hand looking a little slow overall. The left-hand side of the hand, the kept cards in the mulligan, fairly reasonable, I would say, but the hand has not really improved significantly since then, although the pickup of the Kurtrus does at least have a long-term plan to move towards.
Yeah, I mean, the only real decision here for me is whether or not you play Fel Barrage for it to go face, because this hand could do some major damage with the Sathino Predation plus Fury on the following turn, coin out the Kurtrus as well, or maybe the Zillag. Like, this really does start to get there.
Preemptive buff from Tansoku, which I think is wise. That has implications against Predation. It has implications against Fury, potentially with the hero power as well as the Fel Barrage that Derek was just talking about. As it happens, Steno Fury Steno Predation, sorry, coming down here, being able to do the perfect 5, but that's a 2-card combo that you're then asking for from your opponent, as opposed to just the Predation being able to deal with it otherwise.
Kind of awkward no matter how you slice the final card or cards play on the final turn, because Relative Extinction, you don't want to play that with the location in hand. Coin Fel Barrage, you don't want to do while you have Kurtrus in hand. And the Fury, obviously unupgraded, means you have to sink a little bit more into the minion. But with all that said and done, the headline still is Sathino sticking on the board, which is a pretty big deal. Doesn't often happen. And leading up into some just really, really powerful plays for Pocket Train.
Yeah, and suddenly this little piecemeal packet of spells that Pocket Train had from the period after the mulligan is going to be incredibly effective here with the Fel Barrage, the coin, Sigil of Alacrity even being picked up here as well. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, Pocket Train dealing 1 less damage face with this line, as he could have hero powered the minion and taken 3 extra. And I think he knows, yeah, it would have been slightly more optimal to do it the other way around. He does feel like the aggressor right now.
Agreed, yes.
Man, but it's just surviving again. Oi, oi, oi.
Just out here living, Derek. No imps either off the pull from the battle cry. Train gets a discounted Bran from the Sigil of Alacrity, but I think he is very much in the business of just dumping stats on this board and being as aggressive as possible, and I fully support it.
Yeah, force them to have one of these answers. They probably don't have Abyssal Wave, or they would have played it last turn. But it is available now. I think I'm still looking at the Grimoire on this turn. We'll leave the Zillag in place for the moment.
Yeah, I can see that.
But yeah, big draws for Tansoku nonetheless, as picking up more and more of these curses is definitely where his head will be at right now.
Oh? Flame Imp here feels like you're spending one too many mana on minions for my liking.
Agreed.
Thank you for your service.
I would rather draw a million for 2 mana.
Yeah, drawing 4 instead of 5 deliberately here for overdraw purposes. Oh, hello. Hello,
Okay.
beautiful.
Oh, it's got to be right. A 2 mana Bran left over to fill out the remaining 2 mana. There's so many cards that can synergize with. Really courteous.
Well, I mean, the alternate argument is that's not going anywhere, right? You're under no pressure to use your relic charge this turn. So making the aggressive push to clearing up, you know, the 9/7 that's on the board, which is a pretty significant problem. I think Pocket Train is just feeling he'll be in a more secure position for the pop-off turn next turn.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, there we go.
Shadows grow long.
Never get a value trade, right? No.
So in terms of curses available next turn, we can be fairly efficient with Bran, Syracuse for 4 curses. So we could just go for the Abyssal Wave on this turn, and then Tansoku could fill out the rest with, like, I don't know, just Flame Imp, just tap. Maybe you accept the overdraw at that point for the chance at an Imp.
Yeah, I think from Tansoku's position, he'll be feeling like he has a great chance of beating everything that isn't Relic of Dimensions, right, from this point.
Right.
So just resisting damage for as long as possible. Like, you know, you probably don't beat Relic of Dimensions, so you're like, okay, let's make sure I'm able to beat a Jace, for example. Let's make sure I just beat a handful of damage. So I think clearing the board up as efficiently as possible, getting the healing in here as well does make some sense.
Oh, interesting.
It's going to counter swing with the curses instead of clearing up the 3/3.
Big boy plays coming through for Pocket Train. And he's saying now, come on, give me the juice. Let's make something work.
No, back in the deck. Wrong juice.
Okay, this is pretty good.
Okay.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Now we are indeed talking.
Oh, so close.
What was the discount on the second one? 6?
I think so, yeah.
Shadows grow long.
Yeah, and if nothing else, just getting a bunch of fell spells played for Jace.
Spell. Zinjari. Anybody?
Relic? Rotation, maybe. Didn't even really get to see what those ones were. They're picked at lightning speed.
Yep. And actually going to greed the hand space as well, it looks like. 10 cards, right? Yeah.
No curses can be added, but he won't overdraw either because those 2 curses will disappear next turn.
Yep.
Super clean.
Very, very clean. He's basically in control of his own destiny here in terms of how much damage he's taking because of the curses that are in hand. Can't have any more impactful ones added, which really gives Tansoku nothing to do this turn. And it's kind of doubly so that he'd made a board that was super juicy for Abyssal Wave, right? And then forcing that Abyssal Wave out from the opponent and denying the curse value. Very, very cleanly done in the end there for Pocket Train. A lot of things to keep track of, honestly, like with Relic into Relic being cast, and then having Brand double generator to go along with that at the end. Like to get all that planned out and executed and get the breakpoints right on the trades on the other side and end on perfectly 10 cards without overdrawing any of your value. Very nicely done.
Oh, look at that as well. The self-predation to activate Zymox. That's just sick.
8/8s. 8/8s. Okay.
All right, that's a kill next turn. And I don't see a way for Tansoku to get the counter kill preemptively.
Shadows grow long.
We did play the curse, the Abyssal Wave on the previous turn, which I believe does still buff up the curse number, even if it didn't go into your opponent's hand.
I'm not getting
Yeah, and crucially, like that's the go-to draw in terms of the AoE as well. And just being able to clear with the board first and foremost. That is the draw in the deck for sure on this turn.
But it's one off. Clearing, right? With 4 and 4 and 2, it's exactly 10 AoE.
Yep.
Thank you for your service.
Oh man. There's nothing else to tap into. You could get Touch the Nathrazim to survive.
On board for sure, yeah.
You go Flame Impending for 2 shots at it. Yeah, okay.
We're back in the perpetual motion machine, Derek.
Oi, oi, oi. Not going to be happening. It's Pocket Train sneaking another win, which, if I had to imagine in Tansoku's head, he has to be thinking this one is basically just a direct result of the first one, that he wasn't able to get over the finish line then with his previous Warlock game. Just one seemingly minor mistake can have massive consequences over the course of the entire series, as Pocket Train is up in the series when it was looking like he was going to get clean swept at the start.
Yeah, and I do think a very nicely played game overall, both in terms of decision-making and actual mechanics that we saw. That Brand turn with the double Relic of Dimensions was fantastic, but also I think the delay on that Relic of Dimensions pop-off, using that Kurtrus for the 1 turn as well, just, hard to reconcile exactly how much damage that saves on an average outcome, because obviously you could rip Relic of Dimensions twice that turn and hit the perfect stuff that clears the board anyway, right? Like, of course that can happen, but on average you probably leave some amount of damage on board with that play that you don't by going with Kurtrus. And, 18 health at the end with then the Dark Vein double Abyssal Wave play coming out at the end. There might have been fine margins in terms of there being a lethal out for Tansoku on the other side. So I do really like the way that Pocket Train played it. But to me, I've been kind of building up to it. Druid is not a deck that I have a massive amount of faith in this tournament, specifically because of the kind of decks that other people are bringing up against it. So for me, this is a big question. Celestial Alignment, of course, thrown in there as well, which continues to persevere. It is the card that just will not die. No one likes you, Alignment. Go home, please. You had your time. But still popping out here in at least a couple of players' lineups in this tournament.
Oh my goodness, for Tansoku, just look at this hand. Like, the Mischievous Imp, even though it's very, very unlikely to be infused on turn 3, who cares? Just 6 damage for 4 mana, more stats you're just throwing onto the board. And there are farm too. Oh, this is pure money.
You, Derek. All aboard the infuse train.
Not a terrible hand, though, however, for Pocket Train. Scale of Onyxia is the comeback mechanism that you have.
Yeah, I've only cast with Raven for the entire time that Scale of Onyxia has been in the game. I haven't heard enough about how good that card is and how it beats everything, and it's an unbeatable Hearthstone card, and you might as well concede as soon as your opponent plays it.
Alright, sorry I said anything. Jesus.
So much seething resentment at Raven that you actually just get second-hand shade for nothing to do with the situation.
Hansoku even greeding the activation on the location for a turn, which obviously makes sense. He wouldn't be attacking with anything, and he can bolster it up to the full +6/+6 on this turn and smack face with it as well. Or even just go double library for +10/+10. My god.
Yup. That looks like the play to me. Like, number one concern this turn, just don't do something dumb that gets you spammied off the face of the planet, right? Which is honestly pretty hard to do in this position. So yeah, one massive minion, rest of the board very small and wide is probably the way to go.
Pocket Train giving us the 4-year-old taken to see a mall Santa for the first time expression. It's all just a bit overwhelming. Right, a lot of odd numbers here, which Scale of Onyxia does not like at all. But after we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all but one can be cleared off, which means, assuming there's no Imp King or a farm, Pocket Train's looking fine.
Yeah, you see the prayer hands coming out. Derek is spot on. That is exactly what this is about. Pocket Train, moment by moment, seeing where this card is coming from. He knows that if that card is Refarm, it is infused. That's what that reaction is about, and there it is. Hits the board. Damage also hits the board, and that means 13 more going face with a unassailable board state on the other side.
Pretty sure there are absolutely no Druid discovers that can save this one. Not even the legendary Scale of Onyxia is digging him out here.
Oh, Raven would love it if it was legendary, because then you could only play one in the deck. He wouldn't have to deal with it so often.
Okay, yeah, this, and then it's exactly Bloom. Get the Scale. Yes, I do want you in my room.
And that means we are all square in the series. Both of these players fighting for their lives, as is their want. Again, if you're just joining us, both these players lost their opening round matches, find themselves down in the lower bracket. There are spots at the World Championship on the line directly through making top 4 in this tournament. So both of these players are now on their last lives for the year to be making it to the World Championship. Trying to make a serious point. That was not the moment for that edit, okay? Come on, please, work with me here.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't you, I mean... Yeah, I'm shouting at the editor more so.
I couldn't help it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just objectively funny. Can't really blame you. Yeah, you see, as they got to the end of this, like, I don't think a Druid in the history of Hearthstone has beaten double location Fiendish Circle in this matchup. You know, I just don't think it's a thing that ever really happens with that huge minion coming down early on. Having said that, you know, having joked about Scale of Onyxia, it is such a powerful card that it did almost single-handedly get Pocket Train back into that game, but the Imp King Refarm in the end. The 1, 2, 3 punch of tokens into infuse is enough to get Hansoku back up square in this series, and it is going to come down to Demon Hunter versus Druid for all of the marbles.
That is right. He He has had a bit of a rough ride, though, I will say, with the Demon Hunter losing 3 times in a row with it versus Glory, earlier on in the day, where it was just unable to capitalize on its very dominant early starts because the top decking potential was just atrocious, as you would expect with this deck that discards half the cards in its hand anyway. You have to hit some very, very specific top decks if you want to have any kind of gas past turn 4 or 5. However, even against a 40 health opponent, I want to say that this caliber of a starting hand can put in more than enough starting damage versus Druid.
Double Planted Evidence does offer some flexibility for removal in the early game. Pocket Train sees no reason to play it on 1, and I agree. But my reaction to the Mulligans and Pocket Train's reaction as well is that Bibliomite. That is the card, I would say, against Druid. Imprisoned Felmore who? Like, this is it's just there. We don't have to wait for a 5/4 to wake up. Card that idiots were playing in their deck for way too long. This is just a 5/4. It's already there hitting people.
I'm picking up so much secondhand anger in this series. I can't take it anymore, man. Please see a therapist.
Oh, what are you, my wife? Jeez.
Not her as well, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, you talk about removal options. These are some fantastic options off of the Planted Evidence, so much so that Natural Causes isn't even the best card, which is like the best anti-aggro card that Druid can get off of it, as he gets ramp off the Nourish, which, if he can get another one off the top, that's Raid Boss and Nixia in just a couple turns' time.
It is indeed, yeah. And I do think it's good recognition from Pocket Train just to play to the strengths of A, his deck, and B, his hand. You know, a lot of people in that situation would be tempted to just try and piece by piece pick apart the board, fight, reduce damage early. This is the luxury of a 40 health Renathal deck, right? Is you can afford to be greedy in situations like this that you couldn't otherwise. And if you can get to that position where it is Raid Boss Anixia, or and then infusing that Devourer after the fact as well, that's pretty nice off the top. Then that means you'll be able to make massive swings on the board that the aggro deck can't often deal with.
That does open up some big time draws off the top for Pocket Train. Miracle Growth, just playable. Nourish, obviously still a fantastic card to get down this Raid Boss Anixia, and just any of those cheap nature spells that you could find for a bit more flexibility on your play. Does, of course, beg the question for Tansoku now as to whether you clear it or not. It's a clean kill if you want it with just Chaos Strike Fury, but that's so much damage to sink into a minion that kind of isn't doing much to your board.
That's the question, though. How much is it doing to your board? Because the draw of just the 3/7 off the top that Pocket Train was able to slam, and the fact that Tansoku has no more real minion development in hand, means that Pocket Train is just kind of winning the board as it stands. So unless Tansoku thinks he can just ship absolutely everything face for the rest of the game and get there, which is incredibly dangerous against the big Taunt Earthen Scales deck, then I think you might just have to fight for the board. It looked like, just from the direction of that arrow, that Tansoku might disagree. No, that was just the minion attack, and the face is going to take care of the Anaconda.
I really thought he would end up going face there, because... Oh, that's a spicy top deck. Oh my god. Even if the Anaconda survives, say it trades into the Slither Spear, it's then not killing off the Bibliomite, which means that can go face the turn after as well.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if they use the 2 minions to kill off the Bibliomite, the Slither Spear can survive as well. Like, it felt to me like that was maybe your best chance of getting the win. Just pray your opponent has a really bad hand and get all the damage face you possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you have to factor in that your opponent also gets to play cards along with the trade that they get to make, right? And I think even having the 3/7 on board makes for perfect spammy Arcanist clears as well. So, like, Tansoku, I think, was just fighting for his 5/4 as hard as he possibly could. I don't hate it. I think it's one of those situations where if you make that play and you win, you're going to talk about being a genius. If you make that play and you lose, your practice group is going to rinse you for the next 6 months about that 7 damage that you missed in that situation, you know? So it's a tough one.
Oh, this is now so close. Guff being offered here off of the The Moonlit Guidance, I do think probably has to be the play over the Goldshire Null, but you're kind of ending up on the same amount of health. Oh!
Yup.
That's it.
That is it.
Oh!
Count it as many times as you want, mate. Be as sure as you need to be in this situation. Can't fault it. 5 + 3 + 5. Chuck that Kurtrus back in the deck. We don't need that where we're going. And where we're going is the decider match in this group. And unfortunately for Pocket Train, as he gives the very sporting wave goodbye, that does mean that is the end of his World Championship hopes. Tansoku stuttered, blundered early on, but recovered very nicely to be able to scramble over the line in the end in the series. It was beginning to look quite straightforward. He did make the incline a little steeper than perhaps it needed to be for himself, but got his mental game back on track, and I think should be commended for that in the end. And Tansoku is going to advance. Pocket Train is going to be eliminated. The Druid just not getting there in the end.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I want to commend Pocket Train because I really can't think of any obvious mistakes he made over the course of that game. Like, what, he missed 1 damage where he could have hero-powered a minion and got Sathino to go face for 1 extra. Even that is, like, questionable as to whether or not that was...
better.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Yeah.
It was just probably not the the optimal play. So even though he does go down 0-2 out of groups, of course, I have to give big props to my boy because he has been preparing like an absolute madman for this tournament. We both know how much it meant to him. And while it's a heartbreaker that he does end up going down in the elimination match, it does make way for Tansoku, who is, as TJ talked about, such an infectiously joyous player to watch play Hearthstone. It's just so heartwarming to see how much it means to him in, as I said, such a joyous manner. And after his win in the Masters Tour, the first APAC player to do so, really putting himself back on the map in terms of competitive Hearthstone play, I can't help but root for him. I would love to see him get through to Worlds if he can just win 2 more series of Hearthstone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think another thing that has to put a little bit of a smile on your face at the very least is that we get into this group now with 2 high-profile APAC representatives, and they are both doing extremely well. Both have now the opportunity to take down the 2 spaces coming out of the group. I think we might have questions of the overall strength of the APAC region in comparison to Europe and China, which I think are unequivocally 1 and 2. You can argue about the order, but I think if you have arguments about those being the top 2, you're just wrong. But the very best APAC players, I think, are now showing that they are up there with the very best players in the world. We're seeing that in the recent World Championship results. We're seeing that in the ending of the season, as we're seeing a lot of those high-profile players, the performances of the likes of Alotemu and the rest of the Japanese contingent in Grandmasters as well. If only we'd see it just a little bit more often in Masters Tours, Derek.
If only. They give us just the amount we need, though. The little bit of spice to keep us coming back, as that is, I believe, Sottle and I all done for the day. 1 more match yet to come today to close out Group B to get our 1 final spot in the quarter-finals. We're going to have Gaboom versus Tansoku for the final match of the day after this.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got our last match of the day, and it's going to be deciding who joins Glory to make it out of Group B and make it to Sunday. TJ, it's Kaboom versus Tonsoku. And I know you're rocking around in your chair, but just looking at the players, just look at the lineups. Who do you think's got the advantage here?
Casting some Kaboomy with Bagooly.
Oh, God. Last match of the day with TJ when he's been awake all night.
Oh,
you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah. Honestly, it's hard to evaluate because Kaboom has some interesting techs sprinkled throughout his decks. I do think that the Druid could struggle, right? Tonsoku bringing a pretty aggressive lineup. Druid is, I'm a little on the fence about it. I thought we were going to see more of it, but then I also thought we were going to see just less aggro overall. This is the deck that sort of has that the weird tech, I guess. We saw it just absolutely
makes sense
wreck.
against a certain opponent in this group, right?
It makes sense against a certain opponent in this group, sure, but against every other opponent, I'm not so sure. The Altar of Fire and Dreaded Mount probably not going to be quite as good, though the rest of the core package of the deck is still there. And having 40 health to work with, this being a Curse Imp Warlock with Renathal, changes things a little bit. So I think that on paper, if you took like the normal lineups, the Boom would be in a fine position. But just like the little bit of extra nonsense in the Warlock just makes me maybe put a slight edge towards Tonsoku.
Yeah, I think Tonsoku's lineup is actually super interesting, isn't it? Because we've got to take a look at the Rogue, which is what we're going to start with. Actually, I've been playing a little bit of this list. I do quite like it, actually. It feels really bad against certain matchups when we talk about the likes of like Mage, for example, that can just freeze stuff out. But if you don't run into a couple of those awkward ones, it feels very solid. And it actually feels less, I'll use the term high rolly, than it looks, right? It looks like, oh, you're just going to get all this stuff and then pop off and hope it works. But you run a lot of card draw. You run a lot of cards that give you more cards that then help with these big turns. And you can really make two big pushes very roughly per game. You've just got to make them work. But across his lineup overall, he is bringing the Imp Curse Warlock himself, but then the Naga Priest, the sort of aggro Demon Hunter, and this Rogue, like, not quite going as far as Habu Gabu, for example, but the idea is there, and I actually think I really like it from Tonsoku, so we'll see how this one goes. So it's going to be the Warlock versus the Rogue, of course, starting off, and I do think Warlock, as long as the Warlock doesn't just get all the imps early and all the buffs and location, everything, I think the Rogue has a pretty solid chance here.
Yeah, I would say so. This deck, feels sort of like a mixture, a halfway point between like the Shark Rogue and the old Tempo Rogue.
Right.
Where you're focusing more on your pop-off turns, but you're sacrificing a little bit of tempo to do that, but you're not all in, right? Because you don't play the Knolls, you don't play Shadow Step, you don't play Maestro, so you end up with dead hands, I think, like dead hands, like far less. You're always going to be able to do something. It's just, will that be the most powerful thing, right?
Yeah.
So, like, are you just going to spam the board with 4/4s and 3/3s, or are you actually going to get a Draka down? You know, like those different that difference.
That's the fun part, TJ. Both. I think for me, I was very questionable about the War Masters in the list. I was like, this card just doesn't seem good, but really, it's just a card that's cost 0, right? Like, that's kind of the point of it. Yeah, a 3/3 is something on board, but it's definitely just that extra card to help proc with your combos, whether that's Necrolord or the locations, of course. But already, Kaboom has actually gone off to a pretty quick start, right? Flame Imp into the circle is very, very strong indeed.
Yeah.
And this is where Rogue can struggle a little bit, because they can kill 1 or 2 minions pretty easily, but when it's like 6+, it's pretty scary. And this Demonic Assault, that one of those tech cards we were talking about, might actually be a little bit frustrating for Tonsoku as well.
Yeah, you have no way to like just straight up defend yourself, which is the biggest deal. But Tonsoku does have the opportunity for a counter push here. You go Mailbox Dancer, or you can start out with Prep Tooth. And then you can go Mailbox Dancer, Coin, Bone Spike, Draka.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, Bone Spike ordering, as long as you kill something, doesn't overly matter, as long as you do it last, right? So
yeah,
you're going to go Prep, Bone Spike, then Tooth, but it works out the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at Ritual, I was looking at Rats, just as an extra thing. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. Go for Ritual though, so it does have a silence if something gets buffed from the location.
Choose soon.
Location, Dancer. What? Coin. Geographer, and then stop, right? Oh, is he just gonna... Okay, yeah, just lock in the coin for the location, I guess? Yep. Okay. Fine. I didn't know whether he wanted to hold the coin purely because he has a Van Cleef in hand.
Yeah.
He might just help out with a draw, but Tonsoku deciding that, no, killing every possible imp he can is certainly important, and I wouldn't argue with that. I think that's a fair play, by all means.
Yeah. That was a little bit of a deviation from what I thought was going to happen at the beginning of the turn, but it makes sense to go for more board presence. Right? Obviously, could have had the Draka down with quite a big weapon, but that would have meant 2 less minions killed,
right?
If I'm not mistaken, because I don't think the Stenographer at that point would have cost 0. Actually, no, it might have cost 0. But the dagger hit on one of the 1/1s would not have happened. So you're getting an 8/8, so you're still pressuring and fighting for board, but not quite as much as you... like recurring damage as you would have gone for Draka, but Tonsoku just trying to limit the amount of power on the board, because every health point is going to matter.
Yeah, down to 13. Like, if he was maybe late teens of health, like in that angry phase, I think he would have gone for the Draka, and because then you've got the time to work the daggers in. But I do think board presence is a must, and you can see now. File library coming down. Yes, it's only a +2/+2, but it's a huge chunk of Tonsoku's actually remaining health, right? Even just that extra 2 damage could be the difference.
Yeah, and now things are starting to get awkward. Basically, the most expensive cards in the deck, you know, outside of like Stenographer that's undiscounted. Don't catch me there on a technicality. And nothing really tempo-oriented to go for. You could Edwin and Prey. That's an option.
What about just sprint, try not to die, and then do something next turn? I know it's a
Yeah,
long shot, but is it the only way Tonsoku actually wins the game?
Yeah, you just got to hope that the Warlock just has kind of a dead hand. It's more likely that it happens with Gaboom's deck, right? Because he does have some cards that just aren't really relevant in the matchup. So maybe you do just sprint and then hope that you...
Yeah, well, he hasn't drawn any
something along the
backstabs yet. There we go. So we can backstab Dagger the 1/3 and trade into the 3/3 now, right?
Okay.
But I like this because he had both backstabs left in the deck, draws a lot of cards. Like I think it's just his best out, right?
Yeah.
Boom. Like he is going to have to slow down. I think whichever way you look at it, unless he goes for a tap, is effectively going to be, you know, a bit of a pass turn, right? Like not tons of pressure being put down. So yeah, going to go for the Dreadlich Tamsin, just say, you know what, I'll take the turn off, lower the health on this Shadow on the other side, and draw some cards. And I like it. It's not what Kaboom would want to do. He'd probably want to start throwing out curses if he could, but with Don in hand, not a lot he can do about it.
Still got a rift or an imp and just 30 cards left in the deck.
Yeah, that's insane.
Not too bad. And I imagine we're going to see a coin librarian come out here. I don't think it's worth it for the altar because there's nothing really you're specifically looking to get rid of.
It's just so there's more than one target on the board, right? Is the key thing here. So Tonsoku has to react because he basically can't take any more damage for the rest of the game. Otherwise, like a couple of curses will actually finish him off. So Tonsoku once again forced to react here, but because of that sprint, we've got Backstab, Bone Spike, the War Master in hand, Draka. You know, I think this was the exact turn Tonsoku needed, right? Just get that sprint off, have a rough turn. Luckily got away with it because Kaboom didn't have anything proactive to do. And maybe... Ooh, the I-Beam as well.
I had Seaweed Strike there, but that's not good.
Even the name doesn't sound like it's that good, does it? Strike you with some seaweed. Well,
yeah.
Okay. At least it's not a sword. You know, all the things in the Hearthstone universe.
Yeah.
And War Master coming down, you could argue in the wrong order, but of course it wouldn't have cost. It would have cost one if you played it first. But still, board presence is king here for Tonsoku.
Yeah.
Haven't heard of me.
Yes.
Ooh,
He's
okay.
looking spicy because Kaboom
is
can
really
heal.
good.
There's double drag below to clear. 2 curses.
Yep.
But there is that I-Beam is going to negate at least the damage that those 2 curses initially do. Yes, the problem is, though, there's just no damage left, is there? I kind of forgot that Tonsoku's weapon was only 4. I expected at least 6.
Yeah, no, it's pretty small. And now not much health to work with. Kind of needs to get rid of these curses at the same time. A lot going wrong here for Tonsoku. And there's no shortage of power for Kaboom in hand with the Imp King Rafam and Lady Darkvane, because that does have a drag below in it, the ordering last turn with the touch.
Yeah, and the problem for Tonsoku is his deck does not consist of that much, honestly.
Yeah.
Nothing that's going to make huge impacts, right? If you look, Sprint, well, is nearing the end of the deck and doesn't have 5 mana to spare. He's obviously missed out on Shadow Steps this game, but there they are. Plays Edwin, he can only play 1 curse. Big problem for me, though, TJ, is just not getting to this I-Beam because of those curses. Okay. He needs to draw like I don't know, a stenographer or something to try and just get rid of these Shadow Steps.
Yeah. I guess you could just keep Edwinning over and over again just to draw a card.
I mean, it's just go for. Wait, you can brand Darkvane and then touch, right? That feels like it's enough a lot of the time, because it'll be 3 and 4, the curses. Well, even more, because there's already a curse in hand. Because the odds on them hitting a 2-1 is doubled, because there's 4 2-1s, right, with this play?
Yeah.
Good to me.
Let the rich
And even if it doesn't work, is Tonsoku going to deal 29 to you, right? And if it doesn't work, like, I don't know.
There's no direct damage in the deck, barely.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there could be direct damage from the tooths, but not nearly enough to get it done.
Oh, there we go. One curse.
There it is.
Yeah.
And there it is.
And that's going to be enough. I believe he just dies to the curses now, as that'll be 1, 3, 4. Yep, there we go. Kaboom takes game number 1 with the Warlock. And again, I'm not saying Kaboom's build of Warlock is bad, but it was very teched for Pocket Train in the group. And I do think him getting that Warlock over the line instantly, there's got to be at least an element of relief, right? Because he didn't draw like the Dreadsteeds, for example, which would do nothing really against the Rogue except be a little bit annoying, but very expensive to play. So again, I'm not trying to be negative about the list, but I feel like he really got away with it this game, right? He got the Imps out early, fantastic. Didn't really draw any of the tech apart from, the Altar of Fire. That's one of the bad tech cards, I guess. And managed to just pile on the pressure. And Tonsoku, fair play. It was a good effort to try and come back, but it just wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can see sort of the wheels turning there for Tonsoku of trying to solve the puzzle on board, but when the Imp Warlock gets off to like that quick of a start and you're on the back foot the whole game, that goes directly against what Rogue wants to do. Usually you need to look for one distinct swing turn and then try and use that, but just wasn't able to find it.
Yeah, next up though, we do have Kaboom on the Druid, which is the Alignment Druid. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup as well, because unlike the Warlock matchup we just saw, I feel like Tonsoku has a much greater chance to get this Rogue over the line against this Druid, because there are some early game pop-offs you can do with a good chunk of minions, and Kaboom might be limited in response, right? Because it's the Alignment version, there's just not quite as strong an anti-aggro, or at least anti-aggro options available in the early game as some other versions of like ramp-style Druids actually run. So this is one that's looking a little bit better for Tonsoku going into this, especially when he has a Shroud of Concealment already locked in.
Yep, pretty much in any tempo Rogue deck, the Shroud of Concealment is one of the best, if not the best, card to have in the mulligan.
Oh, early Sinstone as well. Okay. So he has the potential setup Sinstone on 2, Concealment on 3, and then maybe go big on 4 or 5. He'll just be hoping that there's no like mass ramp coming out from Kaboom. A couple of preps would go down pretty well, I think, for Tonsoku in the near future with those double sprint in hand.
Yeah.
Especially because Bone Spike's a lot harder to get off versus the Druid than most of the classes.
Oh, this is just like, oh my gosh. The entire deck is in the hand. It's just going to take a lot of mana.
You just don't see it yet.
To find it. Yeah, you just don't see it yet.
It's actually so fast, you cannot comprehend it.
Yeah. Nice little wild growth there. I saw Topior. I wanted to pick Topior, but wild growth just makes way more sense with this type of hand.
Yeah, as Sot and Derek were talking about, if Kaboom gets to that scale of an Elixir, it's all over. Game-ending card.
Yep.
All it takes is love.
Okay, decent Bone Spike target. Not... Is there enough? Do you just take this turn, TJ, if you're the Rogue? Because you've just seen a lot of ramp from your opponent, so I'd be like, oh no. You just say, I have to go now?
No. You're not getting the Stenographer down. I think you wait one more turn. Right?
Did Tonsoku...
Wait, can you go this,
Down?
then Shroud? Like, just no Draka?
Oh, sprint.
Wow, okay.
I guess this is
Choose soon.
kind of okay.
Oh, well, actually...
Oh, he
this
gets
is
that,
gonna be
right?
Everything being able to be
Yeah,
played.
yeah, he gets that. Except
Well, I say-
Draka.
Yeah, except Draka, which is like the big one. But,
But still solid. Still solid.
yeah.
You gonna prep? Oh, gonna call it a day. AA. Okay.
Yeah, it's still a big board, right? Ooh.
Oh, guff. I mean, honestly, the scale of it next year just gets the Devourer active pretty soon, right? So scale
Yeah.
this turn, maybe Null or something the turn after, and then have Devourer available. The other way is to actually go Guff, take the damage, scale next turn, and then I think you could do the ramp to get Devourer plus.
Kind of like...
Earthen.
Guff this turn and go for draw. The next turn, the null will cost 2, so you can scale and null.
Okay. My only worry is, do you necessarily need to do that? Because it's not like Rogue plays a ton of minions, right? You only need to kill like 4 minions. I think getting to a potential Devourer and Earthen scales will be good enough for Gaboom here.
Yeah, sure.
If you can get into Devourer with 2 Earthen scales, well, that's just twice as good. How the maths works.
Okay, so Dancer, Shadow Step, Dancer, Coin, Draka is an option. You're playing it off the graveyard turn, but...
That's right. Feel the groove.
Got Van Cleef for next turn, right? For the graveyard turn, potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, I think when you've seen your opponent ramp this hard, you almost fully commit every turn you can, right? Especially with the weapon.
That's right. Feel the groove.
Choose soon.
What is that? Is that going to be a 9?
In death, I've mastered the art.
An 8. That was close.
Job done.
That's 29 on Soku showing.
Plenty.
Yeah. He could.
Devour, Innervate, Fails? Nah.
No, I think this is still fine, right?
Okay.
Just scale this turn. Because, again, I'm just going to triple check so I'm not being completely stupid, but Tonsoku doesn't actually run damage from hand outside of Tooth, right? So as long as Gaboom makes sure he's not dead to Tooth or Two Teeth, I guess, as well as the whatever's on board, he knows he can't die.
Yeah.
If he just does this, and then next turn he has Devourer, also as well, if this goes into a potentially large Van Cleef, like, Gaboom should be absolutely fine here. If anything, not that it matters, but anything in a weird way, Tonsoku needs to, like, have a big turn, but end the turn with only the 8/8 stealth on board. So it can't be devoured. Which can happen, right? If he, like, trades or goes face and then uses Bone Spike on his 3/3.
Yeah.
Like Gunfishing, still Door of Shadows, Bone Spike. Backstab as well now. But the problem is, I'm talking about this with the full knowledge that Devourer is in hand. Tonsoku doesn't know this, so it's not like if he doesn't play around that, it's a terrible line. It's just he's got to do what he's got to do. But from our view that we know what's going to happen, he really needs that stealth minion to not be killable. And that means making sure there's no targets next to it.
Just step it.
Oh yeah, he could step now that he's drawn, yeah.
Yep.
What a play from Tonsoku.
I know.
What a play, because honestly, like I was saying then, I wouldn't have blamed him in the slightest if he, you know, just played stuff on board that turn. But purposely playing around exactly Devourer, knowing that it would be an absolute disaster if Devourer chomped, got big, and then got earthen scaled. Like, really, really good play there, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, there's a potential pop-off here. Will survive on board just with the earthen scales, but not by much. But this might be all he needs in order to get there. Tonsoku's like, stop! But nope.
And it's boom, earthen scale. Ah.
Yeah.
And the problem now is that one tooth left in the deck? Yeah, there's one tooth. That's the only damage that's like from hand in the whole deck now. A single tooth.
Well, sprint is very likely, right? Because a tooth is all that's needed. 3 damage off lethal currently.
Right. I mean, he has to go for it, right?
You could Cutlass first. Okay, there.
Oh! Just gets it. What a play. That was so sick from Tonsoku, yeah. That was so, like, playing around the Devourer was clutch. And if he did anything else that turn, he would lose. Because as you can see, that was all the damage he had for the game, and it was exact lethal. Fair play. What a game.
Yeah. Could have made like a giant Edwin maybe, but it would have just gotten eaten by the Devourer. There was no more stealth.
And then a million armor
for it to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's yeah, it was masterful play from Tonsoku, as we've come to expect. And you know, there's not, when you get to those late game situations against the Druid, there's really only a couple removal options that you consider outside of like really crazy stuff with like Lady Anacontra.
Right.
Being able to just cheat a whole bunch of mana, like Planted Evidence and things like that. So just making sure that he always had the Devourer on his mind and knew that he didn't need that 3/3. Just calculated the damage. Was able to get it done. And kaboom. I mean, there was 2 cards left in deck, so, you know.
Yeah.
It was very likely. Had other options as well. Could have, like, hit a 50-50 with one of the Cutlasses, and then it would be a 50-50 to hit the tooth if it was in the bottom 2. And then there was 3 spells that had costs in hand, I think, or 2 spells that had costs in hand, so then it would have been like a 50-50 or 1 and 3.
Yeah.
To actually hit the discount because he would have only had 1 mana left, but
I think there was even a shot at Van Cleef because I think like 3 of the spells in the deck or 3 of the cards in the deck cost 0. So like there was even a shot to go that way around to get the tooth. But regardless, Tonsoku took the win. And now we are jumping into game number 3. And it is going to be the Demon Hunter from Kaboom going up against the Warlock. And again, we've seen this. This feels like the a matchup we've seen quite a lot over the course of the day so far. Or at least maybe I have. But it seems like such a strange matchup, doesn't it? It seems like whoever wins feels like they win by a large margin because they've just got to do their thing first. And I do think that generally leans into the favor of the Warlock, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and agree with you on that one. A lot of times the Relic Demon Hunter doesn't really do anything until like turn 3 or 4. Obviously, they can have little like piecemeal removal with Bell Barrage, with Relic of Extinction, Predation sometimes with like Lady Steno, but usually you're waiting for, you know, that turn 5 to get the big power plays like the
Shield my people.
Your soul shall be mine.
the Draw Relic.
Dimensions.
Dimensions. I was thinking directions in my head. I was like,
I mean,
directions.
Tomato, tomato, right? Same thing.
Yeah. Phantasms, dimensions, extinctions.
Yep.
A lot of ins going on.
Yeah, anything with ins. Well, for now we're on the mulligans. The Tonsoku's going to keep the Imp King Rafarm. And I think this sums up the way the two decks interact very, very well, is at surface level, for Gaboom, you could think, well, my opponent's playing Warlock, plays out a lot of small minions early. He just threw away 2 Fel Barrage in his hand, right? Because he knows that doesn't actually win him the game. Killing a few imps in the first 2 turns of the game doesn't make him win. So yeah, really good heads-up play there from the Mulligan. And ends up with 2 of the Phantasms in hand. So again, not the best to just play out on curve, but definitely solid for stacking up those relic procs, especially if you can get the location soon.
Yeah. Not the best hand though. Like Imp King Rafarm plus all of the like curses.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to see. Oh geez, not even getting any better.
Wait, kill the Syracuse. Yeah. That's stacking that infuse.
Yeah, but was hoping to be able to go into turn 5 with the ability to coin an infused Imp King Rafarm, but that's not going to be the case. And wow, okay, now this is starting to be a pretty good hand for Gaboom. Just needs the Relic of Directions to give him some directions.
The Relic of Ask for Directions because you lost, yeah. Right below, just going to have to be thrown out. Tonsoku's got to work with what he's got here to try and reduce some of this pressure.
Yeah. I mean, that's both Relic of Phantasms gone, so you don't have to worry about like that big board refill later on, with the exception of Artificer Zymox, potentially. But, oh wow, okay. Gaboom picks up Kurcher, so this is a
Aggro Demon Hunter.
this is a go sign right now.
Yeah.
And having the Eldrazi Warblades is actually quite good with how Tonsoku's game has been playing out.
Yeah, basically nullifying the curses, right? Or the damage from the curses, should I say.
Yeah.
Finally some imps for Tonsoku, but simply has to use them to draw cards with Impending Catastrophe. Still. Circle. And coin it out. That was actually huge. Something that can actually... You don't just want to get Rafarm infused?
Yeah, I'm doing the thing where I look at both players' hands and I think of the given what Gaboom has, and because Kurtrich is going to be played here. Oh, maybe not, but yeah, probably going to be played.
Yeah. I think this is still good though.
It's most likely going to be the play next turn.
I mean, that's still okay, right? Because that still kills your imps regardless of, let's say Gaboom for some reason ignored your imps. You still just wave away, put an extra curse in, and have Rafarm available. So I still think it's fine. Again, you don't ever want to put pressure on too slowly, but Abyssal Wave this turn into Rafarm the turn after with the Librarian, it seems okay. I'm so good thinking about it now, though, actually, because he does still have 2 imps on board. So weighing up the options here, whether he just plays Rafarm now.
So many.
You play Rafarm and you trade over the 2 imps.
Yeah. I don't hate it. It's a more proactive turn than just playing wave and passing.
Sure.
Slightly frustrating because there'll be 1 minion that can attack, which means Gaboom gets to at least hero power twice. That's 6 damage plus the 3 from the minion. That's potentially 9 damage just like for free for Gaboom going face next turn, but maybe the wave is just too slow.
Ooh.
Has to be dimensions, right?
It's gotta be.
Directions, sorry, directions.
Yeah, the Relic of Directions. Reduced by 4, right? Yep, reduced by 4. Can be some big hits. Got a Bran?
Ooh.
And a Sigil. Blech. I mean, the free Bran could be good later, but as for right now, it's...
If there is a later, I think's the key question, right? A lot of damage.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know what? I can't trade. Go face.
The curses are only at 3. So we're still looking at a few turns.
I have 18 though, right?
Quite healthy.
Like a 2-turn setup.
Yeah.
can still just drag below this, so we can push alt max damage. Oh! Hang on. Real talk, TJ. Is this Zakul now to just really hope you don't die? Or do you push face, drag below the 3-2, and then brand Zakul next turn?
Boom hasn't showed any ability to answer this board, right? It would have to be like Relic Vault into Extinction, and that doesn't even clear the entire board. So I think you just take the health while you can. Because you're setting up a 2-turn lethal regardless.
Yeah, it's a 6-5 on board as well, right? I assume a trade happens then, right? Because he's not just taking 3. Not when he'll be on 9 now.
You can use a Grimoire here. It's perfectly reasonable.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Yeah, you push 3 more damage. You have another Grimoire in hand. Basically turning this Grimoire into a 3 damage spell. Hold Holy Smite, +1.
Oh, is he just swapping?
+1 spell damage.
I'm gonna do this on the librarian.
Huh. Alright.
Well,
strike.
Oh. Hang on. Wait, wait.
What?
That's not good enough, right?
Close. 7 damage. Unless Chaos Strike picks up.
I was trying to think what Artificer does here with Bran.
Oh, he's gonna draw. And look for an outs because these are 5 discount. And that'll be 6 discount. That'll be 7 discount. So Jace still isn't playable.
Oh, imagine if he got Relic earlier. The Relic Vault in the first draw. No, that's not going to be enough. It was a good effort from Gaboom. I respect it. But Tonsoku, super happy with that win. He knows that one was close because that was not an easy start for him at all. He had to basically, they almost swapped roles, right? Where Tonsoku almost did nothing for the first, half of the game, arguably, and had to react. And Gaboom was actually on the offensive. So it was kind of weird that they swapped roles in that one, but Tonsoku doing just enough. And I really like the Rafan play and just get it out there, don't wave, and pile on the board pressure because Demon Hunter does actually have very few tools to kill wide boards, right? Nowadays, it's much like I can kill a couple of things.
Yeah, it's Relic of Extinction is basically it.
Yeah.
And the tiny bits of removal you have along the way. Lady Steno plus a bunch of cheap spells is really the only way you have to clear like a super wide board. So, but yeah, that was incredibly close. I thought at the end there, oh, what if Jace comes out? But the discounts were 7. So even if Jace was drawn, it still would have been playable because Gaboom only didn't have any mana left. So
right.
It needed to be a bunch of free nonsense in order to get the job done. But now Tonsaku's going to move over to the aggro Demon Hunter. A little bit of Bibliomite going on here.
Yeah, I like it, honestly. And do you think this is fast enough to just get under the Demon Hunter from Gaboom? Because he's going to be queuing that once again, so he's on the Relic. Because, again, we were talking about it. There is certain levels of removal available when you look at the Fell Barrage, the Predations, obviously the Extinctions as well. But that's like resource after resource after resource to just kill like an average card in Tonsoku's aggro deck now, right? Because it's not like I only have these amount of threats. Like nearly every card in the deck is a threat. So it'll be very interesting to see if Gaboom can actually fight back. So I'll be honest, TJ, I don't know about you, but I've not seen this matchup play out too many times.
No, me neither. Seen a lot of Relic Demon Hunter, aggro Demon Hunter, not so much. Tonsoku went for a full mulligan, but didn't really hit much of anything in terms of vertigain power. Oh, never mind.
We're okay. Back in the game.
Just kidding. Gaboom actually can deal with this, interestingly enough, with the Fury plus Relic of Extinction. Only problem is that's like all their... Oh, Fell Barrage! Oh, it's so clean.
Yep. Kaboom! Wipe the sweat from the brow. Not even close.
Not even close, baby. The leather jacket just really puts an emphasis on every emotion.
What are you gonna say on how cool he looks? Again, if he's wiping sweat off his brow, maybe take the leather jacket off.
Yeah.
It's not helping if you're sweating, is it? Not the most breathable. Here though, Tonsoku pretty much been pushed back early on. Gaboom does have the school teacher as well, which is so great to play in this kind of situation. You push an aggro deck off board to an extent, and you just have a 4/4 for 4 that gives you a very flexible card going forward.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Oh, I-beam. Oh, Fell Barrage.
Yeah, Fell Barrage is looking good too.
But wait, Field of Strife?
Whoa! Okay. Tonsoku's got Kurtrus, which is the when games aren't going great, this is what you want.
Yep. However, Raven.
Waiting.
Nah, you never see
It's never Theotard. Come on. Come on. EJ playing his little game where he knows both hands.
Pick me, pick me.
Oh, went Relic. Okay.
Yep, now we're going to be 2/2s. Trying to fight back a little bit here. Biblio.
So is this Biblio, throw the 0 cost, and Vanguard, right?
You could Vanguard throw the Biblio.
Really what you want to do?
Probably not, but
Okay. I'm glad we talked about it, but okay.
I mean, you have more mana to play the cards that you drew.
But this, you also have a 5.
Would you rather have 3 damage now or 5 damage later?
5 damage later, because it's a bigger number.
Is it though?
I don't know what they teach you over in the old States, TJ, but...
Oh, okay. Just gets rid of Kurtrus. Why not both? It's 3 damage for no downside.
I'll be honest, TJ. This was the last thing I expected to happen.
Yeah. In
Really?
fact, it's an upside. That's an extra card draw. That's 1 more card.
That's really it?
Look at this. Damage.
Does the Fell Barrage count in this scenario? Maybe. I mean... I'll just trust Tonsoku's process here. It is a lot of damage, and I respect face damage above all else, but that was Kurtrus on curve, and Tonsoku's attacked a fair few times this game, so the minions themselves weren't insignificant.
Tonsoku smells blood.
Imagine spending all of your mana on 1 card in this aggro deck.
Oh my gosh, this is so much healing too. Just full clear and just jam 1,000,000 damage to face with lifesteal. Not full clear, but
Yeah, how dare you disrespect a 1/1 demon?
Not enough time.
Tonsoku wishes he had Kurtrus for next turn now.
ooh, we've taken some damage.
Yeah, but he's flipping the game. He's like, now I'm the aggro deck.
Whoa!
How about that?
Chaos Strike.
Oh! Hey, that's kind of like killing 2 things. School teacher and a bit of your opponent's face.
That count damage.
You want to
though.
take 4 damage.
Well, you're gonna take it anyway. Like,
True.
either you're gonna take it, or,
Or you're going to take it. Yeah. So is it just Dread Prison, hit, Fell Barrage here?
I don't even know if I want a Fell Barrage.
Why?
It feels icky.
The minions aren't going anywhere. You can't put the hero below 1 health to make Fell Barrage target it, because you'll have already won. It's got to be.
All right, how much damage we got next turn? We have 6, 7, 8.
At least. AJ.
Oh, at least. All right, can we multi-strike?
Multi-strike would actually be insane. Lethal, right? Because
okay, so it would be 6 plus
9,
7, 8, 9, 10. Because you can hear.
Oh, 10 hero power. Sorry, yeah, hero power.
6 plus 10 would be 16. It would be multi-strike would be lethal.
Oh yeah, because Kaboom can't hero power, so he can't heal for more than 2.
Yeah.
Oh. Wherever he wants to swing, and honestly, I'd understand if he didn't. He has Fury in hand.
Yeah, or Chaos Strike into multi-strike.
Oh! Call this, TG.
Chaos Strike into multi-strike. The breakpoints still work.
I don't think that works, though. I'm missing some.
No, he's dead.
Demons? Demons.
Had the out, saw the lines. Gonna draw, but there's just nothing.
Time grows short.
Tournament life on the line, though, so gonna make sure he thinks.
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to think if, like, again, with perfect knowledge, he didn't spend the Furies last turn because of the attack, right? To go into the school teacher. If he was taking the damage anyway, again, in a perfect world, I'm not saying Tansoku, messed up or anything, but should he have just used the Furies and just gone face for max damage if he was planning on saying, well, I need to 2-turn them anyway? Very interesting turn there. But yeah, not quite going to be good enough there for Tansoku. And some more surprising plays as he decided to throw away the Kurtrus, but the plan became clear, didn't it?
Yeah, kill his opponent.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
I'm just thinking like there, right? If he
an extra damage card in
if he pushed the double Fury and just went face, then there was like a slim chance, right? A slim one.
I think it was just as much chance of drawing a single multi-strike also,
Cool.
So, because he didn't have the knowledge that he would pick up Dread Prison Glove.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course.
But it all comes down to this.
Yeah, and a much better matchup for Tansoku. Again, talked about it before, where Kaboom's Druid doesn't quite have the early game resistance that some other ramp Druids have had in the past, but just going to try and ramp up and out-armor the damage. But Tansoku, as we have seen, TJ, plays fast and loose with this deck and will sacrifice all plans for more damage to the face. There's that pesky Kurtrus. Tansoku's already trying to find a card that can throw that Kurtrus away. He wants the Bibliomite on turn 2.
For war.
Biblio!
Close. For a second, I was like, oh, he can't play the Vanguard because hero power kills it. And I was like, oh, wait, no, it doesn't. That got buffed again. It's a 2-2, never mind.
Okay, if you aquatic form and don't hit a playable card, your nulls are further away. You just got a hero power.
Where?
Anywhere, just roll your mouse in a circle and then wherever it lands. By face.
Imagine if you could, they put it in the game where you could accidentally target yourself with your own hero power like this. Like an attack hero power.
I would do that all the time.
So if you just circle around the board, let go, it's like, oh. Like, what would it? The druid would bite themselves? I don't know.
Taking the one.
Setting up for the Scale of Onyxia.
Gonna do it again. This Kurchus is gone.
Yeah, Tonsoku is playing this Dispose of Evidence.
He can just wait. He can wait till next turn and then just get rid of whatever is drawn, right?
I'm already
If
disappointed.
he wants to keep the Kurchus. There's no reason to play it right now.
There's no reason to keep the Kurtrus, TJ. Not important.
Yeah, you know, you're right. Sometimes you're just right.
Yep.
Baits and growths.
The problem with this is, what if does he run double Dispose? Yeah, what if he draws the other Dispose?
Then you just get rid of the other Dispose. Just play one. Get rid of the Dispose. Magistrate.
I think you get rid of the Kurtrus and the Magistrate and just play double Dispose. Just max to face.
Yeah, you can get rid of Fossil Fanatic.
No, he's getting rid of Kurtrus.
There's no way.
Every day of the week. I told you.
Oh my gosh.
Who needs it? Bad card. He didn't even mean to submit it. That's why he doesn't play with it. He's like, actually, I didn't mean to put that card in the deck. Oh, I hope he just draws it again and just gets to just say, nope, I'm just going to play Dispose every game the rest of the tournament.
Oh, this is the best deck ever.
Kurtrus is just a target for these discard effects or shuffle effects.
Unless he picks up Kurtrus on curve, it's back in the deck. Like,
yeah, trash card. Why don't these minions have charge?
Lady Anacondra also have scale available as early as next turn.
Right. I mean, almost certainly saving coin for that, right? Can't really coin out anything else except for Wild Growth. Oh, I guess which would be fine if he plays Null, coin, Growth.
Ooh.
Granted Evidence just to try and get scales.
Unless you want to pick Nourish, go scale next turn.
More bones.
This is better. It's gotta be.
Yeah, coin Wild Growth. And get that ramp.
Yep. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on board. But a lot more potentially. Oh yeah.
Appointment of this turn.
You could just
that
dump his
Tonsoku
higher hand.
Tonsoku didn't draw the Kurtrus to then Biblio might it back.
Demons? Demons.
Trying to work out here whether he wants Fossil Fan or the Biblio mic down.
Biblio has more power.
Yeah, it's
More
just
cards later.
yeah, but I mean true, but he could just draw more cards now and try and just stack more damage, right? For like a final swing. He's doing a lot of damage at the moment already.
What a find! And fully intact.
Yes, going into the turn 7 potential as well.
Oh. Oh.
What's that? Is that 10 from hand without the minions?
And from hand, yeah.
I told you, TJ. The attack on the Slither Spell, setting up the scales. Boom plays that heads up.
Yeah. Would have left a 1/1 on board otherwise. Wait. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
9,
9, 10, 11, 12.
12. Wait.
12. Oh, no, it's 1 mana off. It needs 7 mana to do all of that.
Demons.
Wait, does he?
Demons.
Yeah, because you need the Dread Prison.
Oh, it's 11. Yeah.
Yeah. You just Dread Prison Glaive and Hero Power? Maybe throw in 1 multi-strike, just so you have mana to play something next turn if...
What if you just play everything and assert dominance?
I set my opponent to 1.
Yeah. Now they have to hero power or they're dead. Yeah. What? Now what? Your hero literally has a deal 1 hero power. What more? How much more simple could it be?
Yeah, I think just you unload 1 multi-strike and a hero power. That way next turn you can use multi-strike to kill a minion if necessary. And you keep all the weapon buffs in hand so you can maybe maneuver around different sized minions.
The only problem with this is it's very suspicious, isn't it? What 4 cards?
This whole deck is suspicious. It's all damage.
What 4 cards would Tonsoku not play this to?
Didn't Derek say the same thing? He's like, yeah, but holding on to a bunch of cards, I mean, you're letting your opponent know what you're going to do. There's only one thing that you're doing. The deck, all it does is deal damage. He held 4 cards in his hand. I wonder what it could do.
Bibliomite doesn't deal damage. Liar.
May as well.
Oh, right. Very loose terms you use here, TJ.
Yeah. We have 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. So Guff would be surviving and thriving. What are we looking for here? For Kurtrus.
Oh, just more damage. It's fine. And he's going to draw it 100% of the time because apparently every single card in the deck. Oh! Look at Tonsoku almost blown off his chair by that reaction.
Oh, jeez. He's going to Bibliomite it away.
I hope so. Oh, you know what? I will fight for Tonsoku to get a world spot, regardless of whether he wins or loses, if he Bibliomites this Kurtrus this turn. Over that Bibliomite again, I dare you.
Demons. Demons.
He's doing the maths.
I appreciate the S there, TJ.
Unless
Kaboom gets hold of Earthen Scales.
Shadows grow long.
Not a lot he can do about this, because this Ashfallen's Flurry, Fury hero power is actually going to make a huge difference in how easy it is to push this damage.
I actually know the name.
Imagine.
No Malagos.
It has to be the innovate first, right? And actually innovate.
I know. I think you.
Huh? Isn't it innovate, living, roots, goose?
I don't think you want a Living Roots. I think
Why?
You want the mana.
For what though?
Landed evidence.
I'm just thinking he's looking purely for Earthen Scales.
Yeah, but he could Earthen Scales for 1 additional armor on the Knoll if he holds the Living Root, because the Knoll costs 1.
But he draws
Innovate.
1 less card. What are the odds?
So less likely to hit the scales. Ooh. How about we draw just with the hero power? What about that?
Oh, okay.
And he's dead.
Yeah, I was gonna say. We were getting deep in the how can he get hold of more health? Could this possibly work? What about if he just loses the game? Let's triple check this. 1 damage, 3 damage.
Right, I checked it.
Okay, lethal.
It's been checked.
Job done.
Just don't play the Dispose first, and you're good.
Play the Bibliomite for good times. Try and discard Kurtrus again. Regardless, though, that looks like enough damage to me. And Tonsoku wins the match, and moves on to Sunday. What a huge win. Commiserations, of course, for Gaboom. I think he brought a pretty cool lineup, especially to deal with Pocket.
He was just rubbing his belly.
Don't let me finish the show before I break. DJ is trying to break me. Anyway, a shame for Gaboom. I think he did play well and brought a cool lineup, but I think Tonsoku really showed that he knows his decks very well with this aggro lineup. I remember way back when we first started seeing Tonsoku play, he was starting to be known for his just overall aggro style, and that's continued to this day. And I think we've seen not only with this deck, with the Rogue, with all this whole lineup we've seen so far, that his execution has been very, very good indeed.
Yeah, and funnily enough, moving out of this group, both the players from Japan.
Yeah,
right? Japan continuing their dominance in competitive Hearthstone. Carrying the APAC region in many different ways. If you look at like the top players from APAC in Masters Tours wins and historical results within Hearthstone Grandmasters, historical results within World Championships.
Yep.
All coming up Japan, and Glory has a chance to make his third in a row. Tonsoku has a chance to be the next Japanese player in line to win the World Championship, right?
Yeah, I guess they just queue up now, and that's how it works.
Yeah, very politely,
top level
too.
Japanese player, yeah, get in the queue, you'll win a Worlds. It's like no problem. Just wait. Yeah. But yeah, I think what's impressive as well is that these two players, we've seen a lot of new blood, like new faces over the last couple of years. You look at players like Blythe, for example, Gabby, come up and sort of rock the scene and be super impressive. But when you look at players like Glory, like Tonsoku, who have been around since I started casting, I think, which was many years ago now. And they just keep working, keep improving. And like you said, just Japan as a region have been dominating not only just the APAC, say, Grandmasters seasons, but also just the world. So yeah, super impressive. Really glad to see these two players make it out, especially because they're bringing two pretty different lineups as well.
Yeah, it's. I feel like we're headed straight for the unstoppable force meets the immovable object. The unstoppable force being Habu Gobble. Habu Gobble. Habu
Gobble.
Hey, it's almost Thanksgiving here.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Less than a month away. And then the immovable object being just Japanese Hearthstone players. Like, they're going to meet head to head at some point. And I don't know who's going to come out on top. Nobody is. They're just going to keep tying over and over again. And we're just going to have to keep remaking the game.
We'll come out on top, TJ, because we'll get to cast some great Hearthstone. So that's all that matters.
Yeah, well, I will say, like, and I can be honest here because it's the last match of the day, right? A lot of today's Hearthstone, not in terms of play, but in terms of, like, one-sided matches, left a lot to be desired, to be quite honest. We got two fresh groups coming up tomorrow with Group C and Group D. I'm wondering if Warlock's going to continue to struggle as much as it did. I'm wondering if we're going to get to see some interesting lineups prevail, more aggro perhaps. We do have, I mean, we're literally tomorrow, we're kicking off with probably like the highlight match of the group stage.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's Bunny Hopper versus Lovestorm tomorrow, right off the bat, right? That's like peak Hearthstone. That's like peak entertainment because they are polar opposites.
Yeah,
Bunny Hopper is like, by the books, deep in the tank, takes his time, even though he told me he's trying not to rope as much. He's been working on it. And then Lovestorm's like, play as fast as I can, like brute DH no matter what. Whatever, I'm going to pick a random combo deck, put it in my lineup, and win anyway. That's Lovestorm in a nutshell. So.
Yeah, and even in a smaller nutshell, Lovestorm is just a Lovestorm. That's all you really need to know. The name says it all. Whereas Bunny Hop, considered player, as you said. So, yeah, TJ's just giving you guys what the first match of the day is going to be tomorrow. If you've just, been watching the back end of today or whatever, tomorrow's basically going to be the same as the format as we had today, but it's going to be Group C and D. So make sure you tune in to watch those play out and see who joins the players we qualified through to Sunday today. Going to be tomorrow, so looking forward to that. But TJ, thanks for wrapping up the day with me. I appreciate you guys for watching. Hope you had a great time, and we'll see you tomorrow.
absolutely disgusting. If he even needed it, the last card was Forged in Flame as well, which is like the next best card if he didn't literally have like 15 over lethal.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu.
Can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory, and Habu Gabu is your summer champion.